I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it, and the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken, and nothing was the same.
Even though you need to put some effort while being on the path, to become an anagami, you need not do anything while being on the path to become an arahant. You only need to quietly observe your thoughts while on the path to become an arahant. Once you attain the stages of Sotapanna and Anagami, you will realize that the outside world is only an illusion and that it is lie. You will also realize that the thought is also a lie. You would let go of both the outside world and the belief in thoughts. You will always see the shunyatavya, the nothingness, in all what you receive through your six senses. The above explanations are of a very advanced nature. Now, let us talk about your progress on your path and your practice as of today. The message we always give you is to keep your mindfulness focused on your base, which is your home. Remember, mindfulness is our home. You have to learn to be in your home. Mindfulness is your base, your home. You always have to come back to your home. Whenever your mind goes away behind other thoughts, you always have to take your mind back to your home. You have to take it back to your point of concentration, which could be either your breath or your posture. You should always see the truth in the thought that arises in your mind and then let it go and go back to your home. When you do this, your practice in mindfulness becomes stronger. When you improve in your mindfulness, it leads to a samadhi. When you have a samadhi, an awareness of your mind, it is like always being at home. Once you have developed a samadhi or this awareness of your mind, you will always feel very calm and very light-hearted. You will always be mindful or you will always be in your home. Theron everybody.
Theron Sanai. We worship Arananse for his noble friendship. Welcome everyone to the English Zoom discussion. We have this every day, this same time, and it's with so much pleasure that we try to explain Dhamma. Not actually, we can't use the word pleasure, but with so much keenness that we try to discuss Dhamma because it's really good. The discussion is good to understand the important things around Dhamma, and also discussion makes us to discuss about our doubts about Dhamma too. And the path, even though there are stages talked about, is actually you don't have to actually try to concentrate on the on these things. Main thing is for you to understand Dhamma and feel Dhamma, that's all. So we can talk about any questions today if we have questions, or otherwise Suranka is also here. I think Dr. Sakuntala is busy today, so maybe Sudharma is busy today as well. So we can have a discussion though. We were discussing some basic things yesterday, and we can continue on that, or anyone can ask a question, or Suranka can also join. Is there anything to discuss today, Suranka? Or if Joel has a question, Joel can ask. Yes. Your mic is on, but I can't hear you. I don't know whether it's my internet issue.
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Yes. The thing I want to ask is, like, sometimes we get confused with certain things, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we talk about and discuss about those things. So when you're confused, how to come out of that confusion?
It depends on the topic though, because it can be, what do you mean by confusion? Can you give like an example, some whatever example?
Yeah, like, for example, yesterday's example is something that I would like to ask. We all were confused. We were not able to understand it properly.
Mm-hmm.
So in that situation, how are we to, like, make it clear to ourselves?
Were you talking about the discussion we had about Dhamma yesterday?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah, it is. I think it is a bit tricky because we have been listening to Dhamma for a long time. So I think their questions are also coming from different angles. So that's why I told you from the beginning just to take it easy and try and take whatever you can. Basic thing here is, Joel, to understand how do we feel this suffering. That is the basic understanding what we are trying to get. So sometimes too much questions can actually make it so difficult to understand, but we try to keep it simple, and specifically we try to. Sometimes we can get dragged on because of the question, the way they ask it, the so many reasons. You're true. It is very simple, like when Narayana joins it, it's a simple ways he will tell. So it's very important to understand it in a simple way as possible as we could. And the main thing to understand here is how this burning, or how this alive feel, or how this suffering has arisen. So when we try to understand that, there's so many factors which is important. One is, yes, there is no self, but we feel something. So if you are feeling something, how does that happen? That is because of the stimulus. Stimulus means, in Sinhala it is aramana. I don't know when we can say thought, because each and every fraction of a second. It's just one stimulus which is happening. But because it is happening so fast, we feel like we are driving and listening to music, so, and so driving is a complex one too. We keep looking at the front, our bodily movements are there, and as soon as we see red lights, we stop, or policeman makes a sign for us to stop, we stop. Or if we feel like we are getting late, we might accelerate. So we feel like we are doing everything at the same time, but that is because our human mind is actually very fast. If you read about it, even scientists, they agree about that. The speed of the mind is really fast. So because of that, actually, we can't even differentiate between one stimuli to the other. But what happens here is the life field is also like that, because life field comes when the stimulus is felt as a thing. So from the beginning, we have felt this, and we have suffering. So then that is the point. That is the first point, I would say. So there's no self, but we feel there as a self always. There's a duality there. We feel like we are existing, and that fluctuates also. So when you're angry, you feel it more. When you are sad, you might feel it more. When you're irritated, you might feel it more. So there are various frequencies of that, various levels of that existence or the life field. So that happens due to the level of the power that vibration has. So that's the basic understanding. And then with that understanding, that we understand that the stimulus is bringing this life field. So then we try to understand why do we get that? Then we understand that the stimulus itself is a mirage. So that part has to be contemplated a lot and see, is the chair real? Is any stimulus in that sense? It's a production of the mind sensor. So how does the mind sensor occur? Mind sensor occurs because of the other 5 sensory organs. Humans have 5 sensory organs. You know the names: ear, eye, skin. Skin has a vast area. So it has a lot of aspects into that. And the nose and the tongue. So those are the 5 sensory organs. So then when we understand that the actual things outside are projections of the mind, it's easy to understand with examples that everything we took for granted in outside are projections of a mind. And when we understand that the projections of the mind, are they true? So the projections of the mind is like a current. We now know that because it's a current originated from overlapping of all the 5 sensory organ vibrations. So it's acting as a new vibration. Even in physics, you can understand this phenomena. So this mind vibration, and the mind vibration is a chair. But yesterday, what the confusion was about wordings used, because it's all about the wording. So don't worry about that, because you don't have to worry about that. when a person has a problem, that is because their data system is full of things. So the data, it's actually trying to understand how the value has come to this data. There are so many datas in Pali, and mainly Pali. They use so many words. Some words actually have different connotations. So different meanings. So that's where the confusion was. So don't worry about that. There is something to understand in that. Mainly, there is a in each level there is a perception kind of thing where you have an idea. So even light, it has a level of perception. But the 5 sensory organs mainly cause the consciousness. Consciousness is a word used all over the world. Consciousness. Sometimes you say I'm conscious. So the consciousness is actually the life field. So the consciousness arises from rapid vibration of sensory organs. That's the basic understanding. So the rapid vibration of sensory organs led to mind consciousness. Sorry, not the mind consciousness. The eye consciousness, ear consciousness, tongue consciousness, the skin consciousness, or the nose consciousness. I'm just saying that in that way so that it is easy to understand. But because when they are all vibrating at the same time, it acts as another new vibration, and that is the mind. But there's no specific organ out there to name. It's like iCloud, I told you yesterday. So when we understand that this phenomenon, that's all actually you have to understand. I actually used my whole, tried to use my whole night Zoom discussion, try and discuss about this use of different words. Try not to depend on with the words and to get the feeling, but that is the important thing. The words are not important, but the feel is important. And I think you have the sense of it, because main thing is to understand, yes, there is a projection. We see, so I can see the windows are open, I can see the door, I can see the fan, I can see the room, yes, the walls. So that's the projection of the mind. So if you understand that, that's enough. All the other words are actually not really necessary. But then the next step is trying and understand, okay, they are like perceptions, but are they true? No, it acts like a vibration. So that's where you actually kind of feel that the whole dream is not true. Whatever the dream, the thinking dream we have. Now, I saw like a beautiful saying recently. It's nothing to do with Buddhism, but that saying was, are you aware about your internal talking? So the internal talk is like fast thinking. So this fast thinking is any of this thinking. That's a vibration. That's why the mind is acting like a vibration. So if you understand that how mind is formed and how this whole perceptions are formed. Well, they are forming, that's fine. But the burning is coming down because you understand, okay, yeah, this is it. But you living in that without any suffering. But then there's another level where the feel level, you can feel due to the speed of this sensory organs. I told you, even the mind has that speed, and why we see light is because of the speed of the eye cells. There's very specific cells in the eyes, the vibration of those cells. There's specific cells in the ear, not only the drum, because behind the drum there is specific cells that are responsive to the vibration. So it's the vibration of the ear. So the vibration of the skin, there's so many different types of receptors, and there's the vibration of the tongue, and there's vibration of the nose. It's all different kind of things, and this is linked with the hormone system too. So it's all kind of a machine which works itself. It's like a system with a solar power. It gives power, it generates power by itself. If you actually read about the power system of the body, you can understand that. It's forming its own ATP. So the main understanding, how you understand this system is, yes, it's working. It's working nicely. Yes, you can see, you can do everything, you can think, you can taste. So what's the difference when you start knowing this truth is the burning, the urge to maintain this system, urge to gain stuff, urge to but the most beautiful part of this Dhamma is the person, whatever that system is actually not sad just by understanding this Dhamma. It becomes so lighter by day, the system becomes lighter. So it becomes like, it's not the usual happiness. It just, as I said before, I think Joel had an understanding about that, like someone had 100 kilograms and someone had put it down. So even with Dhamma, if you hear a lot of words, just put it down, don't worry. So don't get confused. If you have the basic understanding, that is enough. So all these some different discussions come from areas where the people have so much data, so they just can't get rid of that. If the value is there, you just have to understand that and drop it, maybe, I don't know. But whatsoever, none of these thoughts are true. None of this internal radio is true. I mean, but it will continue with less power. It will no, in an arahant only, it has no power in every thought. But whoever in the path, there is a mixture. Some thoughts, they don't have any power at all. Some thoughts, there may be some power. It doesn't matter. Only the important thing is whether you understand this or not. If you fully understand that you can't really do anything here, you just let the system absorb this and just live as normal as possible, and you will start to feel that. The end point is you may start to actually get craving for the lightness or the freeness that you get, but that has to be tackled. I mean, that not has to be tackled, that should be identified with the help of the noble friend. that is kind of late in the journey, but we don't talk about much about the latter parts, because that's actually kind of too much, because we kind of talk about the I usually talk about the beginning, because I kind of like to give everyone the basics so that everyone can feel it themselves. That's what we can do. That's the maximum we can do. Are you okay, Joel, with that? Do you have any questions?
No, no, thank you.
Yeah, it's just sometimes confusing, so don't worry. Just drop it. So, Suramika, do you have anything to talk, or you can add something?
Sanai, Dr. Popula, and my friends. No, I think you're right in terms of the way the conversation went yesterday, and that just reflects. It's like really no fault of anybody. It just reflects the experience each person on the Zoom have had, and the number of years, really, or the understanding, the stage of understanding of each person, isn't it? And because of that and their own questioning earlier, the responses that have been given to them in multiple Zooms, then their own experiences in undertaking walking meditation at monasteries or they are in the home, all these things then kind of combine into where they are at a given point in time, which is from where the question arises. I mean, it's probably the same where we are concerned as well. So each one reflects in the question where they're at or what is their point of understanding. So, yeah, I mean, well, there have been many an instance where, there have been deeper conversations, deeper discussions in these, particularly the Sinhala Zoom sessions over the last so many years where from personal experience, I've thought, okay, that sounds like really deep, but I think it just went completely over my head. So it's just, or you might think that you actually understood it. And I think, oh, yeah, okay, interesting point. Never thought of it that way. And oh, wow, and all that kind of thing. And then 1 or 2 years later, you happen to, pick up that same talk from an old YouTube clipping and you listen to it. And then the realization of those same points come in a totally different way or in a very deep way that had not been even touched in that first instance. So these are things that you will gradually learn to appreciate as you keep on gaining first the knowledge, but then along with the knowledge, the deeper realization and understanding of how this whole thing is understood in relation to the mind and the construct and the senses. So I think you tuned into the correct thing a couple of days ago when you said it all boils down to the senses. And it does. If you understand the senses, our advanced says this repeatedly. If one understands the senses and the functioning of the senses, like I don't know whether we can say 100%, but at least 95%, I don't know, to a great extent, the mystery is solved, because the whole issue here around suffering and this whole self-view is that there is an attribution of these experiences to a self which has not been there. And that has been the fundamental problem that has kept this so-called vibration going on from one cycle of birth to the other. Ultimately, I don't want to confuse you, but ultimately our advanced, I don't know whether he said it in the English so as well, that it is just one vibration, right? So we think that we have lived in past births and so on, but ultimately all these things come down to one single thought. You have heard our advanced mentioning that this is all in one thought. There There is an experience only in this moment. There is only one thought at any given point. Even if one thinks about the past, we can sit here and think about, say, Joel, your childhood days, but then at what point is that thought coming up? In the now, isn't it? And then if you want to think about what you're going to do next month, or say you have to put some application somewhere, again, that's relating to the future, but then when does that thought arise? In the now, in this moment. So according to this, the pure truth, the only vibration occurs in this moment. So it's this thought. But then we drill down, as Dr. Kokila says, we pierce through that thought itself and look at that mind object, and then realize what is that thought made up of. From these sensory perceptions, which she said, the eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, the taste, the touch, the smell, all those are different vibrations, yes, but then they all combine to one vibration, i.e. the thought. And that is why we've talked several times about the apple. The thought of the apple gives you the flash of the touch sensation, the smell, so on and so forth. If you think about your mother, all the memories that you have had of your mother, how she speaks to you, how she took you to school, what lovely meals she has prepared for you, all these things are entrenched, embedded in that one flash of thought. Everything is there. It's like that 33,000 watt hitting you in one shot. It's all stamped there. So ultimately, and how does that come about? Through those sensitive perceptions, that each of those experiences through vibrations have been taken in like data. I think yesterday we talked about raw data and the program, and that all this is just a program. If we just understand it that way, we keep going back to where did all this come from? From perceptions. And was there anything in these perceptions? Nothing. So what we equated the perceptions to the input, the stimuli that has been put since our childhood, through learning, through our background, through your education. All these aspects have been an accumulated set of perceptions which now occur, telepathized, synchronized in this very moment when some trigger occurs, either through something that you see, either through something that you hear on the TV. So through those different senses, or if you're just sitting on a couch and you're not really doing anything, it can pop up in the mind itself. So that is the sixth sense, and that arbitrarily, without any other stimuli from other senses, it can pop up in the mind as a past perception arising in this moment. But even in that case, if we consider the perception, it is still made up of those perceptions that have arisen at some point through those sense faculties, and those sense faculties only. There is no experience, there is no perception that can ever arise in a thought that didn't come about through any one of those other sense faculties at any other point. So I hope that was not too complicated. I didn't mean to make it complicated, but was just trying to add a bit more to what Dr. Kokila said. Therwan Sarnai.
Yeah, Therwan Sarnai. Actually, it's if you actually feel this, that's the important thing. So even outside is just a perception part, you can feel it, and as soon as you start to feel that, you feel much lighter. And then if you actually understand even the second part, the perceptions are also not really true. That's kind of the whole dream, or the whole this story, whole film will go on, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything, and you will be acting on it, you will be talking, you will be doing stuff, you will be thinking, but it just with much less suffering. And the feel level also, your feel level is the important aspect, because if you're feeling that the chair is actually there, that is the feel that you have, that you are alive. So if we keep understanding this, and how are we going to actually the ignorance to the science? Because ignorance, if we put, like we say, avidya, if you're turning into vidya, so that's the main thing, that this speed of these sensory organs is what the reason for the fail. So yeah, it's if you start feeling this Dhamma rather than having a, so I have to add, I didn't have much I don't have knowledge about Pali at all. I have some understanding, but not a lot. And we don't have much about, but if I get carried away, I told that day also, if I get carried away would be the scientific part of it. So the a lot of people, it would be different aspects. So if you are prone to think in a one particular way, and if this is different to that way that you have been thinking, this will pose it as a threat, or kind of pose it as something interesting, or pose it as something boring. It doesn't matter. Actually, it doesn't matter. So what matters is if you can feel this, whether you can feel this, and if you can feel it, how lighter you would feel, how better it would be, and the less the suffering, it would be much better. And again, one point we were trying to add yesterday was, once your vibration is actually dwindling or reducing, or cessation of that vibration, the stimulus, or whatever the thought, whatever the person who was in front of you, you will feel them completely, and there's no harm to the world. So you can't, this Dhamma can't produce a selfish kind of person. If that is happening, actually it is because the Dhamma is taken in a wrong aspect. So that's what we are usually, why we are repeating some things which makes this talks boring, is to try and lessen that those mistakes that can happen in the past. Because the first step in our program is try and understand that the outside is a perception in the mind. As soon as you put that out, someone can take it from the other side and start arguing. Okay, if that is the case, you can do anything. What about someone slaps you? Is that just a thing, but you felt it? Yes, because you have to take it as a whole. The whole 4 steps are actually in one particular experience, one particular stimulus. That is what we have to understand. So that's why the risk is, if you take one part out of it and try to understand Dhamma, that doesn't help you. It has to be taken as a whole. Try and understand that how Lord Buddha said there is no me, my, or mine. How did he say that? How is it true? If you do this research, You don't have to be a Buddhist to do that, because even it doesn't matter if you're a researcher, if you are a person who is trying to do a research about the humanity, or even can get into this understanding. There's someone who has joined. They can they can also unmute and join the discussion if they want to. If they have joined to ask a question, you're welcome. So yes, it's very important and not to just take one part of it. So that's why when Aranansi also starts to talk, he starts from scratch to the end, because if you take just a little bit of that, the whole thing can actually bite you more than maybe I would say, actually, if you are knowing this, better know it fully rather than knowing a little bit of it. A little bit can bite you worse. So yeah, I think Joel has the kind of the understanding now, because he was wondering why there was a whole big issue yesterday. Why we were talking about that intensely. I think that was the question also. I could feel it in his tone also. So but the thing is, that's where if you have a burning somewhere that is where your mindfulness is. Like, if you feel a burning, okay, there's a discussion that you don't like, that's the mindfulness. That's the picking up of your what is the stimulus that is being true at the moment. What is the stimulus which is being taken for granted now? That's how you feel alive. Because to have a little bit of irritation, to have a little bit of kind of rejection, it's all good to understand this. Really interesting to really tune into your own vibration. It's very interesting, and to see how it fluctuates, how it play havoc, how it goes around and around and around to the same stimulus. You initially join the Zoom discussion also about that, why one single thought would bother me. So that's the same thing. It's just the pattern of human mind. So it's beautiful to understand, and once you tune into the self vibration, you can see how it is slowly dying, slowly, in the sense not dying, slowly reducing. These words, actually, words don't support this Dhamma at all, because all the words in this world gives a feel of existence. Like it has a weight. It has a kind of gross idea, Yeah, if you can understand that. So it's really interesting, and yeah, it's nothing to make life more miserable or more confusing. This is actually to help you to reduce the suffering and to come to the no suffering stage. Yeah, anything else?
I would think, Doctor, but I think the new person is there, so I would like to give a chance to him.
I'm not sure whether he is going to talk. There's someone called Tashan. If you are here to talk, you can actually join. You can unmute the mic and you can join us. But I don't know whether he's just listening. It's fine if you just want to listen. But if you want to talk, you can unmute the mic and you can talk. Yeah. So the Dhamma itself is a science, and that's kind of something which made me so inquisitive to know this, because it because my data system was very heavy. I usually like to go through a lot of things, but yeah, it helps. It's fine. Yes, sir.
Just another question. I mean, I was just thinking about these vibrations and these sensors. Is this connected to the neurotransmitters?
Yeah, 100%. So the hormonal system and the neurotransmitters, they are all linked. So that's the machine, though. That's the machine. So that's the thing that we have to understand. So you know, that day Aramanse was talking about, if you tickle someone, you can laugh. And sometimes if you I don't know, there are so many examples. Mother hearing the baby crying, they secrete different kind of hormones. It's already arranged in that way. The whole body is like a beautiful system, if you really understand that. Not to get attached to that, but to understand this whole system. Even if you try and understand, even the tree, it has this system, but we never talk that tree has a suffering part. We don't talk like that, because the tree, we have learned also, if I don't know, you must have done the science things. So we have learned how the flower becomes so beautiful, and how flower can have the beautiful, the scent, so that will attract the bees. So the bees come and lay there. That will help the, I can't even remember the word for that, but help the reproduction. So, and like, even if you take a coconut tree or any tree, how all this system is so beautifully done, that for the spread of how the coconut husk is built in such a way that the coconut can float even in water and go somewhere and give rise to another plant. So this, even though we don't talk about life there, we never talk about life in the trees, but this is a similar system. Only thing is, due to the vibration, the speed of the vibrations of the sensory organs, we feel alive. That's the conscious, and the being conscious part is. We don't talk about the GV. GV is, I think, alive feel. We don't talk about that to a chair. We don't. And we don't say, if the chair starts to walk, definitely people will be like, oh, I saw a ghost. That's how they will tell. So, but the actual, this consciousness or being alive is just a part of this human system. And the human system, not every system actually, any system which has a sensory organ which has a speed with the vibration, there's always the ability of this any self vibration to co-vibrate there, or synchronize there, or telepathize there. So that's how the cycle of birth is. So each and every the human system, if you understand. The human system has its own system for the reproduction, they are social, humans are social animals, so they have like a pattern of living. So they are babies, they take a longer time to grow up. So the mother should have the motherly feelings for a bit longer, not like a bird who will throw away the little bird out from the the bird cage, because the by own their feel, bird mother knows that this bird son, or not bird son, bird the little bird can now, this is time for them to fly, and they just tip them off from the cage. So, but humans take a bit more longer time. Human babies needs a bit long time to get accustomed to the sensory system, to get accustomed to the area. So that's how it is. That's why those hormones are secreted until the lactation period, and then when they are bigger, there's a different kind of hormones, and then the hormones, when children become like kind of 16, 18, there's hormonal system getting activated. Yeah, same thing. It's just for the system. So the system is for the Pavatma. What is Pavatma, Surangika? The system is for
Just existence, isn't it? Just
yeah,
maintenance
existence, maintenance of existence. It's just how it is. So it is actually really interesting to understand, how any sensory organ function. Even if you talk about the taste, if you talk about the smell, if you talk about the touch, how quickly, you touch. Just imagine you touch just imagine you are standing somewhere near the railway station. You touch the railing. It's very cold initially. After some time, you can't even remember that you are touching it, because your whole mind is hovering around somewhere else. So just imagine how this mind works, or how system works. But this keeps changing. The momentum, the focus keeps changing. So the touch system, sometimes you are not aware that you are standing until you come to the understanding that my legs are aching or something. Then you realize you have been standing for hours or something like that. So if you're asking about the dopamine and this neurotransmitter side, yes, but that's a system. That's a system. So if there is a vibration, there is always this system working. Until respiration is ongoing, the system will work. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's a self. That is what we are trying to understand. Whether you are having neurotransmitters or not, whether you are having the hormones or not, the function of them would be there. But once you understand the system, the self vibration will die down, and entertainment of these sensory organs will die down. So some part of it might be not even needed, because we need the dopamine function all the time. I mean, that's how the scientists say, but this is a different kind of talk, that people are getting addicted to the dopamine side of it. But what actually happens is it is a pattern. It is a pattern. So any sensory organ, whether it's the tongue or the touch or the looking or hearing, any sensory organ, if the person is there, there is always someone who is entertaining. If the self vibration is there, the entertainment of the sensory organs are there. It can be reduced from, if someone has ear dhamma, that might start to reduce. Yes, Surangika, can you add something?
I can't think of anything at the moment, Dr. Govila. I think
That's okay.
just different
That's okay.
stimuli. Yeah.
Actually, yeah. So it doesn't necessarily mean that, even if, because we have a story in Buddha's time, someone actually felt this initially. A 7-year-old child who was called Vishaka. She went on to, she was given away in marriage, like good olden days. She was given away marriage to someone who never heard any Dhamma. And she continued to have, I can't even remember the number of the children, but there's, can't remember. There were like a lot of children she had. And there's no talk that she went into the next stage either. So she just felt that. But that's all. She never actually continued to progress on the path. But she was the main disciple in the Buddha's time at that time. But she understood that at 7 years of age, but still went on to have the normal life style. So, but there is a difference because she didn't progress. But there are others who progress. There are examples like Gatikara, who actually became an agami, who is what it means is actually that the difference is, even if someone feels this momentarily, all the defilements are still there because it has to go to zero. So everything is there, but the only difference is that person knows that there is no self. For sure, that person have felt that there is no self, but all the defilements are there. So it starts slowly start to go away. But what I'm trying to say is the hormonal system, all the system works. That's what another point Aranman says, making very beautifully. Even I think last night he was talking about this, how these sensory functions continue to work. You feel, you can taste. So if you're tasting, 100% the neurotransmitters are working because each cell vibration is connected to neurotransmitter. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. So the main important factor here is understanding that there is no self. That's the main thing. And feeling it. And then your burning will start slowly to dissipate, slowly to dwindle, slowly to go away. And it is just going to slowly go away to the level that there will be no vibration in every stimuli. So that's it. Do you have anything regarding particularly about one specific thing, or is that sufficient, Joel?
Yeah, Doctor, thanks for that wonderful explanation that you gave. Yeah, I felt my neurotransmitters, the vibrations going down. Thank you so much. I'm serious.
Yeah, okay,
I
all good. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So, the actual what happens is this understanding this system, understanding the science behind it, and just it just calms us down. Even just understanding it just calms us down. And if you start to feel it, that it slowly calms us down further. but you still will be very, open to, you can see beautifully, you can see the beautiful things. It doesn't matter. It's not a big issue. And yesterday our announcer was reiterating a lot of things which are very kind of for people who listen for a long time, how he was telling that the mind sensor has specific functions like feeling happy, feeling sad. Actually, they can be there without that burning. It is very, very sensitive topic. So we shouldn't be talking about that because it can confuse you. But it's really nice to know that, because this mind sensor is such a thing. The neurotransmitters work, hormones work. This mind sensor also works. And, even without the mind sensor, big mind sensor, even child had this issue. I told child will not like the cold, child will not like the extra heat, child sometimes will not, if you get used to breast milk, the child might refuse the formula milk. He doesn't know anything about that. He doesn't even know that it's milk or whatever, nothing. But he has the taste, he has the smell. Once he gets used to one type of taste and smell, then he becomes addicted to that, and then he refuses the other. Just simple. So see, this alive field has always the potential for that. Potential. But when we understand this whole system, oh wow, then you just function. You function. And the key thing here is you are not functioning sad. You're actually functioning really feeling internal good, not external good. You're feeling internal good, because then you don't have to search for goodness outside, actually. Because you feel internally good. When someone is internally good, you're not looking for you eat because you have to eat, because you get the hunger pains, you might eat. Doesn't matter, it's okay, because hunger pains are also just a part of the function of the body. So if you feel a headache, you take a Panadol. What's the big deal? You do that. That's not the point. And if you have to tell something sternly, you tell that sternly. That's not a big issue. The main thing is if you know how kind of vibration you have, if you feel that is the important aspect, actually. If you feel your vibration, if you know it is going down, that's all. And then from time to time, when a problem comes, only you can actually understand that you are not there. The problem is there, you are not there. So beautiful if you can actually feel this. But a big problem has to come to actually feel this, because when you don't have a problem, you can't really comment on how relieved you are. But actually, if something happens, only you will feel. You face the problem, you deal with the problem, you do everything that you have to do, and still, if you feel that actually you are not there, not thinking is not going to do anything. If you think that I'm not there, then you feel like that anyway, because all the thinking process is like, if if you think that someone is bad, you feel like that. That's how it is. It's just the mind sense how it works. If you feel that the rabbit is so innocent animal, you feel like that forever. But if someone feels that some people have pythons or reptiles for pets, and well, they love them. But sometimes another person might not think about that. They will think about a dog or a rabbit or a squirrel or something very cute. But the cuteness or the idea the thought, the patterns are so varying, so different. So the thought pattern doesn't matter. Actual burning is what matters. But burning, if the burning is not there, yeah, whatever the you have to wear clothes, you have to do stuff, you know. If you have a family to help you, you help the family, you do whatever you have to do. And you also help to spread this truth a bit because it's so like whatever the amount you can do, because you can't do, we can do only what we can do. We can't do more than that. So the level of the understanding only comes out. So, but to that level, we try our best, because we know that how Dhamma has helped so many people. Even if it's not fully understood, still it helps. Even if the full, complete part is not felt, still it helps, because the truth itself is so beautiful. The understanding of the system is very beautiful. Understanding that system works without a self. It's just a system with stimuli. How this system went on and went on and went on is really interesting and funny, and to look at it in a non-self angle is not a usual pattern we have done in our life. We always looked at something being subject here, the object is there, I am looking at it, or I am hearing it, I am tasting it, I'm talking, I'm thinking, I'm acting, I'm cooking. So from that point of view, to understand that it's just the thought process and body process. Yeah. So when the suffering is not there, you can love your family without your judging part. You know, you everybody will feel so calm around you. You know, you feel the internally, you feel calm, and everyone else will feel that, and they are relaxed as well. Unless they have a big problem, they become relaxed as well. So the whole vibration of the home can get better unless one is so out of it. But if someone is so out of it, it's very difficult. We get it, but what to do? Things get better anyway. Yeah, sun is still shining, wind is blowing, birds are singing, and when there is no self, all the sensory organs will be functioning. And yeah, anything? Do you want to add anything, Suranita, or are you still in that?
No, I think all that was good in terms of helping Joel understand that further, Dr. Pokula. And I think when Narayan Vahansa joins, you're right, when he says he starts with the basics, he always goes to the start and also starts with the basics. And one of the key messages that keeps resonating is, he says, this is only a system, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
There is no one here. And it is such a simple yet profound message, isn't it? He says, there's no one here. There's just no one here. It is just a system. But such a simple statement, but so difficult for the mundane person without the true Dhamma to understand, isn't it? Because we have heaped and heaped these perceptions and taken those to be real, to build a persona over this lifetime. And that is why when I think we discussed this, understand the senses, it is, and you gradually realize how very important it is each of us, I think, in the so many years that we have listened to the Dhamma, we must have heard it like hundreds of times. And so each one, not just Aryan Mahansa, other people like Dr. Kokila who facilitate the Sinhala Zooms, understand the senses. And so the listeners know, we know. It is the senses. We have to understand how the light is there, how the sound is there. Yeah, true. But as the realization, the understanding gets deeper and deeper and deeper, what does all that do? It is hitting the point that there is no self, which is the ultimate thing that Aryan Mahansa wants to drive home. The point that Dr. Kokila also said is ultimately, what are we trying to say here? What is the ultimate point? To say that, show that there wasn't a self. So how does one, I can't use the word prove, but how does one realize that there is no self? By understanding what is the thing that makes us feel alive, makes this alive feeling feel so real, makes this existent thing feel so real. How does one feel these things are existing? And Dr. Kokila, I think yesterday or day before, Aryan Mahansa also gave these examples about habits, isn't it? And said, even Joel, you'll understand this. And he said, when you want to go to the supermarket, there is a favorite Cargills that you go to. It's the Cargills down the road, or it's the Cargills closer to your home. Because you know where the setup in the Cargills, you know where the milk powder is, you know where the vegetables are. And if you go to another Cargills, it's like the setup is different, isn't it? The layout is different. So you're spending more time looking for boards and markers where things are at, because you're not familiar with the setup. And the same thing, when you go to your dining table, you sit in your chair. It's almost like an unspoken word, isn't it? In the family, each one goes to their respective chairs. Now, at the moment, my parents are here for the last couple of months. My father doesn't accidentally come and sit where I sit. My mother doesn't sit where I sit. So each one, automatically, they are going to their respective chairs. I mean, all 6 chairs around the table are the same. But that's what they do. And then when they want to go to bed, they go to their bedroom. So how does that happen? Which is what Aryan Mahansa was questioning. Each of these is a perception that has been formed, and then the perception, due to reinforcement of the stimuli, has become a habit. And similarly magnified. Every perception is a magnification, isn't it? Of the same perception, to the point of becoming almost stamped as an identity, stamped as being real, which is from where the existence kind of thing is coming. And then I think Santi gave another example in the Zoom, saying to another person, saying if somebody comes and knocks on the door, the mother inside the house will turn around and I might tell the husband, oh, how come that person came right up to the door and rang the bell? The gate was locked, no? Or maybe you didn't lock the gate. So how did that happen? That means automatically that the fact that the gate was there and the gate should be locked, and all these things are taken for granted. So those are also perceptions, isn't it? Everything is like that. And because of those notions and stimuli and the belief that those are real, ultimately what is it? We haven't even seen the gate. The gate is far away, but yet sitting in the lounge, we are thinking that, oh, how come that person came? Because the gate was not locked. So it's the same thing I think we explained about the mountain. And we stand here and look at the mountain and we think that the mountain is like a rocky formation. Now, how did one get the notion that it was rocky or it's solid by just being here. We didn't go and touch the mountain. So ultimately, it all boils down to really perceptions. But is there anything in that perception? No. So it is really beautiful, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? The more the understanding of these
And
senses.
the one thing to add is the most the self-perception is the
Greatest one.
the
No
greatest
self
one,
in the
because
self-perception.
and that is the one which has been reinforced in, like, if we had billions of thoughts in this lifetime, imagine that this self-perception is getting reinforced that billion times.
Yes, through
Because
each and every stimuli.
each and every stimuli has this duality, so it is getting reinforced all the time. That's why it is difficult to break it. That's why Arananse says you have to feel it. You have to understand Dhamma and you might feel it. That's where he says it's very important. I think we are running into the other Zoom. Is it, Joel? Do you have anything to add?
Sorry. Yes, 1 minute over.
We have
Yeah.
come to two.
Yeah. We'll start discussion tomorrow and we'll continue discussion. It's we worship our Advance. We thank him for his utmost noble friendship, and also thank you all Dhamma friends for coming for the discussion and making it so beautiful and interesting, and so that the other listeners can catch something one day. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvan Saranai and Thiruvan Saranai. Worship our Advance. Thiruvan Saranai.
spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining glow, Buddothpado.
Liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
Wisdom of Asia, ever glow, Buddothpado. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind,
truth of birth and death made clear,
the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia, ever we go, Buddothpado, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle boats and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind. I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this this life is no, nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, Aryan Wahanse showed the way by asking see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same.
Teruvan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our time, the most valuable spiritual master for the human beings at this moment. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, showing a clear and steady path to overcome the samsaric journey, that means the circle of rebirth and death, created in the human mind, and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 10, self-translated Darshana Samapattiya, True Buddhist Philosophy, preached by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse 5 years ago. Listening to these sermons of through this Buddothpada PeoTV 24-hour channel, 24 daily channel, and the True Buddhist Philosophy, I have been continuously described through from the sermon 1, now in the sermon 10. You may have an idea about it because our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, is always telling each and every human being who are interested to go beyond this samsaric journey to overcome this wheel of suffering should first understand, first hear or read this true Buddhist philosophy, Darshana Samapattiya. That is the foundation of this eternal truth. Nobody will be able to enter into the path to freedom, path to realization, path to Nibbana without having this knowledge of realization of this true Buddhist philosophy. And the seekers who are following this true Buddhist philosophy will be able to awaken their wisdom through this. Our Lord Buddha has said there are three types of wisdom we should have to overcome this samsaric journey. Out of these three, first one is Satya Jnana. That means the wisdom of truth. So, to awaken our wisdom of truth, we should have to listen to this true Buddhist philosophy. Lord Buddha has taught us 2600 years ago, and more than 1000 years it was covered by wrong views. And in the year 2015, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has revealed it by realizing the ultimate truth, by realizing the Nibbana. And Aryan Vahanse has started preaching this ultimate truth from the year of 2019. So, this is the most important thing in the world. Our Aryan Vahanse is the most important and valuable spiritual master in this world. I say that because Aryan Vahanse is the only person who showed us this correct path to overcome the suffering after thousands of years. So, without having the knowledge of Buddhist philosophy, true Buddhist philosophy, that is called Darshana Samapattiya, there is no way to enter into this path to freedom. That is so important. Therefore, each and every person, human being, who can understand English language can hear this, the true Buddhist philosophy through this Buddothpado PeoTV, Zoom and YouTube channel. After listening that, naturally, not by force, we are not doing anything by force. After listening, natural realization of wisdom of truth, Satya Jnana, will happen inside our mind. So, there, I cannot see anything valuable than this in this planet Earth, because this is the only thing human beings can be overcome the suffering. In this in this 10th sermon of true Buddhist philosophy, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is describing all the perceptions around us are fed into us as names through the ears. You know, we have 6 sense of faculties: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and this body skin. To understand this true Dhamma and to follow this path to realization, the ear is doing a very, very good role. You know, we are living in a world full of perceptions. Each and every perception coming through our sensor system, six sensor system, in different ways. That means uh, as forms we can see, as forms we can hear, and as forms we can smell or touch or taste. So all those forms brings us perceptions. To with the help of those perceptions, we have created the world inside our mind. So all the perceptions around us are fed into us as names through the ears. Yes, you can now go to your very young age. Think that you are still in the cot. Yes, you can. If you can't memorize that, but you can imagine that as a small baby you are inside a cot. So from that point, at that point there you had only a radiant mind. There were no perceptions or perception full of world. You didn't have that kind of memory or a memory store there. But from the beginning of your life as a small baby, the first perception you will have, you can see, you can hear, and you can feel is your mother. So your mother and father and everybody around you are used to come to the cot and talking to you. First, in the first days you can't understand, but slowly you will be understanding. You will be able to understand what they are telling. So what they are doing is they are feeding all the perceptions around us. They are feeding into the little baby as names through the ears. All the perceptions are fed into the baby's mind through the ears. That means through sounds. Named by sounds. Yes, named by sounds. That is why the ears are doing a big role here. Amma. When we hear this sound amma, how come an image coming out? Yes. When you, after some time, when you hear the word amma, somebody may have come to you and ask, where is Baba, where is your amma? Then the baby can hear the word amma, then a kind of a image coming out in that, through that memory. So amma, when we hear this sound amma, how come an image came out? That sound is already recorded. Yes, when everybody is putting sounds through the ears, all the sounds are recorded. All the sounds are recorded. So somebody tells amma, the sound and the images coming together because the sound is already recorded. And at this point, what we called as past memory. Yes, that means everywhere, every perception has fed into us early in the age as when we were in small babies, and all the perceptions are fed as names through our ears. So this is called past memory. What is your, but you are always thinking you are a very big person, high thinking, that you are a big man. When you understand the true reality of Dhamma, you will reach into a supreme place without pride. Your pride will disappear because each and every human being in this mundane world have a big proudness in them. They think they are big people. They have money. They have big positions. They have big education levels. They are having a top level in the society, like that. They have a highness of thinking. When you understand the true reality of Dhamma, you will reach into a supreme place, a higher superior state, which is a heavenly nature. You come into that heavenly nature through your mind only. Yes. You had prior proudness earlier. Think you are a big man. Now, after hearing this true Dhamma, you know there is no self in this body. So, be proud for what? There's nothing to be proud of. Then you realize this is just a machine, like a tree. One day we have to leave this body and go away. So people who listen to this true Dhamma, that means to listen to this ultimate truth, will only reach into a supreme place, a higher superior state, which is a heavenly nature, because they will be able to overcome their mind, overcome their thought process. They will know all these thoughts are thoughts are false, and there is no self here. After understanding that, after realizing that, you will be reaching to a superior state, which is a heavenly nature. When your mind is not troubling you, you are already in a heavenly nature. You are always relaxed. Your mind is not giving you any kind of trouble because you have came upon you, redeemed from your mind. You have go beyond your mind. You come into that heavenly nature through your mind only. So there are millions of wrong views in this planet Earth, sharing every day through the internet and through this mass media and television and YouTube and Facebook and everything, through every way of communication. all are telling something about this heavenly nature because they don't know. They actually don't know what is the heavenly nature is. They are trying to go to heaven after death. Some people are thinking, most of the people are thinking there is a person sitting on the in the universe named God and he will take them. That is the most foolish idea on this earth. And some are thinking after when when they are observing different rituals and uh, different things, they when they do this one pointedness meditation, they can reach to heaven. No, that will never happen. The people who are practicing one pointedness meditation, that means samatha samadhi, samatha meditation, will never reach any kind of heaven because they are trapped into the one pointedness mind. Once they stand up from that meditation, they are still within the defilements because they do not know how to overcome this mind, and they do not know there is no self here. They are trying to go to heaven with the self. So all these are completely false and imaginary false and wrong views. So any person, anybody can't go to heaven after death because they should understand the heavenly nature by living in this planet Earth while listening to true Buddhist philosophy and the true ultimate truth revealed by Lord Buddha 2600 years and now again revealed and described clearly and in a simple manner by our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse without mixing with lot of Pali words in simple Sinhala and simple English languages. Aryan Vahanse is very clearly showing this. So nobody can go to the heaven after death. They have to listen to this true Buddhist philosophy, and they should listen to this true Buddhist philosophy, and they should realize this wisdom of truth, Satya Jnana. And they will have to practice the four contemplations of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse to realize there is no self at all in this human body. There was no self and there is no self and there will be no self. So this is, Lord Buddha said, this is a anatma dhamma. This is a selfless dhamma. There is no self. So people around the world sitting with meditation poses and doing yoga also, different types of yogic ways, still they have this self and they will never be able to go to the heaven because we will have to understand the true Buddhist philosophy and the ultimate truth by living in this human world and within the day-to-day practices redeeming from the mind and the self, then without any problem we will be in heavenly nature naturally. That cannot be done. That it should happen naturally. So you come into that heavenly nature through your mind only. You may have seen people are spending thousands of millions of money on several different kind of things to go to the heaven, and they do not know heaven is also a trap. Hell is also a trap and heaven is also a trap. So Aryan Vahanse is showing the correct way to redeem from this trapped sansaric cycle, and Aryan Vahanse is the only spiritual master at this point, showing the human beings how to redeem from this suffering of will and live in the heavenly nature while living on this planet Earth, not after dying. Because as you may be aware, Aryan Vahanse has clearly showed, according to Lord Buddha, 31 planes of existence are in this moment, a thought appearing in this moment, there are 31 planes of existence. That means our mind levels are always changing. When we get anger, we are while living in this world, our mind is inside the lower realm. So there are four lower realms. If somebody is abusing and fighting and things like doing things like that, at this moment he is living in a lower realm. So somebody is having a calm mind and doing good and having metta karuna, the loving kindness towards others, and always trying to satisfy others, to always trying to show the others how to overcome sufferings. They are the people who are living in the heavenly nature, still living in this planet Earth. The mind is a circle of illusion. Yes, there is no permanent thing called as mind. Mind is like a power, electricity power, like a power. That means vibration full of power. So the mind is creating a circle of illusion, ring of illusion. This mind is a eggshell. Actually, this mind is a eggshell. It's trapping everybody in this eggshell. This mind is a fortress wall, you know. When somebody is trapped in a fortress wall, he is unable to come out. So this mind is also a fortress wall, a fortified world. This mind is like the edge of a well. Why we say so? Because the frogs inside the well do not know about outside. So, like that, the chick inside the shell do not know about outside. You are trapped. You're trapped in those thoughts. Trapped between the past memory store. Yes. You know now you have built up a very big past memory. Small children have some kind of past memory, and as big people, they have lived more than 50 years, 40 years, so they should be having a big volume of past memory stores. Now you are a storekeeper in the past memory store. You are trapped in those thoughts. Yes, you are always trapped in those thoughts. When you see somebody coming towards your house, the thoughts are telling you different kinds of stories. So that means you believe those thoughts. Sometimes the mind may say, "Oh, that old man is that old woman is coming. She is very jealousy. She's a jealousy woman and a very cruel woman. She is coming here," like that. Different stories your mind used to say. So you are believing that. Oh yes, at once you are believing and saying, yes, that jealousy woman is coming, because you are trapped in the fortress wall of your mind. A fortified wall, this mind is like the edge of a well. Yes. Why we say so? Because the frog inside the well do not know about outside. Yes. So when you are trapped inside those thoughts and the past memory store, you do not know how to overcome that. As well as the chick inside the shell do not know about outside. You are trapped in those thoughts. Yes, you are trapped in those thoughts because you are running behind the thoughts and thinking the thoughts are true, but no, thoughts are not true. Lord Buddha has said it. all සම්පස්සා කරණං කුසලස්ස උපසම්පදා සතිච්ච පරියෝදපණං එතම් බුද්ධාන් ශාසන. Aryan Vahanse described this in this stanza. Lord Buddha said, all the thoughts are false. So you are trapped in those thoughts, trapped between the past memory store. You did not know that you are trapped between these things. You do not know anything. You think everything you see and every thought appearing is true. No, it's not like this. You are trapped into the mind. Until you are trapped, you cannot come out of that. Yes. So to come out from that trap, you should know what is the trap is, what is the illusion is. To know that, you have to listen to the true Buddhist philosophy. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is revealing again from Lord Buddha's sutras. You will not reach the eternal immortality. Yes, until you come out and redeem from your mind, you will not reach the eternal immortality. You could have sing, eat and drink. Yes, some people are thinking that eating from different places, different hotels, and different 5-star, 3-star, and that kade, this kade, like that, they are always try to taste different food from different places. Actually, it is a shame because they are always doing that. I have personally know both most of the people are trying to taste food from each and every place, and they think that is the biggest ever thing they can do. What a pity. Humanity has come down to that level. We live, we, we have to live, eat for living. That is true. But we are not living on this planet Earth to eat or drink or having pleasure, because this fragile body has given us for a short period of time to only understand realize the ultimate truth to overcome this samsaric journey. By having a fragile body which is aging and which is one day which will be diseased, and it's having different kinds of ailments, still you are trying to go here and there for searching food and eating and dancing and singing, and actually speaking, it's a, actually it is a pity, and it's a very sorrowful situation. So it's not the duty. As human beings, we have a big brain. It's not just for ordering foods from here and there. The brain, if we were given by the nature, is to overcome this suffering. So you are trapped in those thoughts, trapped between the past memory store. Yes, because until you listen to this ultimate truth and practice it, listen to it, and understand it, realize it, until such time, you will not reach to the eternal immortality. Just even thinking of immortality is giving us some kind of freedom, because dying and having a birth again is such a difficult thing, right? So dying is also not easy, no? When this body is dying, it's very easy, very difficult to bear, because suffering, so many people are passing away after suffering very much, and some are lucky to go away with little suffering. So it's not easy to die even. Until such time, if you are not interested to this ultimate truth, you will not be able to reach the eternal immortality. That word is also giving some kind of calmness, serenity to us. You, until such that you could have seen, eat and drink, nothing will happen other than that. You have been fenced in, confined by the people around you. So people around, some people are like this. Some people are controlling others. You should live like this, you should live like this. Inside, even inside a family, the sisters and brothers are still trying to control the elderly sisters and brothers who are married and having children. Even they are coming to, if they are having a big position and if they are having money, they used to come and say, sister, you have to do this, you have to live this way, that way, like that. Some are satisfying in that way. I have seen some people are satisfying themselves by controlling others. That is the that is also a kind of a stupidity. But they are unable to control themselves. They are unable to control their bodies. They are still becoming patients and they are trying to control others. Like that, you have been fenced and confined by the people around you. When is your eyes opening? Yes, you are living in the inner dream by shutting your eyes. You are living like a blind and dying like a blind. Yes. Most of the people in this mundane world are living like a blind and dying like a blind. From the morning till evening, they are telling lies and searching the ills of others and spreading those harsh words all over the internet in different language. Finally, they have not done for their own sake. They are just wasting time about talking about others and screaming for others and trying to control others. So nobody can control another. Yes, because of the pride. If there are 2 or 3 proud people in a family, with relations, that means others are very much helpless because the proud people are always trying to overcome the others and they are trying to show off their self. So that is a kind of a greediness and the hatred mind people they are. So when is your eyes opening? You are seeing the world through others' eyes. You are hearing the world through others' ears. That is not the way of living. Lord Buddha has said we should live like lions, not like foxes. Lions are always alone and they are not stupid also. They know what is happening around them. So, no point of living in this world by shutting your eyes for 100 years. You should live when open with the open eyes, even for some time period is valuable than that because you all are not slaves. Think after listening this, think carefully. You shouldn't be slaves for any kind of religion or any kind of race. You shouldn't be a slave because you are not slaves. Human beings are always independent and they should have the power to think and power to see the world independently. You have no power to understand the truth until you are not ready to see the truth. You must think of that. Some people are just wasting their time on others. Even after 70 years, they are just depending on others, working for others. They are not thinking of themselves. They are just like slaves, slavery, domestic slavery. Most of the human beings on this planet Earth are living like slaves. No, that it should not happen to a human being who is having a good heart and a good brain and intelligent. You are talking about something happening after death. Yes, most of the places, these religious places, most of the religions says to the people that after the death they are going somewhere. Who sees, who can see after death, who is going where? How can you see? There's no way to see. All those are big lies. When you die, you have this same mind. What you are unable to do now, you are unable to do it after death also. Aryan Mahansa is clearly telling, and each and every human being should understand this couple of wordings, what that means. You have this same mind. What you are unable to do now, you are unable to do it after death also. Yes. After death, who knows whether you are in a lower realm or whether you are in the same human realm or whether you are in upper realm, nobody knows. Nobody can see. There's no, people are unable to discover that kind of things. Only the people like Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa was having that ultra power of mind, ultrasonic power of mind can see those things. Abhinyāñāna can see that kind of things, like Lord Buddha and Arahants. This eternal truth is more deeper than what you think. Actually, this eternal truth is not a hard thing to understand. It's a soft thing, but it's very subtle. That is why people are not knowing, because the main reason is more than 1,000 years this ultimate truth was hidden in the society by covered with millions of wrong views. Even with robes, even with robes spreading all these wrong views. So now the true Dhamma is appearing over those wrong views, appearing like a lotus flower blooming in a pond when the sunlight is coming, sunlight rays are coming to the pond, reaching to the pond. Like that, nowadays in this era, the true nature of Dhamma, that means the true ultimate truth is arising like a lotus flower. You may think the rocks, stones can't think. No, they also can feel. Even the trees can feel. Yes, you know about that. These trees can feel the hunger. These trees cannot live without food and water. If there's no water, the trees are shrinking. Otherwise, the tree will be fall into the ground. Yes. We are also the same. If you do not drink water, you will die. Yes, if we do not drink water, what will happen? You are dehydrated because all your nerves and body parts inside the body is shrinking without water. All the cells are damaging. So, if you do not drink water, you will die. If you do not eat, you will die. Without food, you can't live. Your body, flesh, need to repair. Not to repair your body and keep updated, keep maintenance of the body, you need food and water. Same as the tree. Yes, you are just like a tree. You can take a piece of paper and write the similarities between the human body and the tree. What is the difference? How come say you are different? You can't say that you are different from a tree. You and the tree both are the parts of the nature. So you are also like a tree. You cannot understand this. Yes, that is why you are always thinking you are different from the nature. No, you are also the nature. The thinking pattern, because of the thinking pattern, you are not yet connected to the nature. And Aryan Mahan says, showing us the path to connect, connect to the nature and to become the nature, where there is no death or rebirth, and the ultimate bliss is there. You become the wind. Wind is blowing here to there to here. So you are also like the wind. It's uh, very much a sincere thought. That means you can feel that even by saying it, you can feel the wind, the nature. When you become the wind, when you become the nature, you are fully blissful. Because you cannot understand this. You have no power to understand this truth. To align with the phenomena of nature, to adjust oneself according to natural processes, events. That means you will have to listen to this true Dhamma coming through Buddothpado PeoTV and Zoom and YouTube channel 24 hours, and also the wisdom www.wisdomofasia.com. You can very easily understand this ultimate truth, and then you can become the nature. That means to align with the phenomena of nature. You will be able to align with the phenomena of nature, to adjust yourself according to natural processes, events. You are not trusting that. You are not trusting that you are trapped in your past memory. Yes. You think you are living in this present moment. Because most of the gurus, spiritual masters are talking about the present moment. But they do not know, and you do not know. You all are not trusting that. You all are trapped in your past memory, which is belongs to the past. You look at this moment, what is coming into your mind. You can just watch what is coming into your mind, and the word water came into your mind. If it is water, what water means? How this conceptual name water created. In America, no one is calling Vatura, but Sri Lankans asking for Vatura from this past memory. Yes, water is just a word, and when we heard the word Vatura, we know the form of the water created, a fluidity. Fluid. Water is a fluid. And the form, the picture of water has come from our past memory store. It's such a fast vibration in this mind. And when we say Vatura, in Sri Lankans or Sinhalese people can understand Vatura. Vatura means water. So without telling that we are having 2,500 years of history, this and that. So no point of talking about those things without listening to this true, eternal truth and becoming the nature. Otherwise, no point of talking the 2,500 past history or more than that. I think Sri Lankans have a history of more than 10,000, 15,000 years. So no point of talking about those history without understanding, without realizing this, without trying to realize this ultimate truth. The first pair, that means the first part of that ultimate truth is true Buddhist philosophy, Darshana Samapattiya. It gives us the full picture of us, our lives. That means the true full Buddhist philosophy means our full life. It described our full life from birth to death. How the thoughts are creating, how the perceptions are creating, how the mind-based world is creating. Like that. Everything is described in a very clear manner by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. You are not trusting that you are trapped in your past memory, which is belongs to the past. If we have a past memory, that means all those words and forms and things, everything is belongs to past memory. You look at this moment, what is coming into your mind. Yes, different kinds of perceptions are coming. If you are not thinking, even thoughts, different thoughts are, perceptions are coming. Those are coming from that past memory store. So everything that you see and hear are only a past memory coming from that past memory store. Every fraction of a second you live in the past. You cannot come into the present moment. You can experience this, whether you are living in the past or the present, because every fraction of a second you live in the past, because what we see, what we hear, what we feel, what we taste, what we smell, everything is stored, and everything we feel, we feel, we see, we hear, taste and smell, all those are connected with the past memory. And when we see something, suddenly the past memory thought is coming and telling, you are seeing a coconut tree. There are full of king coconuts in that coconut tree, king coconut tree. So like that, different stories are coming through this past memory. So every fraction of a second you live in the past. If you cannot come into the present moment until you cannot come into the present moment until you listen to this true ultimate truth, the ultimate truth and the true Buddhist philosophy. So for today I am stopping this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, our great sage of our time, the most valuable spiritual master on this planet Earth at this moment. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the sufferings of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you and welcome to the Buddothpado English Zoom discussion, which is a main segment of the 24-hour English Buddothpado PeoTV channel. So this discussion runs from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time daily, and this is actually initiated by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, our spiritual teacher, with the aim of sharing this message of Gautama Buddha Sasana with the entire mankind. So everybody who is in need of exploring the true meaning of life, or whether there is a self in this body or the mind, can join this platform and can discuss their issues and clarify their doubts. And there are by now more than 12,000 sermons completed by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. They are freely available in YouTube channels, several YouTube channels, as well as in the www.buddothpado-dhamma.com main website. So, as usual, until our Dhamma friends, Dr. Kokila, Miss Surangika, and Dr. Sakuntala joins, several friends are already here. We can just start the discussion. Miss Champa, Theruvan
Yes,
Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. Dear Sudharma, yes, I would like to ask something. Always Aryan Mahanse is asking in that night sermon, what are the daily experiences they have. So,
Yes.
how did you find out the self? So, can you please describe something about it?
Yeah. Thank you very much for asking that question, Champa. So until others join, we can start the discussion. They must be busy. Maybe joining shortly. We'll be definitely joining the discussion shortly. So yes, Champa, self is the focus of focus of all Dhamma talks and all Zoom discussions, right? So it is actually a journey to discover whether there is really a self. So at the beginning, what Aryan Wahanse actually initially, when he started the Zoom discussions and sermons, he started with uh, බාහිරය දෙයක් නෑ. There is no external world, external reality. Then gradually he showed us that not just external reality, no, at the absence of the external reality, there is no mind, so-called mind also. And then as the third step, he drew our attention to this action mind, the phenomenon of, natural phenomenon of rising of Dr. Kokila has also joined. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai. Yeah, I just started since until you join. So Ms. Champa asked the question why that we give so much importance to the self. Why Aryan Halse always ask from the practitioners or the listeners, have you identified the self, or what is the level of sense of self in all of you? In 7 o'clock Dhamma discussion, always whenever we try to talk, he says, he asks about that. That is the first question. So she's asking how we have understood it and
Yeah, what do you
why
think the
is it
answer
so?
is? Yeah, it's good that you started. Yeah, can you
Yeah,
tell
I
me?
was.
I mean,
Yeah,
my version may be true, maybe not true, but we'll discuss.
yeah,
Can you tell us
yeah,
why
Doctor.
do we
So
need to find out this thing?
this actually, because it is a misconception basically, but until we uh, found this Dhamma, we didn't know that. But just telling it is a misconception, we cannot escape it either. Because even though we say through knowledge that there was never a self, we feel as if we exist. We feel as if we experience all sense faculty experiences. So, realizing that uh, how this self existence feel came, how it occurred to us is very important. So, identify that there is this self existence feel itself is the stepping stone to the path, actually. So that is why I think, because ultimately this self perception, which in a way is augmented, or which is largely uh, enhanced due to the taints, that sansaric vibration that telepathized into the zygote, um, goes on till one attain the arahant state, but it is actually gradually diminishing, basically through wisdom of truth. When we know the story, how we began to feel this self existence feel, or the self perception, and what factors have like augmented this feeling, and then how it developed into self view. So we need to untangle all these knots uh, in order to uh, gradually uh, get rid of that. So that is why it is the focal point in all Dhamma talks and Dhamma discussions, Doctor. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah. So this the problem is mind can say anything. So mind can say at one time, my wound is due to a scratch. Another time, the mind can say my wound is due to a infection, or another time my mind can say my wound might get worse. A lot of time mind can say anything. So what mind
Yes,
says is not that important. So mind now is fully aware that there is no self, right? Mind
yes,
is fully aware that there is no self, but that is not enough. So that is the problem. So the you said about a misconception or misunderstanding about that there is a uh, there is a reason that why we actually felt that there is a self. It's not a joke. I mean, it's actually
Yes.
something you felt. So
So,
when you say, I saw something with my eyes, the my eyes, the my eyes. So eyes are mine, my ears are mine, my tongue is also mine. So this whole thing is done like really mixed together that it's like a wool ball which is really intermingled, like really complex wool ball which you can't find an end, because now we say these are my legs, this is my tongue, I have lost my hearing ability, my back is hurting, and someone come and say, I feel so confused, I feel anxious, I feel sad, I feel lost, I don't know what to do, can you help me? Yeah, there's so many things, right? So even though we say as a like a lesson, if we say there's no self, and if we say all the definite reasons for that, actually someone might really fully understand, yes, actually there can't be someone. Even though I say my heart, my mind, my soul, my spiritual practice, my whatever. Even if you keep saying that, you might fully understand that, yes, there's no mind. But then the reason why we started to believe that there is a self is deeper down there. Deeper down there. When we have an intuition that some person is not good, we can't explain that. We might not be able to explain it fully forever, but still that feel would be there like that. If there is a feel that someone is here, something is happening here, then that what is happening here problem comes. If there is no self, what is here? That question should come properly. Then what do I feel here? That is the problem now we are actually researching about. So we need to actually find out what are we calling this self. If you don't dig into that level, you don't know you. So you don't have a nirvana. You don't have a escape from that, because you haven't found the actual culprit, why you feel alive. Why the amoeba is feeling alive. Amoeba can't do anything about that. Why the baby is feeling alive. Baby can't do anything about that. Why the cow is feeling alive. Even the cow can't do anything. Worm is also feeling alive. Worm can't do anything. But only humans, adult humans, like at least when the mind is fully formed, they can only catch this vibration through understanding, in the sense who can actually, with the vidarshana, with the wisdom, actually can find out what vibration was given this, what power gave this problem. And when the actual like what is it, existence feel is actually, if you fully understand that it's a misunderstanding, a life feel is not there, then only you fully realize a life feel which we thought as continuous, which we why we are fearful of death is because we haven't died before. In the sense, why we feel fearful of death is you haven't actually gone to that level before. Like, go to the level of the vibration and see what happens. So yes, it is very important that that this you find your own reason why there is a life here. The other animals, other beings, even the Brahma or Deva, if they are in wrong view, mithya drishtika, that word, the wrong view, even the Brahma or those vibrations also can't actually identify that this is why we felt that we are alive. And when that is not there, the life wheel is not there, then only we fully realize this, that there was never a self. This is the culprit. And you actually fully realize that is the culprit, and then you understand there was never a self. If at all what was there is the chair. If at all what was there was the stimuli. So when the stimuli is not a thing, in the sense, in deeper level, if it is not felt as a thing, life feel is not there. You know, people say, chair is not a thing to me. That thing is not a thing to me. This thing is not a thing to me. They don't know what they're talking about. This is about
That is about the
the
face
life
value
feel.
of it, isn't it, doctor? That they
Yeah,
say, yeah.
yeah. But actually speaking, it is uh, the feel that we have that something is there. That feel. If you look at the neighbor and you feel like, I know it is not John, but there is someone walking, you know, something like that, you can say. Even that, even the shape of the light is actually a creation. If even that feel that we have that there is something is not true. But if you actually find out that go to the level of the deep level of the chair, then the life feel is not there. Then only you realize, wow, this alive feel, or this all the time that we felt alive, was the reason that the stimuli was felt as a thing. Worm can't do much about it. It is felt as a thing anyway. No understanding, nothing. Can't do. Lost the plot. So they have to wait. But then humans who are in this era can actually listen to Dhamma. Aranwanse is still going around saying this Dhamma and trying to wake up every human being about this, calling everyone, saying what is the reason for this misunderstanding. The reason for the misunderstanding is this alive feel. And that alive feel is there when the stimuli is felt as real. Felt as real in the sense, even the light is felt as a thing. Sound is felt as a thing, still you are there. The taste is felt as thing, you are there. sound, the smell as the thing is you're there. The body consciousness, the basic 4 elements, great 4 elements. If you feel like they are there, you are there. The mind stimuli, that chair, if you feel that is there, also you are there. So if you fully realize that the stimuli is the problem, but you have to realize that this power which is there at this moment, that is why we are saying that I am here. And you have to capture that power, and then you realize, wow, this is the power that made me to feel like that. That is the power of the stimuli. But we thought it is me. That misunderstanding should go. That is the importance of losing the Sakkaya Ditthi or coming to Samadhi is actually an experience. Confirmation is an experience. So if you really get this, then after that, this strength of the stimuli will slowly go down. And when Sabde Sankara is all the stimuli are not a thing, that is an arahant. Is it okay, Karma? Did you?
Yes,
Is it
Doctor,
okay,
very
Champa?
clear. Yeah, she must be busy.
Yeah.
She must hear right from the beginning. And when you said,
Yeah, did you
Doctor, that,
understand?
yeah, very well. And when you said that, Doctor, now how the level of the stimulus becoming true is actually the on the other side of the level of the self, the belief of this notion of self. It's quite
No.
true, and that,
Once the self view is broken, you don't have to think about the self.
right. Okay.
Who cares about the self? That
So,
there's no self, no.
hmm,
But that has
hmm,
to be broken fully with the
broken.
experience. Otherwise,
That is,
it always comes as no. This must be self, and that must be self. That
hmm,
must be self.
hmm,
This must be self.
hmm,
Everything get
hmm,
complicated because you are
hmm,
measuring it with the mind.
That's why there is a lot of emphasis on wisdom of truth or the philosophy, isn't it?
And the
Philosophy,
ability to
yeah.
actually calm down the mind so that you can exit it and see what the power is.
And yeah, as you said, initially we actually we understood it somehow when the message was properly understood. That happened, but still, the everything is a stimuli or everything is a thought was not given that much emphasis. We knew that, but still we felt everything as real. We felt everything as three-dimensional existing, and when we were in that mode, that Dhamma mode, or how shall I say, deeply contemplating or listening, okay, we at that point uh, we feel that okay, everything is uh, stimulus after stimulus, thought after thought, arising and ceasing. But we really, in the day-to-day things, when we are engaging in day-to-day things, everything becomes real unknowingly. And as you say, we felt as if they are there, so with the stroke. But actually, yesterday, Doctor, in one of the discussions, one person, one um, lay person who was talking to Aryan Maharaj was telling, Aryan Maharaj, even I cannot keep company with you, or I cannot associate with you. I only associate with this stimulus called Aryan Maharaj. So Aryan Maharaj really appreciated it and actually said, because that otherwise with certain entities the stimulus is real, with certain entities we say it's just a thought, okay, we didn't get we didn't make it real. So yeah, it happens gradually. It is a natural process. Actually, we feel it to a certain extent, honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
understanding
that
that you have
it,
never actually
yeah.
seen your son,
Mm,
never
mm,
actually have touched your body, never
mm,
have done anything at all, in the sense it is all a creation, is pretty good thing. Actually,
mm,
creation will not stop, right? You have to understand that
yeah.
creation will
Mm,
continue to go. That's why
mm,
දෙයක් නොවන සතුට, දෙයක් නොවන දුක, දෙයක් නොවන ගින්න. Actually, that the whole thing is again after realizing that the self view has to be shattered. Then
sure.
after that you slowly realize, well, light will continue to happen, but you
And
realize that
doctor,
that's not a thing. Yeah,
yeah, and doctor, this දෙයක් නොවන සතුට, the happiness which didn't, I mean, uh, which was not taken for granted, or sadness which was not taken for granted, whatever it is not, I mean, not new, they are not new phenomena, new experiences. Everything was the same, but our angle, our, the way we eh, perceive them only changes, no, doctor, with the broadening of the
yeah.
wisdom or
Even
rising
an
of the wisdom.
arahant,
Yeah.
where the power is zero, they also use the mind. So their
Mm-hmm.
mind can have this mind features, like the light feature is
Mm-hmm.
there, like the sound feature is there, the touch feature is there. All these features are there. The mind has these features of human system,
Thought.
has the features of
Mm.
even animals. They have the uh, happy moments. That is not gone, but that doesn't become a thing. This not becoming a thing is actually a deep level, that it means the happiness, even happiness doesn't matter, sadness doesn't matter, but definitely these some features of this mind are only associated with self. There is, I think, Abhidharma, there is a separate words for that. On
Mm-hmm.
some of the things are only associated with self, like hatred, the ill will, the
Mm-hmm.
worry, the guilt, the jealousy. Um, mm,
They are manifest forms of self, you mean? I mean,
they are only from self.
mm-hmm.
Once the self view is gone, that's why they come down. That's why defilements come down.
Mm-hmm.
Feeling happy or sad is actually is in the mind. It can be a
Yeah.
mind conscious, like mind feature of a mind. But normal feature of mind is not jealousy, not uh, not hatred, not ill will. Ill will. You expect the other person to suffer
Mm-hmm.
or um, to die or whatever. It doesn't matter
Oh,
what, but
mm,
not not wanting the other person to succeed. Things like that.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they're all related to self. Because when the self vibration is not there in an arahant, happiness, sadness will be there, suffering will be there when there is a sickness, but it's not a thing. But these additional things are not there. So that's why arahant might even die early because of that, because there will be a kind of will not look to just, usually we try to safeguard ourselves. That
Mm,
won't come. That may not come.
mm-hmm.
That's why Aranwansi says all the time that to look after, but that is in the later Dhamma. We
Mm,
don't have to worry too much about it, but it is important that message is given so that everyone is fully aware that when the sun is too hot, you don't just stay there. You just the common sense to come inside. Something like that. But we know already that in Lord Buddha's time, how an arahant would just die just to prevent the other person to survive. Something like that. It is
Can
a possibility.
sacrifice their own life, right? To save
It is not a
someone
thing to
else.
them. So they are not actually
Yeah,
sacrificing kind of thing even. They just do whatever they felt like.
They go by
So
the
that's why
feel.
Lord Buddha says, that's why Aradhansi says that Mughlan Hamdruwantavat nae. So that word, why the Mughalantero is not having Mughalantero, so Mughalantero is not actually thinking about I should sacrifice and all that. That's not a thing to that. Whatever felt is done. If he feel like sacrificing, he sacrifice. If he doesn't do that, he doesn't do that. That's how it is.
And
Even Lord Buddha went 3 times now to bring to safeguard his clan, the relatives, and he gave up. And then
prevent war, right? Against.
He couldn't. Then he felt, no, I can't do it anymore, and he gave up. He went and told, be in Dhamma. That's all we can do. And so the whatever felt is done. That's all.
Now today in the morning, I was talking. That 1 hour Dhamma talk was there, and at that time I was outside. Then it started raining, and I never knew that. I stood up and I went inside, went to the veranda. So the body reacted to that, whatever the stimulus or whatever it felt, without the involvement of the mind at that level. So similarly,
Similarly,
when somebody is drowning, the body would, I mean, definitely jump into water to save that person without any thought. It is the action mind. But in our case, to protection side, the body still reacts. But if I saw someone drowning, the body may not jump into the water. So, however, the underneath the self perception is there, that now actually we have some kind of hint of this inner transformation that Aryan Mahansi talks about. That internal transformation is, that even the natural body reaction, the involuntary reaction of the body may also, change depending on the level of transformation. It's clear, isn't it, doctor? Now, it definitely body reacts for us to save, for our protection. Naturally, it is so, but actually, that's what I directly I asked from Marian Mahanse also, that at this level we cannot imagine. Now at least we can imagine. Those days I even couldn't imagine how somebody would jump into water to save another person. So it happens due to this total. The more this ignorance is cleared, the notion of self and belief in the self, as you said, doctor, it is very clear. Now you said this guilt, this craving, all are different forms of self. It's quite true, isn't it, in that sense
Too much
also?
craving, in the sense, you will
Mm.
still like the sunlight in a very cold environment, but it's not like craving as such. If it's not there, it's not there. If it is there, it is good. Mm.
Yeah, that's very clear. The explanation and discussion helps. And actually, at this point, also, what happens is penetrative insight. Every word, every concept, actually, we automatically we see it through the, I mean, deep level. Yeah, hope
Mm.
Champa also got the answer, because that is the only thing that we have to talk about, because Aryan says answer to somebody's question that they know. That guy said so many times I have done. No, even if you have done it 1,000 times, still you have to do it. It is so thick. It is so hard. It's not as easy as you think. Now we see the, I mean, the number of layers this self perception has. Even earlier we thought, I mean, three, when you also said, doctor, 3 layers, but actually it may be billions of layers, no, when we go deeper, the level of self perception.
Yeah, I mean the power crunching. Yeah.
Power, yeah.
Mm. What about the last night one and the today one? Is there anything specific? Did you listen?
So I was unable to listen to them, doctor. Maybe Miss Champa must have listened to them.
Everyone, Saranai, doctor, I
Yeah.
couldn't listen because there's a problem with my phone. It's full of memories, nearing to full, so I have to delete some old small videos, and I couldn't do it up to the
Why
17th.
don't you listen it through the Zoom? You don't have to download.
No. I just I'm at night, doctor. From the morning, I'm listening to Dhamma and translating and doing things like that. No, so by that
Mm.
time, my mind is not grabbing. That means my mind is not
Yeah.
suitable to listen. So I always listen in following day. Up to the 17th, I have listened. So no point listening to Dhamma in the night. I can't. That means can't concentrate. So I am not listening Dhamma after 8. After 7 or 8, I am not listening because no point listening at that time. The following morning is the best time. Then I can clearly understand what it's there. Up to the 17th April, I have listened night.
That's a full backlog. I don't think it is a very big backlog. Yeah, it's okay. You don't
Doctor,
have to listen to each and everyone. Yeah.
if we can talk about, I mean, we have been taking things from here and there, but still it is definitely about the self. But as you also said the other day, if we can talk about uh, the creation of the thought for the benefit of the beginners, the listeners, would be useful, no, doctor? In the morning, when I was taking the example of gecko as the stimulus, actually now, although we say all sensory inputs converge or come together in the second round, now in terms of gecko, nobody would lick a gecko, so the taste wouldn't be there. Whatever the previous perceptions that the system had felt may arise collectively, right? Otherwise, if someone take this technically, I mean, thinking that, oh, I mean, that is the nature of the mind. No, now the composition of the thought should be the sensory inputs of taken from all 5 sense faculties coming together. So it is practically, it may not happen. So if we can talk about the rising of
How
stimulus
did you
and that
tell about the gecko?
gecko doctor. What I did told was that the although the eye perceives
Did you
everything.
hear a sound of gecko? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, no, doctor. I was telling that how we perceive things without the involvement of the mind, that identification does not happen. On the wall, actually, this is Aryan Mahanse's example that I elaborated. The gecko was running on the wall. Beside it, there was a damage on the wall due to somebody trying to fix a nail. There's a damage on the wall, but the eyes catch everything. No, it is within that vision range of vision, but only the gecko was seen. When the gecko was seen, the that damage was not seen. When that damage was seen, the gecko was not seen. Because
That's the
the
focus, right?
mind, yeah, that's the focus. So that's what I was trying to analyze. And they are that when I was talking about the composition of that input, I mean, may not be there, no, sometimes maybe they are if somebody, but it's very strange and unusual. So what I wanted to, I mean, bring to light is, although theoretically we say so, practical in when we take it practically, there may be three or two previous sensory inputs to telepathize in a certain stimulus. So,
So,
however,
so
yeah,
the once the self view is gone,
yeah,
actually, it doesn't really matter whether you see the gecko or whether you see the thing, because you fully realize that self is created only in one thought.
exactly. Now, doctor, in the Dhamma talk, I was trying to explain how the
Focus changes.
stimulus arises, and yeah, the without the mind consciousness, that identification does not happen. And I was taking several examples, like when we hear the sound of the maybe John talking, now popular John talking, I may not hear the sound of the bird, but both, I mean, if the focus is there, we perceive that. So it is definitely the mechanism of the sense faculties that operates or every, I mean, split second. So that's why when it comes to smell also, we say now maybe in the background there is spirit chanting and there are different other sounds. When we hear spirit chanting, we may not hear the sound of the vehicle. So that was the point I was highlighting in the morning today. Actually, it all came up because I happened to listen to a segment of Aryan Mahanse's discussion, because he took the very same example of the gecko running on the wall and ඇණයක් ගහන්න ගිහිල්ලා වලක් හැදිච්ච එක kind of thing in the discussion.
Mm. Yeah. So, anything of the, if we are talking about, I think we yesterday in the last part of the talk, were you there? I can't remember.
No, doctor, yesterday I was unable to join.
Yeah, I
I
actually talked in the last bit. Today Surangika is not there, right? Yeah,
yeah,
today,
both of
yesterday
them are not there. Yeah.
I tried to do in the last minute with the basketball example. I tried to do the and it nicely went. And
Really, I must listen
we
to it.
can actually take another example and try to say, because it's very
I
important.
can share an example. So, it is actually, it reminded me of you also, the perception, because doctors, sometimes I find it really difficult to follow their accent here, because when they use slang, it's really hard. So, another neighbor, uh, she is Kiran. So she was I actually joined halfway through talking to my son about something. The baby was run over by my car. I never knew. Then mother and father were watching, and so on and so forth. So I was staring at this because actually I joined halfway through. So the car park, reference to car park, and so all perceptions that were like a baby has been run over by this lady, and but she was not showing any emotion of killing a kid, but still, then ultimately I had that perception at that time, and that was all. And later, uh, when I was talking to my son, uh, he was telling me. Then I asked actually, what does that baby thing? I didn't really get. It was an iguana. Didn't you hear iguana? So they were talking about iguana baby, whereas I mean through I didn't get it. And then
You
what
thought
didn't
it's
you
a
hear?
human baby.
Human baby, yeah, they were talking, I mean, with that intensity. So that is the perception I had. So it's really beautiful. Mm.
But
It's all creation of the mind, isn't it, doctor? Whatever it is,
yeah,
iguana
but
or
just
baby or.
see how our intent is different when if it
Mm.
is just now we'll take that 3 examples.
Yeah.
Okay, now if the runover was iguana, the reaction is
Value is
different.
less. Yeah.
And if it's a human baby, it is different. If it's like one's own child or a grandchild, it will be very different, isn't it?
Yeah, true.
I have heard so many instances where they reversed their car and the child had been there unknowingly and they have
Yeah.
ran over their own child, right?
True.
See, imagine what the shock would be.
Mm.
But if it's a iguana, yes, I mean, you will be sad, but
Yeah.
it won't be that much. So this is
Yeah.
the difference between the power. But just imagine you, in the sense any one of us can say, Aranhansa, I ran over iguana. I didn't feel anything. You might say, and actually Aranhansa might say, you are a monster. You can't understand this Dhamma if you are a
Yeah.
monster, if you don't
Yes.
feel about anything. Like
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
can be an answer too. Because actually, if you are not there, in the sense, if your power is 0, in the sense, at least if it is reducing, you will start feeling everything. But that doesn't mean that you are overtly worried about that death as such. In the other hand, if you boast about it didn't become a thing, but I did everything, I was kind to the mother iguana and the baby and all that, we can say. But imagine if it was a own grandchild or child, then how much suffering that would be. Like it will be a complete post-traumatic stress disorder kind of thing, because it will be traumatizing the person, because it felt as I killed my own son kind of thing. I killed my grandson like that. So this is the thing, how much power it has is, even when the self view is broken, still this power can be there. So this power, how do we know that the power is coming down? Is by the experiences like this. And you are not going to shout with happiness when the actual that accident happens, but you will be sad. Of course, you will be sad,
Yeah.
but nothing is going to, like, it is not like an internal suffering. That's the thing. I mean, it's difficult to say. You will be sad because you are not like having a party over loss of your child or the grandchild. But this guilt and the worry and all these things, I mean, they might even say, in vain, I should have, you know, I shouldn't have reversed, I should have done something else. They might even say that. But still, the burning can be less so. I mean, if it is a 0, if that should be an arahant, but it will be less. But the thing is, if you are with the self view, you take it as you're doing. You're doing. That's the thing. It's a complete different answer there. Because if the self view is not there, then what matters is how much power it is there with that stimuli. And when we judge by normal little things, Aranhansi says, don't judge by too little stuff, you know, you can't really say. Must give more time. Because we never know sometimes. And of course, there's known sadness also, like there can be sadness. There can be sadness. Even Lord Buddha went to the funeral of Suddhodana, and he also went to see his own child and the wife before. And actually came back with son. And Suddhodana king had to go and tell him, please don't do that. You have to take consent from us. Something like that, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, because
Here
he
I
does
said
whatever he felt. Lord Buddha did whatever he felt as correct thing to do. But then when Suddhodana king came and told him that you shouldn't have done that, we have to actually ask when you're taking children, then he agreed. And it's still a law now. Not a law, it's like a thing now, not a thing. What do you mean?
rule.
Like a rule.
It's a rule.
Ethics kind of thing.
Ethics.
Yeah, it's ethic. So likewise, so whenever there is something like valid, Lord Buddha also listened to that. And when monks were going out in the night for almsgiving, then they got into trouble. Then he said, don't go after this time and finish food after this time. And that was for own good. That's, I think, common sense. There's so much good common sense. Otherwise, all the arahants will be gone from the world, you know. They have to be looked after
Yes,
for
yeah,
them to tell the Dhamma to the world. Yeah.
they will have to face a lot of problems when they walk in streets, and people will accuse. No, to prevent that, only he impose those rules and
And it will
kind
be
of
good for the body
ethics.
also,
Yeah.
because humans eat too much now. Usually eat too much. That's not that much needed. So creation of the mind is need to be fully understood to understand how this burning is the burning or the power behind this mind is the one we are going to catch. But when we go to catch it, we actually like we have to kind of realize how it is felt, because all 5 sensory organs and the mind sensor has to be understood. So the mind sensor is important, but other sensors are also similarly important. So the light sensor, the sound sensor, light sensor, actually that light consciousness is also felt as something. That is felt as something that's why it gives the idea that something, a change is happening here. That's why this idea of self is there.
Yeah.
If there is no change in this side, you can't call that there is a self. Because there is a change here, we call that there is someone here. Actually speaking, just imagine if we were in Amazon forest and there is a tribe, they have never seen a we'll say a drone. They have never seen a drone. So suddenly there is a drone and they might think it's an animal.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the perception.
Because it is
isn't it?
moving. So any moving organism, any moving object, entity may be mistakenly thought because it has kind of legs. The drone kind of has something. And if it actually was covered by something which is looking like an animal, it is very easily. Usually drones are very mechanical. But still, what I'm saying is, if something is moving by on its own, it looks like that it has some GV sabahaya. What do you call it? Alive feeling. Alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, alive. So this is again with any animal. We feel that that's alive. And same thing here. That we feel alive. But this alive feel will never go away. Actually, an arahant is also having the sensory work. All the sensory organs are working in an arahant. But this additional power is not there because of the misunderstanding is gone and the stimuli are not a thing anymore. But the sensory functions are there. Mind will form as before. Eyes will be functioning if the person is not blind. If the ears are not deaf, the ears will be functioning. So every organ is working as normal. So basically, actually, the alive thing is working, but that misunderstanding is not there. And the additional power is also zero. That is an arahant. Just because someone fully understands this Dhamma doesn't mean that there is an arahant. So the power should come to zero. That is why it takes a long time. And yeah, it is a beautiful Dhamma. So the formation of the actual imagine that now actually a drone came. Now drone becomes a thing immediately because we have never seen a drone and it comes, wow, what is that and what is that doing? Are they doing a video of us or are they having a surveillance on us? Or, is that like a CCTV camera? Are they watching us? Are they watching us alive? What are they doing? And all that would be there. Even an arahant might get the idea that someone is doing that.
But may not
burning will not be there. But when we see that, we have a complete burning, erratic mode, panic mode, everything is there.
We would feel insecure. if we are, yeah,
Yeah,
that is the life field. Yeah, that is the.
that is like the self vibration.
That's why Aryan says bottom line, doctor, always, if you are still fear of death, don't talk
Yes,
about
yes, yeah, yeah, that is the thing. So, yeah, if an arahant see the drone and he will not worry. He
fear of
doesn't
death
actually
is
care,
his, yeah.
not there. And fear of being televised or
Mm.
fear of being in trouble is not there. Just imagine we have so much insecurities.
Mm.
I mean, specifically having the idea that we are females and
Mm.
so there are so many ideas that are true,
Mm.
but you will act as someone like that just because you are understanding dhamma. You are not going to act as a different one. That's not the
Mm.
point. But this
Mm.
actually we have concerns about, even others. We have that idea. No, if she is a woman, she has to act like this. If he is a man, he has to act like this.
Mm.
uh, if he is a
That.
boy should be a boy should not be a girl.
Mm.
Boy should live with a
Stereotypical.
girl. Boy can't marry a boy. There's so many things in the world. If we talk about that, everything is a
Mm.
thing. Whole world is changing. The actual everyone talks about the accepting everything, but the only thing that they can't accept is there is no self.
Self, yeah. They get really
They can
confused here. Yeah.
accept everything else
Hmm.
because
They
they
will
talk
never
about
accept.
yeah, they talk about accepting diversity. They talk about accepting uh, diverse populations with
Hmm.
different sexual interest and all that.
Hmm.
They would say, but still, if someone says there's no self, everyone is like shaking and no, no, no. Why are they saying that?
Hmm.
This must be an imagination. Everything comes up. Even Lord Buddha said that. But Lord Buddha's Dhamma also now used as like just for like religion
Actually,
only.
the
Yeah,
belief
religion.
systems also change now, Doctor. Now today, the Kiran with whom I had the chat was telling me now in here, women are not into marriages. They cannot tolerate male chauvinism, domestic violence anymore. So she was like talking about that. I don't know. There is it's a kind of a wave like thing, women emancipation, kind of.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Mm. Mm.
Not Gen, what is it, Gen
Gen Z.
Alpha? No,
Mm.
it's past Gen Z
Mm.
now.
Yeah.
I don't know, I
Alpha.
can't remember now. But whatever the latest
Excellent.
generations,
Mm.
uh, they are kind of more into not suffering.
Yeah. Independence. They respect independence.
They respect independence also, but
Mm.
there's a big self then.
Yeah, big self. On the other hand, as a woman, the identity, yeah, that's
Yeah, the it's not a free mind as such,
mm,
but kind of accepting the diversity. That's what I'm saying.
mm,
They're
mm,
accepting the diversity. They are accepting that okay, if someone wants a child, they can have a child. If they don't want the child, okay, don't have the child. Like
mm,
I mean, olden days, parents used to press too much to the children, but nowadays, parent also might retreat. Okay, if you want to have a child, you have it. If you
Mm.
don't want to
Mm.
have, it's okay with me.
Mm. Mm.
Chaos kind of thing, you know.
Mm.
It is the attitude coming up. But if there is a baby, they will be happy. But the self-view is ingrained. Whatever the attitude change, self-view is definitely 100% there.
Mm.
Everything is happening to me. Now, you know, imagine the diversity, everything is there, but still so many people are depressed. So many people are
Yeah.
anxious.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
many people are stressed for nothing.
Mm. Mm.
And a lot of these conditions, their mind is working so fast, they can't even sleep and they can't relax. They don't know anything. They are like ready to crush their head on a wall, just like that. So irritated, so stressed, so angry with themselves, not able to relax. Because also they have targets, even they accept all the diversities and all that. Still, one might say, I will go around Australia and I will not, I will just, there are people like that. They just buy a caravan and keep going around Australia.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. She does. This lady also does.
They
Yeah.
also have that kind of relaxation, but still there's so much self-view. So everything is happening to them. And
no, they have no idea whatsoever about self or that kind of them. I don't know. They
they
are
don't.
not into. They are not that open-minded either. No, it is. I mean, we cannot share this with them. Some of them, of course, at least would make an effort. Spirituality is not this for them. They talk about spirituality, but non-self thing is far, far away from them. Yeah.
Even the spirituality, I don't know. A lot of people are like
just being good.
Doesn't like
That's it.
spirituality because spirituality in their world is
Just being good.
actually just being good, as well as they feel like a trap. Because younger generation, they don't like going to church. They don't like going to any, even if it is a temple or even if it's a kovil or whatever. Younger generation may not like going there because they might feel like they are nowhere now. They know that God is not true. In their deep in their mind, they know it can't be true, but still they don't know what to do. So they are nowhere. They don't have the satisfaction of the older generation where they were like saying all the bad things they did, they told to the God and they were happy. But now they can't even do that. So they
The
are very,
temporary
very
relaxation is also not
is
there
also
now.
not there. Yeah.
But they will, if they come across a philosophy like this, they would definitely get into
If
that.
they realize that there is suffering, some people actually that's why the COVID time the whole world was shaken, because usually or any people here, specifically in Australia and the countries, European countries, and that if they feel unwell, if they feel jittery, they will just put kind of take a holiday and just go around, and they calm down and they come back, and then if they feel jittery again or agitated or anxious or anything, they just go away again. But all these things stopped when they got COVID, the COVID time. So then people got really into spirituality because they couldn't move. They couldn't escape. There's a lot of escape phenomena in these countries, not in Asian countries. Asian countries, this escape is less.
less and they just suffer and they tolerate. Their endurance is at a higher level than these people anyway. I also realized that. For even minute reasons, they make decisions like in terms of now separation from partners whatsoever. They won't, I mean, suffer. I mean, they would not take, I mean, them willingly, right? They would choose to uh, leave them easily. But in Sri Lanka, due to cultural, socio, all those factors, they would stay anyway together, no, with all
Mm.
the suffering. So that's
Yeah, but the life feel or the life feel is unique to all the beings.
mm,
Not if uh, there's a live being, this problem, the suffering is there in any form. But the only value about being a human is this is the only time that you can capture this vibration. Mm. And to know that the self view is wrong. But that is a uniqueness about being an animal, not being an animal, being a human. So we invite all the humans here. If you have any kind of suffering and you are wondering what is happening here, and even if you have achieved everything, even a billionaire, and you don't have specific suffering, but you're wondering why you are not happy. And if there is a person who has achieved everything, whatever to the level that you wanted, and to see that you are not still happy, and even a person who has suffered the whole life, and to see that the dreaming about the next world or next whatever the next day or future, that idea how this has happened and whether the future is actually a future, past was actually a past, and who am I question. These are very beautiful things, that would divert someone to the spirituality or the finding the truth. Because being good was the spirituality in the past, maybe past
being
era,
genuine.
that was being good was the best thing. But now it is coming to a level to say that samadhi or the right view is the most important thing. That understanding the science, that what is happening here and what is this power, which is going to give you the
Feeling as if you are there.
the cessation of suffering. Whether anyone can do the research and see. You can come and see. That's all we can say. We can't do it for you. We are not magicians. We are just telling a philosophy where you can find it yourself.
The
But
trickiest
this
thing
is
is,
actually understanding how the magic works, the mind magic.
that is what doctor I was going to say. Like, trickiest thing is understanding that mind doesn't exist as a permanent entity. Like, that is the big myth that we used to believe, right? Body and the mind, they were introduced as two major components of the self. And so,
my body, my soul, my
yeah,
mind.
yeah.
And still we
And
didn't question who is my.
yeah, how many times we have accused the mind for not being able to recollect something. Oh, my mind, I can't recollect. It was in my mind. I knew that. So that that was a very, I mean, very strong belief that we had, that everything is in the mind. We thought that whatever we memorize, whatever we study gets
No,
stored
but
in the
we
mind.
still say, I
Yeah,
knew my mind was wrong. We say that.
yeah,
So
yeah,
that
that's
my
it.
mind is a thing that we use. Then who am
Mm,
I? If
yeah.
I say my mind, mage hita,
Hmm.
mm, they say no in songs also that my mind is not
Yeah.
listening to me.
Hmm. Hmm. Mage හිත හිරි වැටිලා වෙනවා takes all these examples.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then
I don't know how we find time to listen to
whose
all the
mind is
songs.
that?
Hmm.
Yeah, actually, yeah. And
Even the
understanding this is the beauty, isn't it?
true.
We keep saying things, my mind, my
Yeah.
leg, my even my emotions. So
And
that
when
is why
we
Aranwansa is saying the Champa's question, who am I? You have to do that research and see to which
and
part that we have talked that I am there.
mm, and after when we first came to know that mind is not existing, it just arises and ceases. Actually, we felt so desperate, like what we have been doing all this time, kind of. I mean, feeling arose at that moment. I mean,
That is
that
against
it,
self.
it yeah, true. That disappointment. Oh my God.
Disappointment, yeah.
Yeah.
That disappointment will also go away.
Mm.
In the beginning, there is a disappointment, but it will go
Mm.
away.
Mm.
Actually, it will be a relaxation
Yeah,
because
then the relaxation develops, I mean, with that. So we
mm,
come to a level, I mean, so desperate, useless, what have we been trying all this time, so on. So those feelings also, as you say, that's exactly that happens, doctor. Anybody, as you made this open invitation, if someone fortunate joins this, and actually this is not marketing, no, RN never just market anything, would shout it out, but out of with good
mm,
intentions, I mean, as a responsibility that we are doing this. So definitely it would be self-evident to anyone who steps into this path.
yeah.
And
Mm,
however much, how much in any other platform. I mean, there are lots of, as yesterday or day before you were telling, regimental things, like there are well-known monks with lot of followers around. Like they are, I mean, that's the reality. No, they are there. But in any forum, any such regiment, we never saw people pushing each other towards Nibbana like this. No, whoever listens to Aryan's Dhamma, the beauty is they take up it willingly to push others towards that. That's what you all are doing, no, doctor. That's really beautiful, no. And Aryan never ask someone to, okay, you do this, you have to. Uh, I mean, doesn't force anything on others. So it becomes nature that naturally now, if there, whenever there is a possibility, whenever there is room for us to join a Zoom discussion, we cannot like uh, avoid it. We
mm.
feel that it's the response. So it's also so beautiful. No, so I don't know how it happens, even,
I
doctor.
think so
Now
because it is very
sometimes,
difficult. to go
Yeah.
from place to place, especially for us.
Mm.
It's very difficult for, but this time, the internet time,
Mm.
the not like Lord Buddha's time where one
Mm.
has to go.
Miles
Actually,
and
this may be
miles.
the
Yeah.
best way. Actually, in the you know
In this
the
setup, no doctor. Yeah, in the
yeah,
model. Mm.
because the face-to-face ones are good. If there is a commotion and actually if everyone like starts to seek about it, and then like we did, we randomly heard Aranwansi's Dhamma, and I remember the first day I gave a call to Aranwansi, I was like so shaken, but still I managed to talk. But
Mm.
likewise, there's a possibility, you know. There's always a possibility. The wider, we can't do a propaganda kind of thing, as you said. What we can do is release this to the environment and just see. That's all we can say. We can do. Because actually, I think one thing is it is kind of improving Dhamma here as well, like in ourselves. When we try to say Dhamma, even today morning when I was trying to say something, suddenly I stopped somewhere and I'm like, yeah, that's completely new thing that I was saying, and I realized where is it coming from, and then some stuff that that Aranwansi must have said those things, you know, but we don't get everything what he says at one go. So
That's why
it
Aryan
is
says
opening
no.
up.
Yeah, you are not telling. It is coming like thing he says no. Automatically when even Aryan says not. Uh, he is not delivering anything with the self perspective. It as a natural process due to his abhijnana, he is getting that flow and he disclosing. So
Yeah, so when we are talking to someone in English medium, we can't talk much about those things, and we have to talk really in a different angle. So it is difficult juggling between the Asian country culture and the Western culture. Western
yeah,
culture, it's a very open culture where people will not like to be like told things. So if they are asked, only we can say, because they don't like being told. So actually, the Asian countries like Sri Lanka have the best ability to get something like this, because it has the tendency also. Buddhism is a tendency there. So if someone tells you, do you know what Lord Buddha said? They will stop and listen. They will just like suddenly they will stop. If you as soon as they hear the word Lord Buddha said this, they will stop and listen. And there may be one or two who does that here also. We never know. We never know, because I have had some people saying that they don't like some other religions because they force you to become fearful. But I don't really say anything to these things, because they don't want to be fearful, means they don't want to listen to even there's no self thing, because they don't want to hear that either, because they don't want to feel the fear. So they want to just feel like no one is watching me there. Because usually if you trust that there is a God is watching you, right? That's how they be good, right? So, but
Yeah. Yeah.
God will actually give you the permission, or God will
Reward you for that.
reward you
I
and
mean,
samawa deno. How do you say that?
yeah, forgive you for your
Forgive you. So the God will
yeah.
forgive you for your bad doings. So,
Mm.
but if someone says, no, 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 I don't want to be fearful under him, then that means it's a much higher ego even, you know.
Mm. Mm.
So the ego, when the ego goes up and up and up, it's very difficult to touch. Sometimes it's untouchable ego. So
Individual freedom is again a different form of ego. Yeah, because
being open-minded is different.
mm.
You know, some people are there, actually young adults. They will do research about everything, and they are
Mm.
open. They will do
Mm.
research about the Christianity. They will do research about the Islamism. They will do research about Buddhism. Yeah, that kind of thing.
Mm. Mm.
So they are open if they go somewhere and start learning, because there's even Buddhist classes in some.
Mm.
There are
Mm.
universities also
Mm.
abroad where they talk about
Mm.
the Buddhist culture,
Philosophy,
Buddhist
culture,
philosophy. Yeah, even
philosophy that, yeah, doctor, but that should be what is freely available in Sri Lanka also, no? The Tripitaka, that with the self-view, the theory, Abhidharma, that is
Sri
the
Lanka is
philosophy.
different, because Sri Lanka is
Oh,
Hinayana side now, like Theravada.
mm.
So Sri
Right,
Lanka
right,
is slightly different, but I'm talking about
right.
this now
Ah,
in this country, in Australia mainly. The massive amount is not Theravada, the other side, the Mahayana.
Mahayana.
There are a lot of
Oh,
Vietnamese, Taiwan,
mm.
um, even some Chinese, some. So there are a lot of people, but they are their Buddhism is also different.
Uh-huh. Not the branch of Buddhism.
They look into Buddhism as like something to be cherished, like the other. So they have like functions. They
Mm-hmm.
come there to be happy.
Mm-hmm.
They go away. There's no kind of
More spirit.
no insight meditation. It's just being happy, kind of do a function. They will all come there.
Mm-hmm.
They are very good people.
Like celebrations, like Vesak
Yeah,
Kasam,
yeah,
like that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They are very good people.
Mm.
So they will do the celebrations. They will. They are really happy. But the thing
Mm.
is, nothing about the insight meditation. Nothing about no self. There are a lot of. If you know, there are temples. There are Buddhist temples from Sri Lanka, but every other temple usually is from other countries. All there are several Buddhas and different attitudes, but still it gives so much calmness. If you go to such a temple, you can see so calm and beautiful, and serenity is there.
Mm.
Only thing that is lacking is the
This penetrative
truth.
insight.
Yeah,
Truth. Yeah.
truth is not there, but everything else is there.
Yeah. They find it scary to hear this no self thing actually. We shouldn't tell them because they think no self is the end of all happiness. This
Yeah,
beautiful life. Yeah, that's it. They
Yeah,
cannot even at
that's the
least
thing
imagine.
Aranansi is actually
Hmm.
attacking.
Hmm.
Aranansi is actually attacking that misconception that its
Hmm.
cessation of suffering means actually the other way around.
It's, yeah, perfect bliss, but they cannot think about happiness without the self.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's interesting, isn't it?
Hmm.
What's the use of a
Definitely.
happiness without self, they might ask.
Self, yeah, they might ask. That's why John gave me the surname also. I can't remember. I'm so and so. Well, yeah. Then he didn't show any interest. I just withdrew. But he has been to Temple of Truth. He was talking to me a lot about those temples, and he was keen. That's why I actually wanted to talk to him.
No, whenever
Mm,
even a foreigner goes to a temple, they feel that
mm,
uh, calmness.
mm.
Everyone like that.
True. Yeah.
Everyone likes that.
Actually, that is then again the telepathization, no, doctor.
Yeah.
Whoever goes there telepathizing to that. Yeah, beautiful.
So if they get close to that, then they might listen.
Mm.
Then there's a possibility. But otherwise,
Mm.
because randomly,
Doctor, what
I
is
have
the best sermon if to share with them? Like where they can understand now, like
I think
simplest
just give
sermon.
the wisdom of Asia thing. Wisdom of Asia link.
Wisdom of Asia. Yeah.
It is interesting actually. This the ways and means to uh, incorporate this into anyone. It's very difficult here.
Very difficult, doctor. I think the people actually, some people from the West, they give up everything and they look for truth, and they
Then it is
even,
okay.
yeah, they come to a certain level. Uh, as you said, when they realize that happiness is not there with the money, with education. I mean, when those who are at the peak level, then they begin to look for the super happiness, for this perfect tranquility. Then they, when they choose it, of course, okay. Otherwise, for someone who has no any idea of this suffering that we refer to in Buddhist philosophy, it's a bit difficult.
Mhm.
They, although they suffer, they don't know that it's suffering. At least mundane world suffering is a normal thing for them. No, they say it's that's life. That's it. That's, they cut short life. It's not a big problem for them. They have quite accepted it as it is.
Yeah,
Mm.
because this sensation, any
Mm.
being likes the sensation because that gives you the life here. There's the next one,
Mm.
next one, next one, next one that
Next
even the worm
one.
wants to live.
Mm.
That is the way. Because the life wheel is taken for granted. Like if you don't have the life wheel, you feel like that is the near death experience kind of thing that you get scared that you might die. Yeah. Then no one even wants to hear about it.
They are so much into satisfying their senses. Now Kiran told me there's a guy who has been diagnosed of cancer, but he doesn't want to go doesn't want to undergo the surgery uh, just because he has to give up smoking and drinking. So he has chosen to die. I mean, not doing surgery means definitely his life will be shorter. So that is his decision, she said. That is not in this neighborhood, someone whom she knows. So they are so much, I don't know whether it's addiction or what, but so much into satisfying the sense faculties. Like,
Anything else? Anyone can add something? We are keep talking because also Champa, I don't know whether she is free, but she can also join.
Yes, doctor, I'm listening, but all the time I'm thinking of this when our Lord Buddha was there. So he gave different kinds of contemplations for each and every person, no, doctor?
Yeah.
So if we have that kind of things through Aryan Mahansi, this
So you
journey.
can see him and ask him, or you can call Zoom and ask him as well in Sinhala meeting.
I asked once, he said about 6 months ago, I think. He then said to understand the light and the sound, how the light is, a light rays are occurring.
How does the light occur?
Aryan Mahanse said.
Not Aryan Mahanse said.
Yes, actually there's not the science way. It's a big difference from the science way we were when we.
No, I'm not asking about the science way anyway. I never asked about the science way from anyone in this Zoom. I'm asking.
Yes.
Don't say Aryan Mahanse says.
Yes.
Because what do you feel about the light?
Yes, that means the fast vibration of light rays, and it comes to comes to our eyes and the lens.
What comes to the eyes?
The fast vibration of light rays.
No, nothing comes to the eye.
That is also that the way you are telling the other day, I think, the synchronization. Is that the way?
Yeah, but first your eye should function. Otherwise, there's no synchronization.
Yes, that is why, doctor, there's a small problem.
But you started from light coming from somewhere. So stop that and start again.
No, not the light coming, doctor. That means
yeah, start again. Yeah, start
Yeah.
from the beginning.
Yes, that means when the light rays are vibrating outside.
No, start from the beginning. What is the beginning?
That means our eye lenses are vibrating and synchronization.
Don't even say eye lenses. Eye, actually, this muscular eye doesn't have anything to do with this. It has something to do with that. Just say the eye. It doesn't matter what part of it. We don't need all that science to understand. Even the someone who doesn't have much idea about all these scientific aspect can understand Dhamma. So yes, eye is functioning. Just imagine it's a 6-year-old. Sorry, six. Maybe put like maybe 6 months old. Eye is functioning. So what?
Some kind of that means shining light thing is occurring on the eye. Shining is occurring due to vibration of light rays. So that is
I don't know whether you will be able to tell that in Sinhala. You are making it bit complicated.
yes, it's
So
bit complicated, doctor. That is what I am thinking. And I think I
so
haven't.
for 6 months, you have taken 6 months and you're still struggling to say that now. Because 6 months ago, Aran Hansa said he gave a task to you.
Yes.
So the
then-
obedient Champa,
Yes.
obedient Champa is now after 6 months still struggling to say how the light is formed.
No, you know, that day he asked me to say that. So I said, Aryan answer the white.
Don't say the wrong thing again. Don't say the wrong thing again.
I
Say the
said
correct
it
thing.
wrong way. I said it the wrong way. So he said,
Don't repeat the wrong things because that is very bad.
yes, outside there are only vibrations. And
Don't worry about the outside. Yeah, okay.
the synchronization is happening on the eye, and due to that, the light is occurring inside the eyes, and we are seeing through the light occurring.
Now, Champa, I have to keep bothering you now because the way you talk is really disaster because, you know, when you talk, it feels as even the eye is there.
Yes, that is true, doctor.
When you try to say this, you know, the eye ඇස පහළ වෙන්නේ ආලෝකය පහළ වෙද්දී ඇස there is no different eye.
Yes.
So be careful. So just try to
I think
see whether you can feel my thing now. I will say something, just feel whether you can feel it now.
Yes.
Forget about everything.
Right.
So when your eye function, the light is there. The eye function, the light, and everything is one thing. That is a spark. There is no separate eye.
Right.
How you know that there is eye is because there's that spark. There's only one spark there.
Right.
There's no multiple things. When there is eye consciousness only, someone can say that there is a light even.
Yes.
How do we know otherwise that there is light? When there is light perception, we say, I worked as a වැඩ කළා. Otherwise, how do we know that whether I was there? Just imagine you are blind.
Yes.
So just blind, nothing.
Yes.
So how do we know that the eye is functioning is because there is light. So the light and the eye, they are all one thing. Perapasunovi. There is nothing like eye is there, then the light comes, then this happens, this happens, this happens. No, there is no sequence like that.
It's wrong. Yes.
So when the light is there, that is the same time that the eye is there.
Both are at once occurring. Yes.
In the sense, there's nothing happening. So the eye vibration is there. That is what is even the words we use is not relevant. Just you have to understand this. Whatever we say is not true. Okay, we are trying to say something to give you an understanding that I is actually not there. But to say not there in the sense it is functioning, but actually there's nothing in that. So when you feel light, that is the same thing as the I. That is the same thing as the I consciousness. The I consciousness is felt as a thing because of the speed of the I,
Yes.
speed of light, basically.
Yes.
Speed of light means speed of the I. There's no difference as such. Because if the I doesn't work, there's no light. So don't start from saying, the light is coming and it is synchronizing the eyes. You are telling something, focusing that they are there. It is like a child saying, tree is here, Mecca is there. Now both are living. The tree is also there, Mecca is also there.
Yes.
So both are there. So
Now
the
only I
way
am
you
getting.
talk about that,
Yes,
it
now
seems like even the eye is there, the light is also there, this synchronization is also there, everything is there, then you are there.
It's just a vibration happening all the time.
Even that word is not true, but to understand this, you can keep saying that. You know that when we say something, this is to just understand that this, until you die, if your cataracts are not that bad, you will see something, right? You will
Yes.
see at least the shadow effect. What I'm trying to say is, if the eye organ works, that means the light is the same thing. Eye works means the light is the same thing. Eye consciousness, it is the same thing. But this is felt as a thing because of the speed of this eye function, or the speed of the light. Light is not different to eye function. Eye function is the same as the light. They are not two different things.
Right. Now only I
So
got.
when you die, if you are thinking about a robe, you are already kava. What is kava, Sudharma? I don't know. The kava, the moth. You are the moth.
Moth.
Is it the moth?
Moth. Yeah, moth.
Yeah. So just imagine now, if the way you talk, you are like you are running to the moth. No, you're not like that. Is not how it works. There's no like, this is synchronizing means, this is what the Nobel Prize was given. Even kalpas away, even not kalpas away, they said something else. Whatever the distance, if something is happening at that place and this is happening this place and the synchronization happens, you can't say that that is there, this is here. It's the same thing.
Yes, there's no gap. Yes.
There's no gap. That's what I'm saying. The way you told, the Mecca is also there, tree is also there.
Actually,
So the
doctor,
way you tell, the eye is there, the light is there, something is happening, there is some product and the product is also there.
I didn't get it up to now. Now only I am understanding it clearly. Thank you very much, doctor.
You all don't
Yeah.
talk. That's the thing. You all don't talk. Should talk actually, because the little things these are not even big things. But if Aranhanse said your task is to understand the light, you have to understand the light. Then actually, what is there? What is until your eyes function? The light. Some we can talk about a light. But what we are understanding here is why we feel that light as something is because of the speed of the eye. Speed of the light. This is same. Speed of the light is equal to speed of eye because they are same. So when you see something,
Yes.
we definitely know it is not the tree now. because Aranwanse has told it so many times. It is ingrained now. We know it is not the tree, but you might see a shadow, not the shadow, the shape of the light.
Yes.
Even that shape of light is not true. It is in this. It is actually, it is manifested as like that, but it
Yes.
is the speed of the eye only.
Yes. The
And the
next
life,
not there. Yes.
the why we feel that the light is there is because of the speed. If the speed wasn't there, you can't get a shape of light. It is like the lightning. It is like the bomber.
Yes.
But if you
Lightning.
keep thinking that something came from outside, you will never understand this Dhamma, because everything is happening here. Now, just imagine you are an amoeba.
Yes.
Okay, amoeba is different. No, Suranka is not here today. So I can talk about the amoeba. Amoeba feels something, right?
Yeah.
Feels something because of the synchronization with the, we can say it is outside, but actually what is happening there is the speed of that
Vibrate.
vibration,
Body.
speed of that body
Body.
sensation, because it's only one cell, but still even that speed is felt as a life field.
That means, doctors, all our six sense faculties are acting in the same way, no? So there's
Yes,
nothing.
touch is the same thing.
Yes. Nothing outside, nothing inside. Vibration only. Just a
Vibration
vibration.
only. Yeah.
Taste, smell, touch, hearing, and seeing, all are like that.
You have to experience this. That is the challenge.
It's like two in one explanation, because with that you get rid of this duality also. That's
Yeah.
beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, this duality should vanish in an experience
Yeah.
for you to actually to accept this. Otherwise you can't really you kind of understand this, but to accept this fully without doubts, you have to actually feel it in some way or another.
Yes. True.
Now, yesterday I took the example of basketball. I was trying to say how the basketball is born in a child's mind, because you have to go back to the past to see how the basketball was formed.
Yes.
So when you go back to the child's mind, this is that going back thing is in the Lord Buddha's jnana.
Yes.
Go back and see the first time you were given a basketball, someone has to say, see, this is a basketball. And then you touch it and you see the orange color and all that, bounciness, everything.
Yes.
But if you actually understand that the basketball is basketball is a thought, you might realize that when you listen to Aranwanse's Dhamma. But then when you touch it, you are like, I know this is not a basketball, but I feel something. There is that feel.
Yes. That means everything is in one vibration.
Yes, then otherwise you don't get this properly.
Yes.
If you keep thinking that, okay, my hand vibrated and the basketball vibrated and that's why I felt it. No, it's the same thing. That is the synchronicity, value of the synchronicity.
Yes.
Samanantara.
Yes.
Anantara is a different word. Anantara also Aranwanse describes. But Samanantara is this one. Anantara is, it's not anywhere. Yeah, it's a beautiful Dhamma. So I think, see, this whole thing, we have to keep questioning. If you have doubts, then only, I mean, if I can't, I can say, better ask Aran Wahanse. But these things are initial things.
Yes.
In
No, I
Satyajnana,
clearly grabbed it. That is why. So that is why now I can feel it. I can feel it, doctor. Yes. Everything. That means there is only one vibration every time. No, doctor?
yes.
Hmm.
Now go back to the color layer, in the sense the zygote,
Yes.
then you will understand that is that same vibration, one single vibration.
Yes. Yes.
That's what he's trying to tell you to find out. In the sense, you can feel it with the chair. You don't have to go back to your childhood. You can feel it with the chair, because the chair has all these levels. Or touching a basketball, you can understand them.
Yes. It's easy to think about mother. My mother is not living now, but I can remember when she comes near me, I can feel her smell and her love and her voice and the shape and everything, the full package.
Yeah, that is mind sensor. But
Yes,
Aranvanse told you to understand the direct light.
direct light.
Naked eye experience. If you feel that it is there, then you can't understand this Dhamma.
Yes,
Do you get the point?
yes.
Yeah.
That means there's no difference outside, inside, no story like that, just one vibration.
That is, the power of that vibration should go down. Once your self view is gone, this power of that vibration goes down. That's all.
Yes.
Right?
But in most of these, that means this Zoom discussions, this is not clearly spoken. That is why.
No, Aranvanse says this. Otherwise, how do I know?
Mm,
Aranvanse says this.
yes. But nowadays I didn't hear it very clearly. That is why. Oh,
That
it's
is in Satyajnana. Yeah, okay, yeah. We'll talk about tomorrow as well.
right.
Thank you so much, Dhamma friends, and thank you, Aranvanse, for your guidance.
Therwan Saranai.
We'll discuss again
Saranai.
tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Therwan Saranai. Therwan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Dhamma friends.
Topics that we were talking yesterday. We were discussing about an experience of a lady who talked in one of the other Zoom discussions. So we talked on that topic about how the sensor functions will create something as a thought, and then according to that thought, when the thought is not seen as a mental construct, and when the thought is taken as really existing, and that is what is called the ignorance, where we go along the wrong track. So that is how the world is created. Now we know that every living being has this problem where it's a sensor function which creates something. depending on the type of the sensors formed and depending on the number of sensors and the nature of the sensors, different worlds are created to different living beings. So the animals will have completely different creation, whereas the human beings will have another set of creations, and it can vary from human being to human being also. There could be some little differences. So all this time before we heard this Dhamma, we were projecting everything to the outside world. We thought that the light rays are coming from outside and the sound waves are coming from outside, and the other sensations also. We thought everything is from outside, and then with the help of the sensors, we feel them, we experience them, and then for those stimuli which were experienced were taken as really existing, and then there was defilements which followed, where there was clinging or aversion, likes, dislikes, hatreds, or desires, all sorts of things followed. Now we know that the camera has to be turned inwards, because now we have realized with this Buddothpado teachings that everything is a creation of at the sensor level. This is actually what Lord Buddha mentioned 2600 years ago. And most of those facts, actually, though they were mentioned in Pali stanzas very clearly, the interpretation was a problem. Interpretation was not correct, or some of them actually were mixed with the teachings from the other religions, particularly from the Hinduism. So the pure Buddhism actually went underground, I would say. It was hiding, and only some parts were mentioned in most of the sermons that we hear nowadays. But there was a lot of confusions. Sometimes it was mentioned about something about the sensor function, and then again it was mentioned something as coming from the outside world. So it wasn't clear at all. Now, little by little, by listening to this with our noble friend R.N. Mahanse's sermons, now we know that the camera has to be turned inwards. Now it's very clear that these are creations of the mind, or they are all thoughts. And depending on the capacity of this sensor function, the hearing could be limited to a certain range for human beings, and it could be for a larger or a wider range for a dog. So the dog will hear those sounds, whereas we will not hear some of the sounds. Then the question comes, which one is correct? And then, of course, the insects, their eyes are completely different from the other bigger animals' eyes. The structure is so different. They get so many images from one eye. So it's not, not possible even to imagine what will be the picture that is created by those eyes. Then there are certain other animals who have special sensors which will pick up some vibrations, very slight vibrations, even and insects like cockroaches. And then the colors, with the human beings' eyes, we can see 7 colors, whereas some animals will see only 1 color. For some animals, it will be just black and white, the shades of black and white. So then you can imagine and also some senses like taste and smell are not there for some living beings. So you can see that the world is completely different from each other, and some words are very sort of restricted because they have only maybe one sensor. But the common thing to all of these is that feeling of being alive. So when that feel is there, trying to survive in some way is the next thing. That means the self-perception, the perception, feeling of existence and feeling of being alive. So those two actually go hand in hand. And the feeling of being alive and trying to be alive and trying to sort of save that life or that physical body is something that is common to all the living beings, including every insect. So these facts actually, now we know, we have that knowledge, and then it's up to the system or the person to go deep into these facts and then try to understand actually what is being explained in this sermon. So they are so valuable, and guidance we receive from our noble friend is immense. And it's up to us actually. Now we have heard the true Dhamma. We know that the adequate guidance is there. It's up to us to do the research and experiment and then try to understand the truth behind all these teachings. So all our Dhamma friends have joined. Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and other Dhamma friends. I just gave a basic outline because Shani doesn't seem to be able to join today. So we didn't read the book. I just gave an outline on what we were talking yesterday. Theruvan Saranai.
Okay, Theruvan Saranai, I worship Aran Wahanse. We worship Aran Wahanse, and we try to understand this Dhamma from different perspectives. Yeah, anyone can ask a question. If Joy has a question, he can ask too. I think today morning, the topic we were talking about yesterday about a mother asking whether to buy the thought to buy the frock, then it all, I think today morning Aran Wahanse touched it, not through that topic but in a different way, how it's only decided by whether the person is actually understanding the truth and the feeling the truth. That is the main rationale actually, because thoughts can happen, the taste can happen, the smell can happen, seeing can happen, hearing can happen, and touch can happen. But entertainment of these sensory organs and the entertainment of the mind or the thoughts, these all due to the ignorance, actually thinking that they are real. At the same time, it's the other way around also. How we feel alive, actually how we feel alive is because of the perception that we get from the stimuli. So the main way to one way to understand this is how this happens. So with the ignorance, we have taken that there is a self. We have directly taken it. I mean, there's no, even before listening to Dhamma, we don't have even a problem of taking it hard. Yes, I am here. then we have, so that is a self view, and that underneath that there is a self perception. So we feel that too, like I'm here, you are there. I'm here, chair is there. Or I'm here, I'm listening to sound of or birds or whatever. So the self perception is also there, and the self vibration where you feel kind of alive. So how does this happen if there is no self? So then we understand it is the stimuli. This is very important not to miss this. If you feel the stimuli as a thing, you have this burning. That's what it is. So if there is no self, how do we feel this? That is because the stimuli is felt as a thing. But by trying to understand this, when the duality is broken, actually you feel the other side much more than before, because we are all judgmental, we are all having very opinionated notions about everything. But once this side is relaxed and no burning, you just become the other thing. So it's very, very easy. But in the long run, this can take a long time, but mainly understanding the truth is the most important thing, and actually let the feel to happen. So now, usually before we listen to Dhamma, the whole dream is centered. So the I am in the center, and the whole dream is around you. So you hear things, you are the one who would be having the perception, and but as we listen to Dhamma, the center is the one which dissipates. Center is the one which dissolves. Center, without the center, the whole world is beautiful. I don't know whether you can feel this. The actual the dream is still there. The feeling that it is happening here is not there. That is how I think how we can put it into words. So I'll hand over to someone so you all can start discussing. Anyone able to
Therwan
join?
Saranai, Doctor.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, answer. Yes, Doctor, it's very beautiful, the explanation that you gave right now, that how the cynosure was the self and how gradually it dissolves into, the everything. It becomes the everything. And your advice, let the feel arise, because it has been emphasized what one can do is only to listen to Dhamma and to actively contemplate at the very beginning, and then naturally there will be certain instances where we see Dhamma through our day-to-day incidents, and then again there was advice, even Narayan Mahanse mentions it, you can't do anything about it. Now I remember couple of months ago, even when Dr. Kokila was constantly telling us about the field, there was a time that I was like looking for the field. Why it isn't there? What is this field? So actually, we couldn't although you were explaining that it would arise, you have to, and it will come. At times we were little impatient also. So even in the sermons, Lord Buddha has given a clear path. The wisdom of truth, then the wisdom of practice, natural arising of wisdom, that krutak, I think it's automatically the self perception will diminish. So that stage, after listening to Dhamma, rest of it will happen naturally. So that advice you gave right now, let the feel come, because it is always mentioned the mind covers up the feel, and mind covers up the yesterday. Also, in one of the chapters that I read, it was clearly mentioned that nothingness of the stimulus is masked by the mind. So this has been said in numerous ways. So Dr. Kokila today give the simplest, I mean, in a nutshell, you gave it beautifully what would happen over the years. Something when Dr. Sakun practices of Buddhism, how we practiced, we knew certain Dhamma points. I mean, they introduce certain things as insight meditation, but which is not truly insight meditation. So certain words were there, certain meditation techniques were there, but until we listened to Buddothpado sermons, nothing, actually we couldn't see the big picture. We didn't have proper path to follow. Honestly, everybody will agree, we did not have a proper path to follow. We always had doubts wherever we go. We had the real need to find true Dhamma. We always knew, actually, whoever wanted to realize Dhamma had felt that this life, whatever the wealth, I mean, all the achievements they have made, the suffering is there. And they mostly, in my case personally, I was so scared of death from the childhood. Because my grandmother used to tell me about the death and the things that would happen after death, the hell and all. So from, I mean, at the age of 5, I was really scared of, life after death. So I wanted to, and then she told there is something called nirvana. So if you attain that, you would end the suffering. So that message was there, and somehow, all of us at some point, fortunately, got this kind of vision or the goal that we should end the suffering in this life. So it itself is so rare. So, and Dr. Kokila, I need to ask this from you. When we talk about a life field, existence field, and the self-perception, are all of them more or less the same? A life field, existence field, and the
No, the
self-perception.
existence feel. No,
The
Arana said
field.
that day, one day when he joined, he nicely explained it. Existence feel will be there until your respiration stops. Existence feel is
Right.
touch and all that. That will be there, but the life feel is not there. Life feel is different. The self-perception is different. Self-perception is in the form world. I mean, it has, but I mean, you can't really separate them. But
Yeah.
the feel is
Self
in the feel level, non-form.
and Dr. Self view will go away with the realization gradually, but self perception will continue to be there, isn't it?
There's no hard and fast rule about this. Self-perception will dissolve anyway. And it will end only in an arahant. Self-perception. But it all tallies, so the self-vibration is also zero, self-perception is zero.
That's right. Like an equation on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult if we try to like give something like that, because self vibration is something you have to feel, but the self perception is kind of all the perceptions basically are in the form world. It has a kind of, at least like when you say it's having a bad smell. It is a perception, but actual smell is a fear which you can't even talk about. But once we put a perception, we can talk about it all the time.
So, Doctor, original sensor level experience, we cannot call it a perception.
No. Okay, now you're making it more complex now for me also. So there are two perceptions in that. One is the basic five perception is used in the that also, because the light, you can have a perception, but light, you can have a mind perception too. So you have to be careful. So the mind sensor has a mind perception, that is a mental formation. Without the mind perception or the mind part, just the sensory organ per se can have a light perception or touch perception. Touch perception specifically, kaya viññāna, you don't really need the mental perception. So perception word can be used everywhere. So again,
it is, Doctor,
I don't know how you got even that question. How did you get that question, by the way?
No, just now when you said if it is bad smell, it's the perception, I think I got it wrong at that point on.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is,
it was not what you were trying to say.
Yeah, the light itself. Okay, how can I say? Okay, we'll try to say this. I don't know whether I would be good in telling this. So just imagine, without the mind consciousness, if you are feeling the light, with the fast vibration, it comes to the consciousness. When it comes to the consciousness, the light field is there. When it comes to the perception level in that, the field of existence is there. So it's very difficult to tell these things. It's rather to feel, but because the main thing that what ignorance plays here is not knowing that it is the fast vibration of the sensory organ. That's the ignorance there. Once you pass that ignorance, if you're aware about the full science, that if you get into that fast vibration, and if you feel that, if you knew before, like it is the fast vibration of the sensory organ, definitely the value is going to go to zero, and You can feel the non-vibration. But this is something you have to know. That's where the Dhamma comes. So you know if it is just light. But this in practical life this can't be ascertained. This is from wisdom that you are ascertaining. But then when comes actual experience, it comes automatically because it's all Satyajnana. Satyajnana or the truth. So when you know the truth, the first round is you can't separate first and second rounds. If you see it's the crow you're seeing, if you see it is the bus you are seeing, if you're seeing it's the chair you are seeing, but if that mind has no power, only you might feel it. But it's very through like wisdom. So what you have to know is the first. So there's vijnana or the perception. What is the word for that? Consciousness. Yeah. So the perception there and consciousness there, we rarely talk about it, but the same words are used. But the mental formations, that also is a perception. So chair is a perception. It's a mental perception though. So when we usually talk, we talk about the mental perceptions.
Right.
So Sudharma is a mental perception.
Yeah, Doctor, because
Dr.
these
Sakuntala
words
is a mental perception. But if I can hear Sudharma's voice, that is again a mental perception. But if the mental perception is fully dissolved, you might be able to appreciate the vibration. That is the tense. That is the tense. But then you understand, because of Dhamma only you can reverse this. Because you know that it is a vibration of the ear, not nothing other than that.
Doctor, we use all these words interchangeably, no? Perception, thought, stimulus, because
when usually we talk about perceptions, it's usually mental perceptions.
Mental perceptions.
But if you are talking about the other perception, we have to specifically say it is a sensory organ perception.
Clear, got it.
Because that is the direct perception. But in touch, you can actually directly feel it.
So in the perception
doesn't necessarily need the mental formation. That's why actually it is easy to feel, easy to do it with the walking meditation. That is why walking meditation is the kind of the first foremost of all the meditative practices.
The base. Even in these 4 points of contemplation, it is the base. Like, yeah, we are not seated in certain posture.
Yeah, but yeah, because anyway, humans, this body consciousness can be used at any point, whether you are sleeping, whether you are lying down, whether you are, in the sense, sorry, not sleeping, when you are lying down, when you are sitting down, when you are walking, when you are doing any action, is because you have a body, you will have bodily sensations. So you can use the meditation at any posture. Do you understand?
Yeah, Doctor.
Because Kaya Vijnana is there, bodily sensations are there, body consciousness is there. So it's easy to do any meditation for humans, but it's different for any other being, where the body is not a feature. there can be beings where body is not a feature. If it's like a unicellular organism, still the life is there. How? Because the life field is there. It's very easy when you try to put into these other jeeving, what is the word for jeeving? Like
creatures, living organisms.
living organisms, yeah, because they are living. Why are we calling they are living? Because they are living. Why? Because they have the life field. And why they have, when they have the life field in any means, there's life. And there is always
Doctor, can I
chance of
clarify something regarding the body sensation since you came to this now? Now, doctor, we say like temperature, then hardness, softness, they are felt by the body straight away. But if a child gets burned due to maybe some hot water is poured into his or her hand, and then the mother says, now see, you felt coldness, but it's actually the heat. So that feeling will be the a kind of high temperature or the heat for the child. And when the child is touching some cold thing, ice maybe, mother says it's the heat. Now see, you it's the heat you felt. So that label will be assigned to that sensation. So in that way, can we say the child directly felt coldness, hotness? Aren't they the labels in some way?
Oh, Sudharma. So the perception. Now again, going back to perception.
Sorry if I am
Okay.
confusing
No,
you.
I'm not confused. I'm trying to understand how to say this because now I have to say something. So perception. Now going back to perception. Now try and see whether you can understand the perception again, because this is hovering around that perception question again. So mental perception can be anything. It can be in Chinese words, it can be you are telling mother to the foster mother, and child will never know what's the big problem. But the mother is not the biological mother. You are telling mother to the foster mother because baby didn't know. Until 18, he didn't know. And at 18 years of age, he is given the letter saying, this is not your biological mother, this is the foster mother. So what? So feel has nothing to do with the perception. That's the main important thing you have to understand here. So the feel and the perception, specifically the mental perception, has no correlation. So you can tell a child, okay, so you are trying to cheat the child now, saying that this is hot when the cold water is put. Yeah, he will go to the school and he will pour hot water with another child and say, did you feel the cold? And they will slap him because you burn me and you're asking whether it's cold. Isn't this happening to people all the time? When a foreigner comes, you tell a bad word and that foreigner goes somewhere else and tell the bad word again.
Yeah. Saranai, doctor, it's not the point. I mean, if all of us got that perception that cold thing.
Same thing. Doesn't matter. Perception has no place in this film. It's a perception only. So that's the problem we are trying to understand anyway. So good thing to Sudharma is not the good thing to me. Good thing to us is not the good thing for Joel, and good thing to us will not be the good thing for Sakuntala. So what? So what is good? So what is bad? Okay, what is bad for someone in living like originated from European country? What is bad for him may be good for me. So what? So the mental perceptions are according to their dream. Whatever the dream, if it's matching everyone's dream, yeah, let it be. But if it's not, yeah, it's not. But the perceptions are perceptions. So imagine I'm going back to the Amazon forest. Someone is living in the Amazon forest. So imagine the tribe has about 50 people. So they believe something. They believe the sun is the god. So what? So their god is sun. That's fine. But whatever the dream is not true. Their dream is different to our dream. Our dream is different to the person living in America. The dreams can be different, or it can be similar. But the dream is not true. Basic message is that. So, what you actually believed in doesn't matter, whether it's hot or cold. Doesn't matter. Feel is what it matters. Even if you call cold for the hot or whatever, if you change the whole word and maybe start living in if you start living in moon, you're floating all the time. Just read about the podcast that they did, the 3 people. So they are floating all the time. So the space, they are floating all the time. So what is the experience? So is that true or this true? Is the gravity true or the non-gravity true?
Actually, doctor, this came up when we were doing the practical program. So, in what the instructions given was like, when you walk, the body, the feet or the body would feel some hardness. So you might think that it is the hardness of the cement floor. So, and you would feel some coldness. The thought will come that it is the coldness of the wind. So actually, that lady was asking, no, that hardness itself, body feels something, gets a feeling or a sensation, that then I think it's the hardness. Body gets certain feel, so I think it's the coldness. That way, because she was asking that, I also had that doubt, in the sense I also was wondering before also, they can be labels sort of, but strictly our senior people, 2 of them were there, they were telling no, you should the thought should be definitely the ground cement floor. The coldness is directly felt.
We'll stop there. We'll stop there. So we'll try and see what we can do about that. So even the hardness is a perception, or that is what you are asking from the beginning. It's not a mental one. It is a sensory organ perception. But when you feel it as a thing, that is the consciousness, as a feel side. But the idea, whatever the ideas are in the mental side. So this is very maybe difficult, but just you can contemplate on that. Churangika, do you think you can add something a bit better?
Dr. Kokila. So Dharma, I think what you're trying to find out is that initial thing that you said, where it says that the body directly feels certain sensations, and that is solidity, liquidity, temperature, right? Because Dr. Kokila, I think when Aryan Vahanse explained those, what do you call those things? Rupa
Four
Kalapa.
great elements. Four great.
Yeah, those four great elements, and broke it down into, I don't know, 54 elements.
8. Oh, yes. 8.
No, the Rupa Kalapa. I don't know what the English term is for that. And in that, the body sensor had less than the other sensors. For the reason, and the reason explanation was that it directly feels, or the sensations are directly ascertained or directly experienced, which is the heat, the solidity, and that kind of thing. So
But we
I'm
can
wondering whether-
actually combine it with the mental formations.
Yes,
That's
definitely.
if you
Yeah.
actually go to think about it.
If
But
you
if
go
you're
to
not
think about
thinking
it.
about, yeah, people are trying to think about it, then, but if the thinking part is not there, so this is the liberation of the mind we are talking about. So if the thinking part is not there, this is the complexity of this Dhamma, because the liberation of mind part is we can't really just explain it, because the liberation of the mind is something you feel, and when the form world is not there, or the whole dream, you are awakened from the whole dream, then it is the vibration you feel. It's not solidity, or how do I say it? It's not how do I say actually? You can't really say solidity and all that, but the solidity part is there in the sanya level.
Theron Savanai, Doctor, I can little clarify it further. It was a simple thing actually. She was asking, now I perceives certain image, so the mind sense identifies it as a tree. Ear perceives a certain sound, mind sense identifies it as the cross sound, blah blah, and body sensor gets a certain feel. Mind sensor identifies it as hardness. Body sensor feels some certain
So hardness
feeling.
can be a mental formation as well as a
Direct
direct
experience.
feeling.
Yeah.
That's the thing that you are confusing.
Yeah, that's what I
Because you
wanted
can
to
think about the hardness.
Yeah.
You can think about the hardness, but you can have the perception too.
Yeah, true.
Kind of
That's what exactly I wanted to ask, Doctor.
Yeah. So the because if you say now it's very cold, that's a mental perception.
True.
Feel is completely different. Feel, you can't even talk about the feel.
It's like this, Sudama, and I understand that it can be quite confusing. I think I spent quite a bit of time trying to reflect on it as well. So when Aran Vansa says that these are directly experienced, for example, it's very, very tricky now. For example, if the child puts the hand onto the gas which is on a fire, the burning of the skin will happen, right? I think that goes to the same thing like when that person asked in the Australia Zoom, if I take poison, won't I die? And Dr. Kokila, you said yes. Now, then take another example. If you go in the winter outside, or you don't have to do that, just go in a cold wind, immediately, what do you call this, hirigadu pipeno thing happens now. The hair on your skin stands apart, right?
Goose flesh,
And
no? Goose flesh.
goosebumps.
Goosebumps or goose flesh.
Yeah,
Yes.
goose flesh, goosebumps. So you get goosebumps sometimes. Yeah, and so that's an auto reaction of the body. So those are direct experiences, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? But if you
that's
actually
a good example that you went to the baby. I actually forgot that. See, that's a good thing about having a lot of heads here. So if you go to the actual baby before starting even the mind, It is the feel. And can we even talk about anything there? Whether it is smell, whether it is taste, whether it is the thickness or the solidity or the nothing. There's no idea about it, but they feel. That's a really good example. So that's the feel level. But as soon as we understand that this is solid, because we get that idea slowly, that when we touch water, we have a like a idea that it is watery and the mountain is not watery. How can we have that? That's in the mental formation. It's with everything. We have that idea that the mountain is not watery, but the waterfall is watery. So
all of them are labels, aren't they, Doctor? That's a very
Doctor?
beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Jaya.
I was just listening to this conversation, and when you all were telling this walking meditation, and all, we walk, and hot or cold, we feel it. So what happens is you feel the hot or cold, and the body senses the feeling of cold and hot, but it goes to the mind sensor and gives a perception that it's hot and cold, or else we don't know it's hot and cold.
Yes.
So that's how it works. So just make it simple like that. The body senses hot and cold. It goes to the mind sensor, and then the mind perceives or gives a perception, it's hot.
Someone has to sell that it is the hotness, because that's what I think Sudharma was asking. What if someone says the hot to the cold one?
Cold.
So so that's what she was trying to say. But if someone says cold to the hot, but that's like in the someone trying to cheat the other person. But what we are trying to say here, yes, what you said is correct. So as soon as the perceptions are working in a child, when the baby, it's just a vibration. That level, it's very important to understand. That's the level that has no defilements at all. But but still the self vibration is still there. It is not manifesting as a self perception. But as soon as the consciousness is concerned, when the consciousness are working together, it comes the perception, mental formation, then mental formation. If there's a mental formation saying this is very cold, it works differently. It's not just the label, as Sudharma said, it's complicating the whole picture, because you feel it more, because as soon as the mental formations are formed, the vibration is multiplied, it is augmented. And then because that is the initial part of self-perception. As soon as you feel something, if you get the self-perception, if you kind of understand. So if you say, oh, this is so cold, there's always the notion underneath that it's felt to me. That's how the self-perception arises, which is from nowhere. That's the misunderstanding here, that it's felt to me. That was the problem from the beginning that we had. So that's how the self-perception arises. That's our main target. We are not targeting the other stuff. We are not targeting the cold. We are not targeting the hotness. We are not targeting the fluidity or the liquidity or the hardness. We are actually targeting the self-perception. We are trying to understand how we got the perception that it's happening here to me. Me is a view, but actually it's happening here is the problem. So we felt it happening here in this system is because of the ignorance. But if we understand that the heavy, like a very fast vibration of the sensory organ only, then only this whole change happens. That is the third and fourth. It's all in the field side. Yes.
And even the example of a baby in the cot, they pee and they are happily swishing away the whole nappy is wet with pee, and they have no idea of liquidity, isn't it?
No,
they are
it's
in
just a
puddle
vibration.
they're in a puddle of urine, and they're just there. No idea of it being pee or whether it is wet, even they don't know.
What about the
But
smell
then,
of the poo?
yeah, smell of the poo. And then if you think about Dr. Kokula, you must be familiar with this, elderly people, they get very distressed when they have incontinence, isn't it? And then, so at that stage, all the sensations, all the formless, all the things have formed because it's the mental formation, and all the connotations arising out of the liquidity, that it is urine, that accidentally they are urinating without their control because they are old now. The fact that it distresses them if they go out in a social setting, all these things, how they may attribute everything to the self, isn't it?
Yeah, and but what I wanted to highlight there, Sudharma, and what Joel said was correct. But what I wanted to highlight here is what we are trying to understand here is how did this self-perception occur? That's the whole scenario. Otherwise, we get sidetracked and try to attack everyone. You're not there, I can attack you. I mean, the story is so bizarre then. But here, what we are trying to understand is what is self-perception? If there is no self, how did we get this self-perception that it's happening here? It's a self-perception is a very strong thing. It's a very strong thing. How strong the self-perception is, how strong the self-vibration is. How strong the self-vibration is equal to how strong the self-perception is, and it is equal to how strong the self-view is. It's all kind of equal. And they subside together, kind of. It's very important to understand this.
But in order to break it down further, you have heard, I'm sure, Sudhamar and Vasi saying to all of us that I think yesterday or day before, so he said it, if not for the sensor, we don't even know there's a vibration. I think he said it yesterday.
Yeah.
That was so, it was really one of these are the things that unfortunately, it's his guidance that is so valuable, because it gives a whole other way of vidarshana in reflecting on that point, isn't it? That if not for the function, if not for the sensors, how do we know there's a vibration? And then that, the example of the general anesthetic, if the body is subjected to a general anesthetic, then there's no sensation at all. So then what happens there? These are the points of reflection.
Yeah, the self-vibration is not in one place. It's not hidden in one cell or anything. It's just like, the good example I can take is the iCloud. Can we try and find out where it is? It's kind of like that. So it's very important to understand the self-perception is the same. It's not, so the understanding mind is the same. There's no mind, there's no body organ as such mind. It's just kind of the same way as, that's why people are still struggling. The scientists are still struggling because no way you can catch it. It's very difficult to catch it because one can only catch it through the mind. You can't really catch it outside. But they can now understand that even the quantum physics are now aligning with the this stimuli and this co-vibration or the synchronization or the telepathization. They are talking about that. If something is vibrating here in the quantum physics, they talk about it. If there is a similar vibration, like in a different world, even they're the same. They are the same, and that's the same phenomena that how these things happen. And even how we see light is the same phenomena. If there's a vibration in the eye, it's a synchronicity of the vibration that you understand as light. But the actual real is the vibration. But after the perception arises, we have so much connotations, we have so much explanations, it's not the word per se though, it's much more deeper than that, because the words come later. Because if you just talk about the words, you are forgetting the even the the worm can't talk, worm can't hear, worm can't see. Worm has only the bodily functions, but still they have the self-perception. How? So it's just that because of the body or the perception that it's happening here. So yeah, it's I think they are just by contemplation. I don't know whether you can. I think it is through experience you can actually get these things, because you can touch something very cold like ice and see it's just the function of the skin. That's all. That's how you can do the contemplation, not by thinking.
Yeah, doctor, it's a sensation as well as a label, isn't it? That's the answer we can give for that. If you think it's a label, feeling anyway is felt, no, by the body.
Yeah. Why are you using the label word?
Label word, that is the first point of contemplation, no, doctor. Now for the eye perceives billions of things. So the label comes tree, country, America, so Dharma, all those.
You have to be very careful in that. You have to be very careful. I don't know whether RNC uses the label word. You have to be very careful if someone is using that because it's not limited to that. Because
label in the sense name assigned, that identification part. Because at some point somebody introduces.
Identification part has a lot of things. So the mental formation of a tree has everything there. You just have to feel this. Tree is not only a name.
I do understand, but doctor, for the beginners we have to follow that, no? That Shabda Varna.
I don't use that.
No?
I don't use that. I don't use that. I say that there's a sound, but I don't say it's a label, because I don't know whether it's there's three kinds of vibrations coming together to form the tree. It can be the vision. It can be because teacher might show you the palm card of tree, then she might tell you that it is tree. Not only that, because the most difficult part people ask is, if I touch my mother, I feel that mother is alive. That's the most difficult aspect of this Dhamma. That was the question that Suranka asked a long time ago about the waterfall, how alive we feel when we stand near the waterfall. And that's the main question that was asked about the mother too. So if we just talk about the label, that can go towards kind of this the life feel, and the mind is complicated. Mind mind, just imagine when I say love. Oh, is that just a name?
Doctor, in the first point of contemplation, please correct me. Actually, today, if there's no time, tomorrow you will be able to explain it for me. Now, the thing is, in the first point of contemplation, that we believe that if they practice it properly, they will liberate from the external world. And everything is the thought.
No,
Actually,
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You can say that, but you hear a sound and you say mental formation says it's the cross sound. Simple as that. It's simple as that, no?
So here also same thing they apply. Now
Yeah,
body
but
gets the feeling, but the mental formation says it's the hardness. That she was actually continuously telling that.
that's if
That's why
that
I
person
understood it.
is that
Yeah.
is if that person is thinking. But the perception there can be there even without the mental formation of thinking this is hardness, this is hardness, this is hardness, this is hardness. We don't think like that now. But still, perception is there within the dream. Within the dream. So this is becoming so there's form world and the form world. It's a dream. It's the whole dream. And when you talk about the whole dream, the perceptions are there. If you liberate from the dream, perceptions are not there. It's only the feel.
Dr. Gokila?
Yeah.
I was just thinking to ask this question. Now, we were talking about the self-perception and coming out of the dream, right? So we discussed about this no self kind of thing.
Yeah.
No self, right? This I component is not there. We have no self. And once we were discussing that the outer world is also not there, it's nothing there, but we perceive it as something is there. So if we have this no self-perception or no self-feeling, can we get
That
a clarity
something
of
is also
this?
not there.
Yeah, something is also not there.
Yeah, 100%.
So
That's
when
the feel
we
part. That's the feel part.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the difficulty is, because it's very difficult to explain. That's the feel part, because something is in the feel part. Something is definitely in the feel part. You feel something, kind of, it's happening here. The vibration is here. That's what the baby felt as well, because baby didn't know anything about that this is bad smell, or even this is a smell that baby didn't know. Because even to say it is a smell, you have to have some kind of perception. But then that's the feel level. In that feel level, yes, you feel as something. And even that's some, because that's why the baby can't understand nirvana at all, at any point. Because the baby has to become an adult and understand that this vibration happened only because there is sensory organs. The baby has sensory organs. That's why there is a feel. Definitely, that's the point. Baby can't understand that, but baby becomes an adult. Then the adult hears this Dhamma and understands, okay, you feel something, and then that something is the vibratory nature of this sensory organ. That's all. And it's so simple. But we make it so complicated because our mind is complicated, I think. I think that basically our mind is so complicated, we complicate the thing. But if you really understand this whole story, what we are trying to say is, yes, the baby feels something. So the self vibration is there. Baby can't do anything about it. Baby can't get rid of it. No. Worm can't get rid of it. Animals can't get rid of it because they don't have a beautiful this mind for you to have this ability to contemplate. But the humans, only humans, have this ability to contemplate. So when they become adults, there's mental formations, they have the ability to contemplate, and then through that, they pierce the stimuli and understand, okay, there's a feel. And that feel is only because there is a sensory function, speed, vibration of the sensory function. Am I clear? Or I think Joel asked in the last question was about that something. That is very correct. That is very correct. Because the baby feels something.
So it's like basically you go into this awareness of your sensory functions before it goes to the mind sensor, and then when you're aware of
No,
it,
no,
everything
mind sense.
decreases.
No, it's the other way around. So the mind becomes unimportant, or you know that the mind sensor is just there, you don't give any value to that. Then you pierce the mind sensor and then go to the feel, and then you pierce the feel because you know that the feel is only sensory function. That's, you go from outside to inside, not from inside to outside. Is that okay? So that's why we start the contemplation by
It's
outside
almost
is
like
not true.
it's almost like you're removing the program. The program is the mind. The program is the mental formation. So you see the truth in that the program falls away, and then how does the program work with raw data? So just think about raw data like the basic sensory perceptions. I don't know if that's a good example, but just trying to relate it a little bit more practically.
Did you get it, Joel? The one I was trying to say, because we never start from the core. You can't, because you haven't come to the core. You have to start from the where you are now, because we are now here in the as normal people, feeling that chair is there. So we start from there. We understand that the chair is actually a perception. We are not doing anything to the chair, but we just understand. It's a wisdom. We understand that the chair is a perception, and then the next level is we understand the perceptions are actually vibrations. And then when we get into the vibratory level, we understand that the vibration is just the rapid vibration of sensory organ only. That's the 4 steps basically. Is it okay, Joel?
Thanks, doctor.
Yeah, okay. Did you get it, Sudharma? I think you might have to contemplate this as well. Because if you make it...
Doctor, I got busy and I couldn't listen to the last bit of it. I will listen to it, Doctor, on YouTube.
Yes.
Doctor.
Yeah. The last bit is, I
Saranai.
think, important, isn't it, Suramika? That just get it simply rather than making it more complicated with all the label and stuff. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Teruvan Saranai. Yes, Suramika, you can add something if you want.
Teruvan Saranai.
That's fine, Doctor. I think we are running out of time now.
Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala was silent all this time. Can you add something, Dr. Sakuntala? I think he's taking a rest.
Because as Joel said that he said something like there's nothing outside, but it's just I wanted to tell was that you can't say there's nothing outside. There must be something, but we don't know. There's no way of exactly finding out also what is there outside. Whatever is created by the senses is taken as real. So we have to accept whatever is created by the senses and then that is what is projected as outside world, isn't it? So
Yeah, so that's where the misunderstanding is.
yeah.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah. So I think we are running into the 4 o'clock Zoom. So we will hand over the Zoom to 4 o'clock Sinhala Sutra while the Zoom discussion. So we worship Aran Wahanse with so much gratitude for his noble friendship and guidance to understand about the non-vibration. And thank you all Dhamma friends for joining today. It's having beautiful discussions about how and thank you for participation. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Fofi.
Thank you, my old friends. Thank you.
Friends.
Page number 88, paragraph 2. But if you live day to day with the realization that there is nothing outside, that they are only thoughts without moving forward on your path to reach the top, then you will remain stuck only with this part of the realization, and you will never move forward to realize the next 3 stages of the spiritual path. The path from one stage to the next stage is different. In order to attain the stage of an anagami, you have to maintain your awareness and use your wisdom to analyze and see if thoughts are true or not. When you see that the thought is also a lie, that is when your path to attain the stage of anagami starts to clear up. Unfortunately, a person who is a sotapanna can also fall into the trap of living in the Lokottara Samadhi. If he gets attached to the Samadhi, then he would not be able to proceed on the path to Nirvana. You can be a Sotapanna and yet be trapped in a false view, Drushtiya, which can hinder your progress in moving forward to attain other stages. Therefore, you should either learn to apply an effort to see the truth in the thought and proceed on the path to attain the stage of Anagami, or you should get advice from a Kalyana Mitra, someone who has already realized the pure truth, so that you can proceed on your path to Nirvana. You have to find a practical way to be on the path. Even when you are on the path to attain the fourth and the final stage of becoming an arahant, you have to quietly keep seeing the thoughts that come and go. At this stage, when you are on the path to become an arahant, you have nothing to do except to watch the thoughts that come and go. This path is well explained by the Buddha in the Oga Dharana Sutra. While you are on the path to become Sotapanna, you need to put some effort to become a Sotapanna. When you are on the path to become an Anagami, there is a bit of an effort you need to apply here. You need to observe how you let go of your thoughts. Seeing that there is nothing in a thought is also known as the Animitta Samadhi. Therefore, son, everybody.
Shani. Uh, Thank you for reading the book for us. 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, and starting the session. We all worship Aran Mahansa at his feet. Teruvan Saranai Aran Mahansa and Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. We warmly welcome you to this English Zoom discussion, 2:45 to 4 p.m. from Sri Lankan time. So we have been slowly, little by little, we have been trying to understand what is this path, what is meant by path, and what is the nature of the thought, what is meant by mind. Actually speaking, we had different understanding on these words, and the explanations we had were different previously from various sermons that we heard earlier. Little by little now, some form of light is shed to clear these matters. In these 2 pages, we heard about the 4 levels in the path of Arhant to reach the state of Arhant. If I clarify that in a different way, what Aryan Mahansi, our noble friend, says is that it's not something like passing an exam and moving from one grade to the other. It's actually a very gradual process where these things are happening automatically when the person or the system understands the basic truth of Dhamma, how the thoughts are made, how this feeling of self-perception comes up, and the fact that it is only a system. So when a person is on the path, it's described that the first level is what's called the Sotapanna, where in that level, the system understands that outside world is not true. Not that there is nothing outside in the world. What we understand with the help of this sense of formations, with the sense of faculties, is not exactly what is there outside. There's no way of finding out what is exactly there, what is the true world, because the different animals or the different living beings have their own worlds created by the senses. So Sotapanna, and then the other level described here is the Anagami. Anagami means you clearly understand, the system clearly understands that there's nothing solid called mind also. So it's a flow, continuous flow, and a very rapid flow. And the last state is the Arhat state, where there is some persisting tranquility, persisting lightness, and persisting, everything is persisting, and there are no defilements at that level. So as I said, even though the 4 different levels I explained, this is particularly in Theravada chapter, the 4 levels are described, and the last level is the Arhat state. But in Mahayana, there is a slightly different teaching, which our noble friend has explained in the Deshana, where the person in the system understands that there is no truth in these thoughts. That means the thoughts are creations, so thoughts are just mental construct. When the system understands this as a very clear matter, the value which is automatically tagged to the stimuli or the thoughts disappear, or that gets dissolved. And as a result, every stimulus or every thought that occurs is taken and understood as something, an illusion or a creation. So the weight or the discomfort that occurs when the thoughts are true, when the thoughts are taken as true, is no more there. So maybe we can take the discussion forward. We can discuss something according to what we read, or something else if there are any questions from our Dhamma friends. Therwan Sarnai Kokila. Therwan Sarnai all Dhamma friends.
Therwan Sarnai. We worship Paranwanse for his guidance, and welcome everyone. So I would add something to that. The book thing that we were reading, the topic that we were reading about. The whole path starts actually with the feel. So the feel, what we feel first is how much defilements we have, how much power we have, and that power starts to dissipate or starts to gradually fade. And that would be the path from beginning to the end. There are certain kind of areas that are highlighted. That's all. The main thing to understand is you have to have a clear idea how much vibration is you, like how strong your self is, how strong or how much power you have in your tense. So after understanding that, it would be gradual reduction of that power, and it just those levels actually is explained in such a way that reducing of your power, the stages, and finally what happens is the life field is not there, but the every function will be there. So that power we are talking about, or the defilements, or the burning, or whatever the word we use, is not there, but the sensory functions would be there. So the mind will be working as normal, the eye will be working as normal, the ears will be working as normal, the sensory, the skin, the nose, the tongue will be working as normal. So this is the bit of a challenge to understand how much power you have in the tense, or what is the power behind this sensory organ. So that's the kind of challenge. So otherwise, this path, as some of the Lord Buddha's time also, most of them actually got that idea, this is just reduction of your mana, or reduction of your what is the English word for mana, by the way? Mana. What is the word used in our books?
That's Dr. Conceit.
Oh, is that conceit? Okay.
Yeah, but something I don't know. In English, of course, we use conceit for that extreme pride, unnecessary pride. But here it's something, I don't know, combination of egoism and pride. The meanings are little different of the
I
word
don't think
mano.
any of
Yeah,
those words are
yeah.
matching,
We
because
want. Yeah,
it's
we
a
are
kind of,
unable to capture the proper meaning with the English
yeah, but we can
words.
use both words, so ego or conceit kind of thing, because that gives some idea. So from the beginning, if we feel that that is what we are going to feel, and that is what is going to actually go to zero. So that's what the Mahayana was about. And Theravada kind of had this demarcations in this road. It's like there's one road. There's definitely only one road, and you have several kind of maybe huts. So why it is important to understand that there are several huts? I would say kind of several stoppages. Would say like these are the stagnating areas. I would say basically, because once a person feel much better in one stage, they can actually stagnate in one stage. This is very natural. Without the noble friend's help, I think the usual way of mind is to stop wherever it is feeling comfortable. So once you actually feel that the outside world is not true and just a perception in the mind, it's so calm. So you might get addicted to that stage. But when pushed by the noble friend, you might be, okay, none of these things are true. What am I getting so happy about? So then you understand that even this whole entire dream is not true, because you can't be just happy in the dream and nothing is affecting me, so I'm so happy. But the whole dream is not true means you have to wake up from that. So that path is different. So I think these stagnating parts are those points that we talk about, stream enterer, the once returner and non-returner, and the main road is actually from stream enterer to the arahant, which is stagnation happens everywhere, because but this is all in feel. You have to be very careful, because this understanding is in Satyajnana, so the truth is in well before that. Truth has to be there to even feel anything. So once you feel something, you feel your own vibration, you feel your defilements, you feel your power, you feel your pains, or whatever, the burning. So then it starts to reduce. That's the path, and when it comes to zero, how? Because it has happened before. That's all. So anything to add? Anyone can ask a question. If someone wants to ask a question, so you can always ask it, because we are just explaining few things before we enter the like a discussion. Surankai, do you want to add something until someone joins the discussion.
There was Dr. Gopiland, our friends. Not on that particular angle, doctor, but this morning I happened to just by chance listen halfway, tune in halfway through into a question, and maybe Dr. Sakuntala or Sudama, if you were listening to that, you can correct me. I think it was the morning 5 o'clock Zoom where a mother was asking about, I think she wanted to buy some blouse or something. She got a feeling of desire to buy a blouse. And then I think she felt guilty or something and thinking that this was the I coming up, the self-perception. And I think she called the Zoom for some advice. And one of the replies, I don't think I heard everything, one of the replies was that, what's wrong with hearing? What's wrong with going, if you want a blouse, what's wrong with that? Now, because I think ultimately what was trying to be said was that, whatever that is being done or said here, ultimately there is no self. So now that part of it, I think we now progressed to a point where we realize that there's this different ways of tackling that question depending on what stage
Yeah,
the
different
understanding
ways
is,
of
isn't it?
tackling,
Yeah.
different ways of tackling, yeah, 100%.
So at that point, I wasn't entirely sure whether that mother was at that stage, and this is also the importance of the person explaining, also being in the field and being able to telepathize and feel to a certain extent where that mother is coming from in terms of not only the thought pattern, but the words and the feel and, the way she, what do you call the word, vitaka, the way she describes it as to whether that was actually getting generated from a...
Well, if I can add something to that, Surangika, just now, because you brought it up. A question comes to the mind saying, if I buy the blouse, is it myself? That itself, that question itself is half-hearted, unknowingly, or not directly, indirectly, actually showing that she has the idea of self. So that's the thing that's really tricky. So answering that question is really tricky. So the answer is really right when you say no, but at the same time you have to, I think, explain a bit more that that whether that mother is fully aware about the satyajnana or the truth, because it's really difficult. I mean, unless we hear it here and now, it's very difficult to understand whether she actually has the truth in line, isn't it? It's very difficult. Yeah. So the answer is no, because there is no self in whatever the way that is, because whatever the way there is no self. But the problem is
you can't give that message too early, isn't it?
Defilements are there. I mean, the self-view can be broken. But when the question comes in that angle, then doubt comes whether the self angle is really understood. And this comes to the question I got in Australian Zoom, the Sinhala one. if the mother is not there, I mean, even Joel has not asked these questions. I mean, Joel is much more in the field side, I feel, because that there was a question, if the mother is a thought, someone can even harm the mother, and will there be a anantarika papa karma, or the really wrong sins? Or if there is no poison, what happens if someone drinks it? Kind of, this so shows that how tricky this application of this truth is going to be. How tricky of delivery, even delivery, delivery of this truth can be so tricky. That because we don't know what the others are getting. So when we say the first step is to understand the outside is a perception, immediately if someone stopped there, they are never going to even understand the full truth, because the full truth is feeling the no self. Full truth actually starts there, feeling no self. At just in one thought, that's the full truth. But then you start listening to one point and you're like, yes, I got it. And you're like, no mother, no son, no flower, no chair. It's going to end really bad, where you will be more powerful. Your this conceit or the ego will be so powerful. You will be there, but everyone else will be not there. So that's the argument they are trying to actually bring out and understand. It's for understanding they're asking. But even these angles, we have to be aware that these angles can come up. So when someone asks which frock to buy, that gives a angle that this path is mistaken, because this path is to go to the zero self vibration, not about the controlling the outside appearance or the ability or the function. Because we can maneuver, or we can really, like change our applications. We can change the way we live. Easily, we can change the way we live. We might not go to the shops forever and have so much ego inside. Well, there are people who are living as clergy, or the monks, or the venerables. They never go and buy things. So they go for alms. They beg for alms. Still, how can you judge by that? You can't judge by that, can you? This is so intimate issue, like how much ego you have. So if we lose the plot, that's the thing that some people are, trying to talk about an incident. Why we try to bring it up? That's a part of the dream. Why are you even interested in that part of the dream? Because the whole dream is not true. So whether you buy the good frock or the bad frock, if you really understand the whole thing as a whole, or if you miss it, yes, you miss it. But that's the problem of us, actually. I think the delivery problem, where we have our inadequacies, where we are trying our best to give it, but then we might not. And when the delivery is going to be faulty, the understanding may be faulty. But it happens to everyone. I mean, we may try our best because it's according to the field we go. Sometimes you might say it fast. Yeah, sometimes you might say it so softly. Sometimes you might say it with scientific stuff. Sometimes you might say it with some simple stuff. But whatever, the message is just one clear message. What? There's no self. So, but the problem is, when you try to say that, people take it different angles, and they will go home without any message at all. Sometimes that can happen too. I think we are just learning here. I think that's the important thing that we are learning here, how to deliver this beautiful message. Because this, if you take it half away, you can really get bitten by the serpent, because as I think we have talked about this before, if you actually get it half, okay, the outside is not true, it is just a perception, you can do whatever. That's not the point here, because that's the only one part of the whole thing. Then if you understand, the final point is there's no self, and when there's no self, actually you become the other person, because this subject-object duality, and when the duality is gone, because you have respiration, because you have your sensory organs are working, definitely the stimuli is going to be there. It's going to be very subtle, but still it is going to be there. The consciousness is there, but the perception is there, but they are not falling anywhere. That's true. Isn't it, Suranka? It's really interesting and really tricky, and we can't even...
I think it was very tricky. There were lots of people attempting to explain the Dhamma to that mother, and each of them gave really good points. And I think finally, Sudharma or Dr. Sakuntala, you can contribute. I'm sure you would have listened to the morning discussion. But the thing is, the question is, it's true what Aranwansa also says right from the beginning, even for the points of contemplation, where we say the outside world is only what we think.
That's why recently Aranwansa is actually focusing on ego now, but much more than before. Because all the people are stopping somewhere.
Yeah.
You're stopping in just like the, in middle somewhere, and think that it's done. It's really tricky. And when we try to explain also, because of our faults, wrong message can go. Because anything can happen, and we really understand that.
Yeah, I think that's what finally Asanti was trying to explain about the fact that there is no self here. Whatever that comes to the mind, it's just a thought. And attribution, why is it that that thought is being attributed to the I, to the me? And that was the point that she was trying to raise there. So in these points of contemplation, the first and second Kamatahan and so on, the background fact that this is non-soul Dhamma must be there as a base, definitely. But the way Aranvatsa brought people on this path gradually over the last few years, also there is almost like a planned process, isn't it? Because the mind is so tricky. You overload the mind and then it can go to the other end, isn't it? So if one, and that is why Aranvatsa has introduced the self-vibration, the vibration, the power in the vibration, all these things little by little, because
otherwise no one will listen, even people will get overwhelmed.
And so a biased one needs to know that ultimately, there is an understanding that every step, and finally the last step is the realization that there is no self here, true. So that whole process and the ultimate outcome needs to be understood. But if one is still stuck and fixated on the outside world and trying to figure out whether it's a thought or an actual reality object outside, and if that mother is in that area and then if the blouse and the urge to buy the blouse and a real longing and a desire for the blouse comes up, the trickiness is that is it a solution to tell her there that there is no self? Ultimately, in the background, true, it has to be there. But at that point, the current has to be understood as this is the thing that is the raga, desa, moha. This is the craving. This is the delusion, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's actually, yeah, you're right, Dr. Woodler, the way you explained it, it's very tricky. And that's why R.N. answer is, I think, the best to go with the teeth and
The
feel
thing
the
is,
mother's talk, isn't it?
if that mother has listened to Dhamma for a long time, R.N. also might go in that direction, because that's what he usually does. Like if someone
True,
has
yeah.
listened to Dhamma for about 4 years, he might come up with the idea, what are you talking? It's a thought that whether to buy a computer or not is a thought. And whether you buy it or not is a different matter. It doesn't matter if the power doesn't, if there's no power in that thought. But who can predict that?
Yeah.
It's only through that vibration. Actually, when someone asks the question, is through that person's, that the heaviness of that is the only way that you can understand that is completely either it has to go from beginning. Long time ago, I used to try and understand Arananse, where when he is being asked a question, he starts from scratch. I was wondering, well, the person asks a question, but he went from like all the way to the beginning and started telling from the beginning to the end. And I was wondering, now I understand, because if he feels that the beginning is faulty, he starts from the beginning.
Yeah.
Because there must be some fault somewhere to think that that means she hasn't understood the mind sensor. But the understanding mind sensor is anyway difficult.
Yeah.
Because that's what Joe asks, how can I prevent a thought coming? And did we have a clear-cut answer? No, because it's trying and understand the thoughts are just thoughts, and thoughts can come, but they are not actually true. It's just a part of the dream, and the dream is actually a manifestation. There is light. It's not true. There's a manifestation, yes, because the eye is there. There's a manifestation of light, yes, true. And there's a manifestation of sound. And when they vibrate together, there's a thought like, shirt or frock. And now we are scratching our head and trying to understand which one to buy. That's not the point. Point is from the beginning. Even the light is not true. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Dr.
Yeah, when the light is not true, and the sound is not true, and the touch is also a manifestation of this skin sensor, that all to become a chair or like a frock or shirt, this whole dream becomes it's kind of a joke. But we live in that. We are not angry with this dream. We are not despising the dream. We are not even getting attached to the dream. Because when you go to the other direction, you're like, if the mom is there, why should I look after her? That's not the point. It completely ruins the point. We are trying to get rid of the power here, not anyone else's power. You can't do that anyway. So when your power is 0 here, you will be looking after everyone anyway. How can you harm anyone if your power is not there? How can you hurt anyone like that? How can you blame anyone? If you're really blaming someone, it's just to get that vibration to non-vibration. Otherwise, would we even talk like that? No, there's no need. I mean, imagine shouting at a kid. Yes, we shout at a kid to tell them if they are not listening, don't jump from there. So what's the problem? Is there a big problem in that? There's no problem in that. You're shouting from very high note. You're telling don't jump from there. So what's the big problem? Is there a big problem? No. But the thing is, if the problem is whether that person is fully aware or fully not aware about this process, the full Dhamma. But the question itself shows that there is some lack of understanding. It depends on the question, actually, how it is worded.
Yeah.
Actually,
it's a very careful path to traverse, isn't it? I think we'll give the room for Joel.
And also Aryan Hansa says some people's vibration are so low, they come to the Zoom and we kind of misunderstand them. But Aryan Hansa says no, that person's vibration is lower than the preacher. Isn't it like a situation where that person who is talking should be able to feel the vibration, whether it's higher or not. But the best person is Aryan Hansa. Anyone can add anything to that?
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Thiruvan Saranai, Surandika and all Dhamma friends. Namaskara Karami. Yes, Surangika, I actually left before that lady asked that question in the morning Zoom, but later I heard what they were trying to do was to convince that there had never been a self. And Aryan Hansa also says, as you all said, that if you think it was the self, then it was the self. If you don't think it's just the system, it's the system. So as both of you explained, it's very important to know a bit about the person's understanding and the vibration, the level, as Dr. Kokila mentioned. So Aryan Hansa, of course, he does this chit-chat thing, no initial, so he can feel that the level of the person at once. So he gives he goes to the beginning or whatever the points that should be explained, he does that. But other presenters, of course, have that problem of catering to, hitting the, giving the best answer for the person. But here, I think this lady also has listened to sermons for a long time. So what Asanti was trying to explain is like there had never been a self, same thing, and others also did. And Dr. Kokila, we meet a lot of such ladies in these face-to-face practical programs also. So there is a danger now if we try to say it's the system to someone who has joined who has hasn't listened to sermons to get this message, the philosophy.
It's a danger everywhere because most of the mums may have not actually felt the non-vibration. So we never know. So the doubts are there. So until the doubts are there, this problem can go on and on. So that is the risk everywhere. And when we say that, that is what the question was, that was in asking me, Australian Metmal thing. If the poison is not there, how come person die after having the poison? If the mother is not there, what are you thinking about? Anantariya Papakam. So
But
these questions are indirectly trying to lead to the other side, putting the Dhamma to the outside.
yeah,
So
and
there's a risk, and always tell, no, this is a system, this is the system, this is the system. But only
and
that self knows, only that person knows how much vibration you have. Yes, Sudha.
And doctor, now the people have the habit of taking Dhamma as learning a certain subject. No, they have trained the mind to get these facts. They do not let the wisdom to arise. So they are in a hurry. They take them as facts and they believe, okay, now I know this. That's all these questions also. Now, can we then take poison since there is no self? Then what would have all come when they just take them as facts? No, they do. And in the morning there are, like in practical program, 3 hours are assigned to discuss Dhamma. So every day we start with this radiant mind thing, how the soul is created, and how that part is very important. Even though we discuss it 101 times, still they are not fully convinced that there is no self. And what happens is, when they do the first point of contemplation, the self is there. Okay, outside, now they say I perceive that. We don't let them say them loud. Oh, and even we ask them not to talk to themselves, even just to contemplate, see it within. We always instruct, but still, with the strong self view, they can do all 4 points of contemplation, as you explained. Because before getting into each point of contemplation, again we have to remind them the story that we discussed in the morning, that there is no self and that it is a system. So now the 6 sensory faculties are at work, and so see how, whether the eye perceives a tree, or where does that label come. So you have to see it within. That explanation should be done over and over again. Otherwise, unknowingly, even we do everything with the self. Although we have listened to sermons, sometimes we believe we have now realized it, but still we are also doing things with the self view. So in the morning Zoom also, another mother asked, now when we take wind, I don't see all Ditta Sutta Mutta, all sensory faculties are having, merging into finally to create this stimulus or the thought. So they think that is another example to show that they just take them as facts and look for, now taking the stimulus, they are trying to analyze how come taste in this, if it is the combination of the Sutta Mutta, where is Sutta part here, the feeling part, body sensation is there, but still tongue and this nose, smell, and then sound. So that way they try to understand it only through the facts. So when they, as you say, go by the feel only, we can understand that this is not the syllabus. That's what Ranhase always
Yeah.
highlights also, that it is not the syllabus. You have to see it through
I think
yourself.
I think the
Yes, sir.
feeling part is the best thing. Because if you actually understand Dhamma and you start feeling your sensory organs, because you have understood Dhamma and you start feeling whatever, and then you understand that the sensory functions are working without you, basically it will match up. It just match up. You can't really do that. It just has to match up at that particular point. So, Joel, what do you think about this? We are actually talking about the, kind of scenarios, which happens in different Zoom discussions. What do you think about it? But I think you kind of fluctuate between the mind and the feel. I think that's what I felt. But it can change. It can definitely change. But it is usually like that, because your mind get very powerful sometimes, and sometimes mind is not powerful at all. It can keep fluctuating like that, so you can really feel the difference, isn't it? I don't know whether he's free to talk. Anyone can.
Yes, doctor.
Yeah.
I was just listening to the discussion, and I was just thinking that what that lady asked, whether should I buy a frock. So the basic point that Aryan Mansa always says is, you have these 5 senses, and your sixth sense is your mind.
Yeah.
So all these senses are still craving and liking things, and
Yes.
that's why when she saw the frock, the eye went to the frock and it vibrated and it created a thought, can I buy it? But she was not aware of that vibration. She was going into that thought and
100%,
giving value.
100%. Yeah.
She was
I
giving
salute you for that.
She gave the value to that thought and made it a big thought and came and asked that question in the Zoom.
Yeah.
But she
True.
didn't recognize the vibration in her eye or the vibration that came from someone else. Even a person next to her can say this frock is nice, and that sound that came to the ear with the eye went as a thought, and she wanted to buy it, and it changed as a craving. So if we can, be alert on our senses and know these senses are still wanting something and recognize it, I think this fire and stimulus will just go down. If I'm wrong, just correct
Yeah,
me. Thank you.
no, I think you are correct. It's really good. Actually, what happens is this entertainment of sensory function will go down, and it doesn't mean though that if you are tasting something, you will completely taste it. You can completely taste it, but there is no one actually entertaining that. So it's really interesting to understand this, but you have to feel this. That's a big thing, the understanding and the feeling. But the way you explain was really good. So because an arahant actually feels everything as normal, they feel it really well also, because there's no power, there's no struggling, craving, antagonizing, or nothing. So they feel the sunlight really well. They hear the sounds really well. They can feel everything, but there's no craving. Isn't that beautiful? There's no antagonizing. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, I can't really I don't know, my words are not enough to say how beautiful that would be. Like, isn't it? I mean, what do you think other friends can add on? I mean, it's so beautiful. I don't know how Lord Buddha found this, but it's so beautiful. I'm trying and understanding that the sensory functions are fully there, and the thoughts are also coming fully there, and you can understand, your abilities are still there, and nothing is the problem, but just the burning is not there, the self is not there. So yeah, I think what do you think, Suranika, of that Joe's explanation?
Yeah, I think that was a beautifully put rendition and interpretation, Joel, which is why from Dr. Kokila says that you are really taking big steps towards understanding this pure truth. That was very well put, and I'm sure everybody on this Zoom appreciated the way you understood and rationalized that whole experience of that mother. And just like you said, it can be from the sight and the eye vibration, it can be from the sound, the ear vibration, isn't it? Because somebody can just say the word, can you remember that frock you saw on that, the window on that shop? And then immediately, without understanding the whole mechanism, that lady can immediately think about, and the mind will go immediately to the outside, immediately picture the frock that was on the mannequin on that shop window, all that, and believe that thing to be true without really understanding that all that happened there was a sound vibration, and then this whole thing manifesting into a thought which she was like completely oblivious to. So yeah, I think there is a word called Niramisa Preetiya, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? I think all Dhamma friends felt it in the Zoom when we heard you were interpreting that, because we all felt that happiness of someone actually understanding the Dhamma and putting it so well. So thank you very much for that. I think what Dr. Kokila was trying to say is, and that's the beauty of this Dhamma, the senses are experienced with in the same way, and it's the savoring that is not there, isn't it? The tasting is there without the tasting. Isn't it? It's just amazing. The taste of the pineapple is still the pineapple. The taste is also recognized as the pineapple, but there is no savoring. There is no. The word in Sinhalese is vidinava, isn't it? Sometimes the Sinhalese words seem to be more appropriate. I think the closest is savoring, isn't it? Even Sudharma, correct me if I'm wrong. That savoring has the connotation of craving within it, isn't it? And that craving is absent. So the food is still the food. The food doesn't turn into ash or something in the mouth. It doesn't taste like ash or something. If there's a well-cooked meal, the well-cooked meal will be understood. The senses, the taste senses will still taste it as such. But is there a craving? No. Is there a savoring? No. That is what is the beauty of this, and all that is how through that pure understanding of this Dhamma, pure understanding of the fundamental functions of the senses, which has been completely obliviated by the mind taking control, the mind being so powerful from our childhood days that we have forgotten the feel. And the feel that was taken as self-vibration is now giving away to non-vibration, the non-self vibration, where still the functions of the senses remain. And therefore, what is perceived through those sensors manifesting there through the speed still exist. But what is the beauty of it? The beauty is the vibration, the self-vibration, the self-view, the attribution to the I, the me, the my is gone. And with that comes the freedom, with that comes the liberation, isn't it?
And also I had read, we were talking about the non-returner or the anagami, the word was used. We can add here, actually, what happens is if you awaken from the dream, you actually feel everything, but the difference between an arahant and the non-returner is there's still the the kind of attachment to that awakening, it's a very subtle thing though, like liking the state of being in that situation because there's no much burning at all so that's how subtle this part becomes. Because the person will be actually feeling so light because none of the dream components are really affecting that person, because the person is actually awakened from the dream. But still you feel something, that something is the actual liking the not liking, you can't even use that word because it's a feel, like feeling the lightness itself has that particular very minute kind of craving. So you can understand how this gets so minute in the end and how rare an arahant would be. It's so beautiful to even think about that, but thinking doesn't help, imagining doesn't help, because we know that we have to actually be with the normal friend and try and understand what he's trying to teach us. And more you feel the non-vibration, because there's no him there. Actually, there's no him there. It's the non-vibration. So the more you feel the non-vibration, the more easier to actually become the non-vibration. That's what the noble friends help is, not just by advising. It's just by giving the chance of another person to vibrate into his non-vibration. Because there's no self there, there's no man there, there's no person there, there's no God there, there's no Brahma there. What Buddha said. No, because that's why he used the word Buddha, because there was no word to be used at that time. So he used the word Buddha because at that time of that era, the Buddha was used for liberation. Yes, sir.
And doctor, like I was thinking why Aryan Mansa always goes to the basics to touch on this sense of faculties. He goes on telling the same thing.
Yes.
Even our sense of faculties do not accept a change. It doesn't like to
It is
change.
normal. Yeah, it is normal. It will fight.
It doesn't like to change. It's like it likes to crave. It likes to get what it
That's
wants.
fine.
And
Don't fight. Just let go.
So I think he always reminds us to our mind sensor, go back to the basics and remind what I said you about your sensors, and be alert on your sensors, and don't give in to your sensors.
Yeah, but
I mean,
it's really a very intricate point again, because you can't fight very hard. You can't fight. You can't have no fight. It was said by Lord Buddha once. Why you haven't had these feelings yet? He asked from Anuruddha Thero, I think, and he told multiple things which I can't remember. But one thing was, don't take too hard the stimuli. Don't take too hard. The other one is, don't take too lightly either. So that we have to have a kind of a balance where we try and understand this Dhamma as well in a balanced way. Otherwise, you can get frustrated. So the balance is really important. But I think because you are kind of talking to us, I think you are taking it. So once, if we feel like that you are trying to get it too harsh, then we kind of say, no, just it's okay. And then you're like, oh yeah, it's okay then like this, because system can play either way. System is really a playing thing. It's a kind of a, I don't know what the English word I can use for that. It's really plays. It gives you so much stuff, like once you might say, oh, then if there is something like that, I want to achieve that. Will that happen? No, because you want to achieve something. But then if you say, oh, then I can't achieve that now. Okay, then I'll give up. Then you can't give up also, because there's that doesn't work like that. Because if you try to give up, that means again there is some kind of repulsion, and again the ego is the thing that is going to get more and more. So it's a very fine balance that we need. Very fine balance, and you have to find the balance yourself, because it is unique to your vibration, the balance, and unique to everyone. But the help of the non-vibration is very important, and help of the noble minds is really important. So if you lose the track, you'll be put back on the track, and you just float in that track, because there's no doer. If you try to do something, the doer comes up and the ego goes up. And if you try to give up also, there's someone trying to not do something, the ego comes up again, because it's just like that. It's so subtle, actually. It's very beautiful, but it's very subtle, so that even we struggle, we can do what we can do. And I think
Saranai, Doctor. Now, when Joel said that Aryan Hanse always repeats, the basics, because he knows how difficult it is for us to fully understand that it is a system, not a person, because we have somehow believed that there is a person from the birth, from the day that we came, we saw the self through a mirror. There was a self for us. So that's why he is constantly reminding that it is a system, and the mechanism also he explains. And the other thing, Dr. Kokila, now an awakened one also, we can't, now if we take the same scenario, that lady goes to buy the frock, so we don't know whether she has understood Dhamma, or whether she has fully awakened to this, or a new person. But at that very moment when she is going to purchase it, another lady comes and picks it up. So then only the person can realize whether the external world was real to me or not. So if a fully awakened person feels as if the one who just bought it and happily withdraw, with nothing to withdraw, just it won't matter at all. But for a person in the mundane world, it could give a kind of shock. Oh my God! Or check whether there are other dresses of the same design or something. So then only we can understand the level of burning or the value we have assigned to that thought. So it's a very beautiful.
Even that changes, Sudharma. Even that changes. Just imagine if you see Aryan Hanse go into a shop and ask for a white shirt, and the shirt is not there in the real size or something, and he asks, "Can I have this size?" And there's one, like, imagine it's not linen type of thing, and then he asks, "Do you have this?" Because the polyester ones are not really good for this. Sometimes the heat or something like that. Just imagine. And can you actually keep looking at that scenario to judge? So it is really, you can't really judge by any of these activities that there is self. So you can't really tell in that way, because it's unique to that person, that whether the person feels alive or not. If it's an arahant.
That person only knows that, no? If now when you face
you can't judge by outside.
Exactly. If you can come back without any burning, of course, we can
still, I mean,
So the
see that
burning has different meanings. So
meanings.
that's
Yeah.
the problem here. So the final burning is this, we call it burning, but it's
So
really
subtle, so subtle.
subtle, yes, because it's a alive wheel we are talking about. So when there's no alive wheel and just the I'm talking about an arahant. We are not talking about just the path. People are in the path. We can't really compare that to an arahant. But what I'm trying to say is a perfect example of an arahant. There's no alive here, so you can't really say anything whether he is shouting, saying Puchapotila. You can't really say Lord Buddha has fallen into the defilements again. You can't, because there's no alive field. So this is the problem of this whole thing. If we keep judging by the actions, if we keep judging by the words, if we keep judging by the thoughts, it's really difficult. No one can actually feel it. I think the only I think Lord Buddha is the best in field. So who has mastered the field would be able to actually say whether the person has the non-vibration or the not. So the non-vibration is so subtle. Low vibration is okay. Low vibration you can say. I mean, what we can really understand is if someone's vibration is above us, we can understand that. Low us, it can be tricky, isn't it? Yes, sir.
Okay, very beautiful. Thank
I
you
was
so
just
much.
thinking that we haven't heard from Dr. Sakuntala. Do you have anything to say?
Actually, that story I didn't listen. I couldn't complete
That's okay. That's okay.
listening to
But
that.
did you listen to us?
And yeah. That story about that incident. Actually, I must congratulate Joel because he's catching up the things so fast. I mean, he didn't have any his background on this subject was zero, I would say, compared to us who have been listening to this for years and years. But he's catching up the points very quickly. So as he said, the person going to, I mean, the lady's sensors were functioning, and the eye vibration and ear vibration, whatever which worked there, and there the mind sensor, as a product of the mind sensor, she would have felt liking also. And as Surangika and as you all explained, that if somebody came and sort of took that away, and if that was the only frock from that design, and if that lady lost it, missed the chance of buying it, then you should be able to identify the fire which would have come. That is the point where you can differentiate the stimulus becoming a thing. And otherwise, I mean, having a likingness or having sort of a desire to buy it alone cannot decide whether it
The
is a
desire
defilement.
word itself
Well,
is
the
correct.
word may not be correct. Yes.
The desire
Because
word
even,
is
I
very
know,
strong because
strong, yes.
because we can't have desire without self.
Yeah. Even Lord Buddha's stories, we have heard that he had certain things that he liked and the things that he didn't
Yeah,
like.
the thing is, he told this forest is so beautiful, but the problem is,
That's right.
as I said, he can say that. He can just say
He
that.
can say that when the monks were having some arguments among themselves, and when Lord Buddha couldn't settle it, and he didn't sort of, well,
That's the
I would
feel,
say he
yeah.
didn't like that situation. So that was his feel, but there was no fire or sort of
That's the
fire
problem.
within him. Yeah, that is the difference, isn't it?
That's
Yeah.
the problem where this alive feel is coming to the thing where we need to kind of, the understand, because the it's not even something we can understand. It's something you have to feel. That is the whole thing, because with a life feel like in something and without a life feel like in something is completely different. Yeah. So I
So
think,
it is something that is felt to the system, isn't it? Because no
mind sensor
outside action, no
is,
outside
that's
action will indicate exactly what has been going on in that system, the level of current.
the mind sensor specifically can be happy or can be sad. Mind sensor functions would be there, but we have to understand there are some which will vanish. The Masrukama, what do you call that? I don't know. The what is Masrukama?
Stinginess.
Stinginess will not be there. The what are those specific ones which will vanish? Like
Jealousy will not be there, isn't it?
yeah, there are several things that vanish early in the path, and then slowly it will come to the. I mean, it will just until you awaken from the whole dream, or be aware that every stimulus is just a perception, and the perception is not true level. When the whole dream is not true, that level, there's no much to consider at all, because it's not true to them. It's very tricky
It's
to
something like
even.
functioning, something like functioning in two layers, isn't it? The bigger the superficial layer will be sort of, communicating with the people or whatever. But the deeper level, I'm just taking this as an example, deeper level will persist as calm as ever, whatever is happening with the new line.
Yeah. Are we running out of time?
Yeah, I think we have come to the end.
Okay. Yeah. So we will conclude our session today. We worship Aranwanse as usual for his great noble friendship, and thank you, Aranwanse. Thank you all Dharma friends for coming in and getting involving into beautiful Dharma discussion where everyone will actually benefit. Not today, maybe in 100 years time, we don't know. So thank you everyone, and may Triple Gem bless you all.
තෙරුවන්
Thank you,
සරණයි
Theravada
ડોක්ටර්
Saranam.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආදරයන් වහන්සේ
Good afternoon, everybody. Terasana Mahamsa. Terasana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 86. Even though you do a lot of meritorious deeds by giving food to temple, do a lot of good deeds to gain a lot of merits, still it does not stop you falling into bad worlds after your death. The point is, if you have not entered the supramundane plane, which is the Lokottara Bhumiya, the chances are that you will fall into bad worlds or hells. If you believe that things outside truly exist, that will lead you to Bhava, and you will go on in samsara, following the cycle of rebirth and death. Unless you have realized the philosophy of the Buddha, you cannot be called a Buddhist. Anybody who has already realized that this world is an illusion, a lie, he or she can be called a Buddhist, Buddha, or Baba Buddha. You need to practice going on the path every day. At the beginning, try to bring your mindfulness to any of the 4 postures you would be at that moment. At the beginning, you need to apply effort to go on the path. The journey on the path to Nirvana begins with the effort you put into it. Once you realize the pure truth, you will remember that at the beginning you had to apply a lot of effort to start the journey on the path. But later, as you go on the path, you realize that once you reach a point in your mindfulness and in your spiritual development, the rest of the spiritual development takes place automatically. You would automatically see the thoughts effortlessly. You would not get distracted by the thoughts. You would let them go. Before your spiritual development, you had applied a lot of effort to practice how to let go of the thoughts that you receive at that moment. It only shows that it is very important that you practice letting go of the thoughts in order to proceed on the path to Nirvana. You should also know that the path to become a Sotapanna or stream enterer is different to the path one has to follow to become an Anagami or a non-returner. There are 4 stages of attainment in the supramundane plane. They are Sotapanna, Sakurdagami, Anagami, and Arahant. To attain each stage, you have to follow a different path. Sotapanna Margya is like a path going up a mountain in search of Nirvana. And on your way to the top, you arrive at a plateau. This plateau is similar to attaining the first stage of Sotapanna. This means that have realized the truth. Son, everybody.
We worship Paranamahansa for his noble guidance and welcome you to the English Zoom discussion. Welcome everyone who has joined already. I think Dr. Sakuntala is busy today with the programs, live programs, which is happening in Metmal monasteries. So we'll continue the discussion. I think Ranmanse also mentioned in the morning Zoom as well that we should talk about the Satyanana as well, which we do. Actually, we do that. We can talk about it as it comes. Anyone is free to ask a question as well. So I'll just give some facts here while someone asks a question. So when someone asks questions in the Zoom discussion, we realize that the angle we see here is can be very, it's different from each other. Like the way they look at Dhamma can be different. It's okay, but it's very important to understand the no-self Dhamma is actually, we are not going to understand just that the outside is not existent and the thoughts are not true. Actually, that's not the only part. It's mainly understanding that the self is not existent. The thought of self actually happened because we got a perception of self. We feel that we are here. So there's a feel, there's a perception, and there's a big view that I'm here. We're actually trying to find out how this happened. That's the whole idea of Dhamma, nothing about other things. So we have to keep this in the background, otherwise we might lose the idea that why we are discussing these things. So mainly we discuss these Dhamma points mainly to understand that the self-view, self-perception, the self-vibration, or the burning is actually it's there because of a reason. And we are trying to understand why it has happened. If there is no self, what are we feeling? Then we understand through Dhamma that Aranwatsi has explained that it is mainly the stimulus which we feel as existent. That's how that we have this feel of existence or alive feel in here. So this is very important. If we lose that basics, the base, it's if you keep understanding without that base, there can be actually problems because you will get more powerful, and someone who doesn't really care about others, or someone who doesn't feel that others or the world, the nature will may happen. So the main thing is here, the why we discuss this Dhamma is we are trying to find me. Who am I? So when we try to understand that, we understand there is a thought that I'm here. Yes, that's true. Definitely. We have a thought that I'm here. Then how did that thought happen? Is because there's a self-perception that we have like an idea or a perception or we can't say anything similar words for that. We have a perception that we are here. There's always that duality. So there's a feel too, like you feel something here, like a vibration. So how this happened is our investigation. How did this happen? So when the vibration is there, when the self-perception is there, when the self-view is there, definitely this get more and more reinforced every day, and then very easily you get carried away. So if something happens, it comes as they did this to me, or that person did this to me, or that company did this to me, or that bank did that to me, whatever, or this nature did this to me, or the other way around, I did this to them, this is my fault, or I shouldn't have done this way, or I should have done this in a different way. So there are so many thoughts around I because of the view. So it get magnified every day, and this ongoing thing happens till your respiration stops. So in your 20s you might be thinking about some stuff, and in 30s you might be thinking about another stuff, whatever the stuff that you feel important, and 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, if someone is alive at 90s, yes. So there are so many things that revolve around myself. So if it's very old age, you think about what will happen to me after the death, or how they will do my last moments. What will they do to my body after my death? How will I be healthy? How will I be healthy? How can I maintain this health? So many things. Or you might feel envy of others. I can't even walk, but others are walking. I can't even talk. Others are non-stop talking. I can't hear the music. I can't see properly. Even the taste is bad. My skin is so wrinkly. But the world is ongoing. The world hasn't stopped, even though I feel like I'm stopping. So the story goes on. Story goes on and on. Is there anyone to ask a question?
Doctor, I'm Joel here.
Oh yeah, okay.
Hi. I wanted to ask how to practice this thing, letting go things. How to practice it, doctor?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll talk about that. So letting go. There are two ways that people do that. Letting go in right. So the wrong vision is that the belief that we are here, I'm here, others are there, the chair is there, I am here, my friends, they are there, I'm here. You know, that complete wrong vision is, with the wrong vision also we can let go. So how can we do that? We just let go, you know, like I wanted to buy a car, but I let go of that. I just bought a bike. It's cheaper, it's very easy to ride. Yeah, you just let go of that car idea. You can do some other stuff too, like I got an idea about a girl. I felt the girl is not the right, and I let it go because I didn't feel it's right. So you got a plate of like some food, and you felt it is going to make you sick or make you actually fall sick in future, you just let go there. Or there is a recurrent idea that is coming. You know that gambling is not good. But it keeps coming, and then you rationalize it in your brain. Gambling is not good. Okay, I'm not going to do that.
There was right.
There was an answer.
Kokila, my brother's daughters here, my sister's daughters, Australia.
Okay, Aaron.
Yeah, here. Is yeah, so what's Hiroshi is the name. Is the three sisters here. My sister's daughters. Yeah, I like that that subject. Can you talk that? Yeah, so we are talking about meditation, inside meditation. Now discussion is going with my daughters with inside meditation. I know this girls like this inside meditation and the inside silence. They don't like the rush. It's nice. There's the Dhamma otherwise. Kokila.
Yes, sir.
You're the doctor also. What's your subject?
Physiotherapy.
Physiotherapy. It's okay. You talk. It's your ideas.
Hello, I'm Hiroshi, physiotherapist.
Hi.
Also in Australia.
Also, we're from Australia. My sister's here too. She's a speech pathologist. Hello.
Hi.
We were talking
what
about
did you say? What did you say? The sister is
a speech pathologist.
A speech pathologist.
Speech pathologist.
Oh,
yeah.
We were talking about inside calm and tranquility and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What did you understand?
What did you understand?
Did you actually understand something, or you're just in the process of trying to understand?
I think it's a mix of both. I think we understood that life is so busy that you don't realize that meditation can happen all the time. I think that's what Sudhamama explained, our uncle.
Kokila is every moment inside meditation is there, no Kokila?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. That's how our discussion is going. What we are doing is no matter our day-to-day activities is normally happening, but inside meditation is there. No Kokila?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. No, inside meditation is not the concentration meditation.
Yeah.
Not the subject, not the syllabus. It's our life.
Every day,
yeah.
Oh, mundane meditation, right?
Yeah, inside our we are in awareness.
Yeah.
Inside
spiritual awareness.
Yeah, spiritual awareness.
With everyday activity. Yeah.
It's normally our lives is going.
Yeah.
Inside meditation also there. That's why Buddha's, especially Buddha, never heard before Dhamma.
Yeah.
Buddha explained the 5 teachers after became a Buddha. Siddhartha Tapasa became a Buddha. It's okay. she can hear. but what Buddha explained, normally our life is going, but not sadness or suffering. Why? We know nobody is here. System is working. Our senses, eye, ear, nose, and mouth, and the body feel as the 5 senses, and the mind also other senses. Mind senses also we are not doing. Automatically is the working.
Right.
But we are thinking we are doing everything. But nobody is here. No one is here. No doer is here. System is here.
Yeah, like the
That
subconscious.
system, systematically suffering.
Subconscious.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all happening.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the inside meditation.
That's
the inside meditation.
So your senses.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's Kokila are very interesting. These girls also know this. But they are not talking about the Buddhism only. But they are talking normally. They style. That's very important, Kokila.
Yeah.
That's very important. No religion. We are not talking about the religion. The Dhamma is the nature like that. Yeah.
Younger generation, they don't talk about the religion anyway.
Yeah.
How old are they?
Ah, yeah, it's okay. You can see how old are they. It's okay, Kokila. You can now see. You can
Oh,
see.
really?
It's okay. It's okay, Kokila.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. 3 sisters and she. She's the younger, and she's the second, and she's the third.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. You see that?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, Kokila. It's okay.
Yeah.
Now age, you can tell the age. Yeah. Yeah. Now you can tell the age. Yeah, yeah.
I'm 24, 26.
26.
I'm 17.
17. It's okay, Kokila.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Their younger
Nice, no?
generation, yes,
Nice.
100%.
Yeah, younger generation. Yeah. It's nice.
So, yeah, so it's very interesting, this Dhamma in a, like, if anyone...
Where are you, Australia? Where are you? Go? What? Gold Coast.
Oh, really? Okay.
Where are you, Kokila?
I am towards Wollongong, down south from Wollongong also, like,
Wollongong, south.
yeah, down south.
Down
It's
south.
from Sydney. It's
Sydney.
It's south, Shoalhaven, that area is called.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm just, I'm a general practitioner.
Brisbane. Yeah, my sister, they are in the Brisbane. These daughters, they are working, no? Yeah. The subject, what is that subject is talking? Very interesting. That is speech therapy. Speech therapy and the physiotherapy. Do you know?
Yeah,
Do you know?
I know.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
I know. I refer to them.
Ah, it's okay.
I refer patients to them.
Doctors refer to
It's okay. Nice. Nice to meet, no? Suranka, where are you there? Suranka?
Surangika
Yes,
maybe
I'm
in
Brisbane.
Brisbane.
Terasa Suranka, where are you in Australia?
I'm in Brisbane, Naren Mansur.
Brisbane. Suranka, are you Brisbane?
Yes, Naren Mansur.
My sister was from Brisbane, no? They are in Brisbane. Which part? Yeah. Yeah, my brother is here. It's okay. Yeah, ask him.
Which part of Brisbane?
Just slightly north in the northern suburbs of Brisbane, just half an hour's drive from the city.
Okay, what's suburb? Chermside?
Boondall. It's called Boondall.
Boondall. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. Shopping center near the airport.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. How long you live there?
I've been here for 3 years now.
Okay. All right. You come to temple or Gunda temple?
No, I go to Forest Lake, Ajancha Monastery in, not Forest Lake, sorry, Kolo, Dambagiri Forest Monastery.
Okay. We are close to the Gudna temple.
The Gudna one, yeah. I've heard of Gudna, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, very nice temple.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, Lanka, it's okay. Where's this, our Sumit, where's Kokila, the Australia?
Sunit is in Sydney,
Sydney.
Yes. Sunit is Sydney.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. What do you think about Melbourne the day before yesterday, no? Yesterday, no?
Yeah, I listened to that the whole day.
Discussion, yeah.
I was
nice,
involved
no?
in that. Yeah,
Nice,
it
no?
was nice. It was nice.
Nice. It's okay. Okay, Kogila, keep going. It's okay. I'm now stopping my side. It's okay.
Okay, Aranatha.
Because we are going the discussion. It's okay, Kokila. Terosara, everybody. Terosara.
So going back to our question of letting go, so we'll go back to that. So the letting go, as I was starting to tell, letting go can happen in normal way, the way that we knew, I have let go so many things because maybe I wanted another thing, or because I thought it may be harmful. So that's common sense, by the way. That's common sense. So we have some common sense. We let go of things. Someone is worried about the lung cancer, they might let go of smoking, like something like that. But this letting go that we are talking about is actually nothing related to that kind of common sense. This is actually more deeper than that. This letting go happens automatically by just knowing that these the truth, basically the truth that actually Joel is very into. Because the truth is, this dream is not true, even though we are in a dream. Really beautiful dream, it can be ugly dream, it can be tired dream, it can be a terrible dream sometimes, or whatever it is a dream. So who would like to actually be in a dream and get deceived by a dream? No one, no human being. If they are really aware that it's a dream and you are really getting carried away by in a dream, you wouldn't like that. You would like to wake up, isn't it? So we are talking about waking up. We are not actually talking about letting go in other ways. So again, how can you let go? So the letting go, imagine that understanding them, how you feel lighter, how you feel that eternal tranquility, how you feel that super awareness, how you feel that super happiness, or the unbelievable loving and kindness that we were talking about that day. How come that happened? So the usually we are not aware about anything like that, but after hearing this Dhamma, you understand this dream. You understand that the outside is actually a perception in our mind. And when we try to understand the mind, we understand it's just like a spark. It's a vibration. It's a vibration. So if you keep understanding how these things work. And are you trying to let go now? Not really. Are you trying? If you really understand that this dream is a dream, are you going to really hold on to things in the dream? You might use them. I mean, you're eating because you have a body, so you keep eating. You have you have to keep it clean. You have to be in the society as a having like a good appearance, and you have a pattern that you had before, so you might be doing something that you used to be doing. You get up in the morning and you have a routine, so you might be doing the same. But are you actually deceived in that dream? Not really. So if you actually awake, you feel now we are trapped in the dream. You feel that, but if you feel awakened, you're not actually in the dream, but you kind of become the master of the dream. Before we were in the dream, we were acting in the dream with so much agony, so much sometimes happiness, so much anger, so much sometimes empathy, but sometimes hatred, sometimes jealousy, sometimes you're happy for the other person. Yeah, it's a roller coaster. But the problem was you were acting in that roller coaster. You were inside that dream. You were inside the film. But once you awaken from the dream, are you actually trying to let go? No, this happened because of truth. You're not actually trying to let go, because if you try to let go, this becomes a problem, because you try to let go, the person who is trying to let go becomes very prominent. That's like the before, because you wanted to let go, so you want to stop smoking, you try to stop smoking, you are trying to do something, of course, because it's beneficial for you. You feel sad and you're trying to make things correct again because you want to feel happy. That's because you want to feel happy. But the eternal happiness or the tranquility doesn't come like that. It's actually coming in, even if you are sad, you will have that happiness. You will have that tranquility. Even if your body is damaged due to some accident, you will be still happy. You will still be having that tranquility. How come is that? That's because you're actually not in the dream. So the letting go happens automatically. How? Because you have realized that these perceptions are not true. Perceptions are perceptions. Perceptions are like vibrations. The dream, I told you, the dream can be 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 100 years. Whatever the dream, it's just another dream. But if you think like this, it is not going to help that much, because just thinking like that will not help. But if you really think about how these perceptions are made, how this a life feel has come, because you feel the light, you feel the touch, you feel the sound, you feel the taste, you feel the smell. But you understand that's only feelings of the sensory organs. That's all that happened. Yes, of course, there was a vibration to initiate this system, 100%. But now, because you're understanding Dhamma, the vibration goes down. There's no power, but the system is going. Tranquility is there. The happiness is there. You can do whatever the things that you are doing, and you will definitely start to help other people who will need this Dhamma, who will seek this Dhamma. So, did you really feel it, Joel? I don't know. What do you think?
Yes, doctor. Thank you. Thank you. I felt it.
Yeah, okay. So, Saranka, do you want to add something to that? Or Joel, do you have any other way? Yeah, Saranka, yeah, you can talk.
Yeah, Dr. Hukla, nothing really to add. I think the point I want to make, but then you also mentioned it, that when one says letting go, it can actually, you can mistakenly think that there is an active letting go that needs to be done. But that is not the case, isn't it? In this true Dhamma and the understanding and the practical aspect of it, we keep saying letting go, and to a certain extent, I think Dr. Kokila explained about the wrong way of letting go, and in the mundane world also we let go of various things. Even when we understand the Dhamma also, people mistakenly try to do that same type of letting go. For example, now when we have heard our advanced explaining for so many years, this is an experience in other Zoom meetings as well, Joel. Lots of our mothers who are listening to the talks, now they know the truth. They know the philosophy that has been explained. So what they try to do is, sometimes we know when some thought has become very heavy for them, say, for example, their son is not calling or something often, and now the mother is getting agitated. Then she comes onto the Zoom and says, no, Aryanvansa, although my son didn't call, I don't know this. This is just a thought. My son is just a thought. There is no son outside. So I'm fine, Aryanvansa. Like that she says. So, and as if she's overtly trying to let go. So now, does that actually work? It doesn't. I mean, to a certain extent, she might have a temporary bit of relief, but it's almost as if she's trying to tell herself without actually innately understanding the reality of that process. So what the true Dhamma philosophy is trying to get across to the followers is the fundamental tenets of this pure truth, which is about how this whole mind and mechanism works, how the self-perceptions arise, what is self-view, Was there such a thing? Wasn't that only a misconception? So on and so forth. But if you say that, I know it's bad, I know it's a thought, then it's almost only applying it like a knowledge. So because initially you have to take it in as knowledge, because we have already discussed that we use the mind as a tool first, because we have to first acquire the knowledge, almost like theory. We have to know what this philosophy is, what was it that the Buddha taught. And then once you do that, there is that practical aspect. Every posture, everywhere you go, in your daily routine, the thing that is never absent is what? The thoughts, isn't it? And through the truth philosophy, we understand this. It is the thoughts that bring about the stimuli. The thought itself is the stimuli, and it is the stimuli, understanding that to be real, is the thing that actually causes the suffering. The moment the stimuli becomes real, there is a duality. The person experiencing the stimuli also manifests at the same time in that thought itself. So when one understands that, the practical aspect of it brings about that inner transformation, the jnana or the wisdom that Aran Manse has also explained in this Zoom. So that is what he's trying to encourage people following to do. Because ultimately, as Dr. Pokila says, ultimately the truth is that there is no self here. There has always been a harboring of a wrong self-view, which is why the suffering has arisen. The suffering of depression, the suffering when we lose a loved one, the suffering when we lose a job, the suffering when a relative comes and becomes a pain in the neck and doesn't go away. All those things are suffering. Why is it a suffering? The stimuli has become real. For you, it can be different stimuli. For another person, it can be another stimuli, relative, mother, father, whoever it is. But ultimately, they all have one common thread. It is all perceptions, stimuli. And if that stimuli or the perception is considered to be real, that you think there is a person outside, you think there is an object that has been lost to the fire, you think there is a dog who has died, whatever it is, as long as one considers that these things, that there is such an external world, then this whole world and the reality and the self and everything becomes true. Because that's the way this whole ignorance, this mechanism works. But if we understand that this whole thing is the natural phenomena of the mind, just like the trees, just like nature, that there is just a process and a mechanism that is being activated here. As long as there is breath coming in and out of the body, the whole thing is understood objectively, clinically. And that clinical thing is what the theory and the practical aspect of it helps us to realize. So the knowledge then gets transformed. The knowledge of the truth and the philosophy and the mechanics gets transformed to an innate understanding. And that understanding cannot be forced. It is not an active letting go. What has to be done is see the truth in the thought. When one sees the truth in the thought, the power, the underlying current, the power behind the thought, the weight, the value that is attached to the thought, whether it's the mother, whether it is the job, whether it is the trade union striking and the patient suffering, all that one then sees behind the scene. We see the magic happening. We see how did this stimuli become real. Was there a patient? Was there a trade union? Did the baby have all these problems? No, they didn't. When did these object stimuli become real? So that is the part that is understood by applying the truth and seeing the thought. So all that is done is understanding the thought, and then the letting go comes naturally. The letting go is an auto happening, and slowly what happens is the thought ceases to be of value. The thought ceases to have the suffering, the burning, the heaviness that is attached to it. That is the ultimate letting go. in this Buddhist philosophy. Dr. Kokida, if I said something wrong, please correct any aspect.
No, I think
Thank you.
really, it's really good that you added that. Actually, I can feel that some others would actually artificially think that okay, sun is not there, so sun is a thought, so that's it. But this Dhamma is completely actually different, because if you actually feel this Dhamma, what you finally get is there's no self. That's the main thing I was actually trying to say, that was that because at the end, what we understand here is how we felt alive and how we don't feel alive, that burning, even we can't say burning, that self-perception is not there when the actual stimuli is not felt as a thing, or it doesn't become a thing. This breaks the whole cycle of feeling alive for the whole samsara. So the actual break here is that this self-view, which is there even in the God, the Brahma, the human, even though the self-view is not really prominent in animals, they have the self-perception, very strong self-perception. Even the small rat is scared to die. If you have seen, podcast and stuff, or whatever the documentaries, you can see even the smallest animal in the world, they don't like dying. So that is because their self-perception. So that's the final outcome. And if you actually felt that at least once, the important aspect that we get here is, well, the self-perception is not true. But to come to that understanding, we have to understand all the other things too, like all the other perceptions are not true as well. So when we realize that, our burning is going to go down drastically. Why? If there is no self, how come there are others? Because we are like a center. Like we are the center of the attraction, or the center of the field. Everyone is around you, like my father, my mother, my siblings, my kids, my husband, my wife, my friends, my school, my job place. What else? My worship place. So it's all revolving around you. If you really understand this, you can feel this center is getting weaker and weaker. And when center becomes weaker, you actually become the son. You actually become the mother. You actually become the person who is in front of you. So you feel so much, you feel that vibration. If the vibration that side is high, you feel that too. If the vibration is low, you feel that too. If the vibration is low and you feel that you might be able to help that person to go to non-vibration, you might help it. If the vibration is so high, you might even not try. So that's the difference. I mean, more we talk about this, more we can actually understand this. I'm really thankful for Joel keep asking these questions, because we even don't talk about these things because our talks are usually very monotonous and boring, because we kind of get diverted to one angle of the story. But if someone actually asks a question like this, the true Dhamma comes automatically. No one is bringing it. It comes automatically. So yeah. So letting go basically is something which happens with the truth. What is the truth? There is no thing. There is no self. So yes, Joel, do you have anything to add or ask?
Yeah, it was nice to hear, like, you become the mother, you become the father. I felt it a lot, what you said. And we read about detachment. How do you detach from yourself? I mean, detachment and let go, is it same or
Okay,
is it different?
now you are really good in asking questions, Joel. I have to appreciate that. Okay, now detachment. You asked how to detach yourself from your. How can you detach yourself? Now the question is, how can you detach from yourself? Yes. So yes. Now here, there's a bit of a trick here. What? There's a part of ignorance what happened here. Actually, what ignorance here is, we have a misunderstanding, complete misunderstanding, misconception that there is a self. Okay, there was never a self. There was a system which manifested nicely, went into a story. Yes, it went on and on. Yes, but there's a misunderstanding from the beginning, from the very beginning, that there is a self. As soon as first stimuli happens, first thought happens, you get this self-perception. You can't avoid that. You just get it. Because that's how it is. Until someone tells you, that's how it is. Because you have to hear this. So, actually, Joel, here, what happens is, you're not detaching from yourself. What happens is, you keep realizing that there wasn't a self. That's so beautiful to understand. That's the most beautiful thing I would say in the world, that if people can understand, because that brings the suffering to zero. Suffering to 100% zero. Because here, as we talked about before, the letting go concept also same. We try to let go things. We change it around. The same thing. We are not trying to detach from, I am not trying to detach from myself. I'm actually, first I'm understanding that there's no self. From the noble friend, we understand it. And then you actually feel it. You just feel that there is no self. You started walking and you feel that it's not you who is walking, it's just a system. It just works. You start driving and you know it's not you driving, it's a system. If the driving is like a mind picture which is there, if someone is taught how to drive, they will keep driving. What's the big deal? No, it's not a big deal. But what the problem was, the misunderstanding was there. I am driving. So when the misunderstanding is going to the understanding, or if the ignorance is getting, the ignorance is disappearing, or science is actually coming up. So what we actually feel here is, if the stimuli is not felt as a thing, the feeling of self is not there. So we understand completely without any doubt, if this happens, this is like just a moment, like a fraction of a second moment. Do you understand in that moment, this self-feeling we had, it's a feel, we feel alive. That self-feeling we have is actually not there when the stimuli is not taken for granted. So at that particular moment, you're not there. That particular moment though. But that confirms what this Dhamma says. It becomes ages for you to actually become that, because it takes time for all the defilements to go away. But this fraction of second, when you feel that the self is not there, this confirms your truth. So the misunderstanding that we had forever, that there is self, everything is happening to me, everything is, I am feeling these things, I am touching, I am seeing, I am eating, I am sensing the smell, I am hearing these things, I am thinking, and these things are happening to me. This whole thing collapses, and you're not going to entertain that anymore. That's the beauty of Dhamma, Joel. That's the beauty of Dhamma. So in that fraction of second, you don't feel you, then you will actually start to become Dhamma from there onwards, because there's no doubts about Dhamma. Because now you're listening, you're actually trying to understand, but you felt so many things, I know, because you felt lighter, but then it keeps changing. But these things, it will never change, because these are like very demarcations that Shani was talking about. Shani's topic was how to become a stream enterer. How do you become this into this stream? That is how you enter the stream. A moment without you. It's not you trying to get rid of you. It's a moment without you, just by understanding them. Did you get it, Joel?
Yes, doctor. I got it. Can you tell me, have you ever felt that moment where you were not there
Kind of.
in life? An example that you can tell about your life, in your life, that you have felt that you were not there, and that was a good moment. Can you tell me that moment? An
It's kind
experience,
of
kind of thing.
it's one example would be, I was in the garden. I was just there, sitting there in the morning, and there were a lot of sounds of birds, and just a fraction of a second I felt that, and I felt the strong vibration as well as the non-vibration. I can't say more than that, because it's just a feeling. And that's the example. Yes, Surangita, can you add anything more to that?
I think what you said was adequate, Dr. Pokila. It's difficult to, I suppose, it's a moment that has to be realized, isn't it?
Yeah. But Joel's questions are really valuable, because but the problem is you can't really simulate or get anything from anyone else's. That's why we don't talk much about these experiences, personal experiences, because if you get a chittarupa about that, or the mental picture about that, someone can get misled, because it becomes like a mental picture. So we try not to talk about these specific moments, but we try to. But all, if you felt it once, you might feel it again. So all the Dhamma we talk about is actually based on these experiences. But it's really beautiful for you to feel it. But your way is completely different. It is completely different. So all the experiences are different, but the non-vibration is same. Vibration power could be different from person to person. You feel that vibration power that is tense. You feel that power, and then if it really comes to you that it is a function of the sensory organ, definitely it will that ear function. It would be the ear function, and if you really feel it, then you will feel the non-vibration too. It is very subtle, though, very very minute, because it's a very transient like kind of thing. But and definitely this path keep changing. Shani told about that. Shani was talking about that where the path keep changing. So the path where you become stream enterer is different from stream enterer becoming a non-returner. Non-returner to an arahant, it is different. So there's a long way to go from that beginning. So it's just the beginning. That part is just the beginning. So you are just still floating around. But it's very important to understand that this self-view is the main problem here. When that is understood that it is just a view only, and what is here is only the chair or the mother or anything, any stimulus in that case, you keep understanding that was the only thing that was there. And then, is it that true? No, that's not true either. It's a perception. It's like a current. How can you otherwise see the chair in the dreams? So this Dhamma is very beautiful if you can understand and then feel it. And you keep understanding more and more that actually when you understand that there is no self, your burning goes down a lot, because there's no way that anyone can make you to boil. After you understanding that or feeling that, can someone come and talk to you and say, here Joel, you have this thing, why don't you try to achieve this, or something. I mean, people are very inquisitive and very keen to help as well at the same time. So if you can do them, you can do. But what I'm trying to say is, you will not be burning. Your burning is going to go down, never going to multiply. So from a stream enterer, the main good thing being, the Lord Buddha says is, after becoming a stream enterer, your vibration is never going to get worse than what your vibration is now. So the human vibration, the kind of human level, you're not going to go down in the sense to the animal level. So it happens here and now. So your vibration is never going to get so bad that you can kill someone, you can steal things, you can lie, you can harm someone, you can't really, there are so many things that automatically happens because you understand that if you are actually killing someone, it's just a perception. You have a perception that you are killing someone. It's just a perception. Who would like to be in a dream and act really seriously in the dream? Because you have to be so serious to kill someone, isn't it? Be so serious. To lie, you have to be so serious. To steal, you have to be so serious about this life. To steal. Think about these things. So your vibration is never going to go down, but it is going to get better and better. So towards zero. But it is zero in every stimuli, only in an arahant. Until such time, there's a long time. It can be, the timing can't be judged. It's according to every person's vibration. How low the vibration is, they might feel it a bit more quickly. And but that's the beginning of the path. That's not the end of the path. That's the beginning of the path. Anything else? Yes, Suranjika, can you add something?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, I think that even as that vibration gradually lowers, even I think at the point or before the stream enterer stage, the value attached to those mental formations, what we call sankhara, or perceptions itself, dissipates. And now, how does those perceptions manifest? It manifests in three ways. One is mental formations in the form of thought that we have spoken of. But the overt aspect of it is what is vitakka in English, when the mental formations are magnified, they turn to verbal stuff like words, verbose. And then the more one agitates about the thoughts, it turns into action. So those are the three ways that these mental formations manifest themselves: through action, overt action, through words, and through thoughts. So initially the thought has to arise, and then that gives rise to the impulse to speak and explain and talk. And then that also gives rise to action. So what Dr. Kopla was trying to say is, the more one realizes that there's no truth in this thought, and this whole thing is a mental construct and fallacy based out of ignorance alone, the gradual wanting to act on various things, wanting to steal, wanting to kill, even those, the temptation or the tendency, shall we say, to act on the thoughts dissipates over time. And then whilst at a certain point the action really dwindles down, then even the words. Now, when you think about a conversation earlier, if you think, we are always wanting to talk, isn't it? We are always wanting to engage in a conversation. Before the other person finishes talking, we are not even listening to that person. We are building up the thing that we want to say to that person, isn't it? Even in discussions, if you just think about how this behavior happens, and then even in those conversations, whether it is with a colleague or whether it is even with friends around a table at a pub or a bar or something, even we are trying to show that, we are great. We are trying to praise ourselves, maybe indirectly, or say that, this thing happened and this is the way I worked it out. And, you won't say directly, I am great and I am brave, but in indirect ways, in covert ways, there is a way that the self is being kind of praised in a indirect roundabout way. So all these things are giving rise from that mental formation. The thought then gives the urge to say things, gives the urge to pattern the ego, gives the urge to put things in words. So, hold attention in a crowd, say things that will bring praise to oneself, so on and so forth. Now, all that gradually, as the stimuli becomes less and less real, the need for action, the need for to put oneself on a stage or to do things like that, the overt action gradually goes away. then the need for putting words, the need for talking endlessly nonsense, putting oneself in the limelight, all that also goes. Why does it happen? It doesn't happen deliberately. Each time a thought comes, the lack of significance of the thought is the thing that comes up. What is the point? Because it just says every stimuli is, we know the truth behind the stimuli. So each stimuli, it becomes useless. Each stimuli, the power of the stimuli to keep on going from one thought to the other to the thought, because the conversation makes the thought stronger, right? The conversation, in order to fuel the conversation, the thoughts fuel themselves and get more and more powerful. That is the thing that will give the momentum, give the motivation to keep on speaking, to keep on fattening the ego, to keep on, bringing attention to oneself in a crowd, so on and so forth. So all that falls down, as Dr. Kopila says, even with the action. So which is why at the point of stream enterer, there is no way that that stimuli is going to be any, like worse or bad to the point of falling down into any one of those lower realms. It is only going to become refined and more refined. The behavior becomes more tranquil, more calm, the posture, the thinking, all that becomes calm and subdued. Now, that doesn't mean that that personality stops talking and stops smiling and that kind of thing. That person will still behave in the normal trait of that person. But inside, as Aryan Mahatsa has told us many a time, the calmness is inside. The inner transformation has happened. On the outside, the person will be cheerful, will be talking to the parents, taking the children to school, and behaving as usual. So it is difficult in this stream enterer and beyond, even for a person in the mundane world, to actually recognize such a person, isn't it, Dr. Popila? It's
Yeah, it's very beautiful. The more we get into this understanding of right vision, everything follows. Kind of everything follows. So you start working with right vision, you start talking with right vision. So everything follows in that kind of order, because when there's no self, imagine when someone enters and there's no self, like really low ego, don't you feel it? You feel it. And if someone enters with very high ego, you feel that too. And when someone is with low ego, not like an arahant has no ego at all. Someone with low ego even, we feel so comfortable because there's no kind of pressure. But anyone with high ego, you feel such a pressure, that if you are a feeler, you will feel it, because someone in the mind will not catch it, because when the mind is racing, it will concentrate on a lot of other stuff. But if you are a feeler, you will definitely feel the vibration. When we are in a room, don't we say that we can feel the vibe? We feel the vibe. We sometimes leave because you can't really take it. That's okay. That's okay. It's just mainly understanding how this dream is ongoing, but still it's a dream. So if we are awakened from the dream will still go, but that power which you had as the burning or the suffering is not going to be there. So you'll be smiling with them, you might be talking with them. If you really don't want to talk with them, you might go. It doesn't matter. You're not bothered about that action though. If you're not going, if you are invited to go to a party and you say no, you're not bothered about that either. And also, if you decide to go and you are there, but you're not there. If you're not there, if you actually don't go, you come home, you are not there either. But you keep doing everything that you should do. You act normal with everyone. No one can say anything. No one can even detect anything. They're just acting normal. They can feel they might feel comfortable with you because you have very low ego, but then yeah, that's it. Yes, anything, Joel? Did you actually get the points that we are trying to say? We are coming closer to the end of the Zoom discussion today. Yeah.
Yes, Doctor. I was like jotting down certain important points that we are discussing, so that after the session that I could reflect on that and understand it more and feel it. So yeah, I was jotting down the points. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Madam Surangika.
All good. And yeah, we worship our Advanse. We are really we have a great gratitude for the noble friendship that he has offered. We just listen to them through YouTube. We just started randomly. It's just a random thing for me. And I think Surangika got a tip from a friend, I think. But whatever the way that you entered listening to Dhamma, just understanding that there is no self, actually it's only a self-view. There is a vibration which is actually there because the stimuli is taken as a thing. So when the stimuli is fully understood and you don't feel it as a thing, you don't feel you become the stimuli. That's how it actually can be taken. Even these words, don't take it too seriously because this is just a feel. So to give the idea of the feel, we keep saying these things. Otherwise, it's something you feel. Your power, your chains are actually, that's the vibration of your system. That vibration, you have to actually feel it to understand that that is what is going to get slowly dissipate, slowly dwindle, slowly go to zero. So we'll start the discussion tomorrow. Thank you all Dhamma friends for coming for the discussion. We worship our Advanse. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Pokida. Thank you, Joel and other Dhamma friends. We worship our Advanse.
Buddothpado, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind.
lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth, so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path. Through gentle words and sermons vast, step by step you lead us on, until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nirvana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay. Working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the
quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see. Not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, showed the way by asking see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same.
of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining glow, Buddothpado.
Liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
Wisdom of Asia, everglow, Buddothpado. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind,
truth of birth and death made clear,
the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia, ever we go,
Dear listeners, once again, as usual, we are gathering like this way to listen another episode of Buddothpado sermons. You happen to hear a nice piece of music, a song that tells the importance of these Buddothpado sermons. So why these Buddothpado sermons so special about? Just because it reveals the absolute truth, the similar message that was delivered by Lord Buddha about 2600 years back. The same message. So nowadays, we often hear as Buddhism, not the absolute kind of Buddhism. What most temples, what most spiritual leaders tell their followers to do the meditation first. But during the Buddha's period, have you ever noticed in any of sutras or any of uh, stories, Buddha stories related to Lord Buddha, have you ever noticed were there any kind of instructions given by Lord Buddha to do the meditation? We haven't heard like that. In which sutra do you find the meditation is the first thing to do? Is as the first thing to do? No. So even in order to do certain kind of a meditation, don't you feel like that you should need something, you have to know something first. So what is the purpose of doing this meditation, and what would be the end results of this, and to what purpose what I am doing this meditation? So for that, the most of the spiritual leaders nowadays tell the meditation is important to tame your mind. Tame your mind. So it implicitly say your mind is not obedient to you. And also it says, at the same time it says, the mind works or functions as a separate entity from you. So we can simply say the mind does not belong to you. So if it is not under your control, so you are forcibly trying to settle down or neutralize.
මේ ස්ක්‍රීන් එක පුතේ හරි ඔයා එයා කතා කරපු ආවේ හරිද මට ඔයා දාන්නකො හොස්ට් එක රෙබෙකා වීල්සිට හොස්ට් එක දාන්නකො මේසි ඒතොර නැත්තම් ඉන්න ඕම දඟලන්න නැතු මම මේකෙන් ගන්න දෙන්නම ඉන්නකො ඉතින් ඒක හරිනේ ඒ දෙකම එකයිනේ නෑ නෑ දෙකම මේ 10 කමම කරන්න මොකද 10ට මේ PeoTV එක එම් කරලා ආයෙ මොන කරන්න තියෙනවා එන පුතා 10 කරා එන පුතා 10 කරා හරි
That implicitly say that the mind is not a part of yourself. That is true. But doing concentration meditation, you are trying to forcefully neutralize or make it still. So what is the purpose of doing it? So people who starts practicing the meditation, at the most of the time, they don't know why should I tame or why should I neutralize my mind first. So without knowing the purpose of doing this meditation, they start doing meditation, thinking that they might be attain certain dhyana state. So, and also they don't know what is this so-called mind is. So they don't know how the mind has been formed. They think that mind belongs to them, and they are forcefully trying to neutralize this mind, the activity of the mind. So it is like that, like this. So as long as you keep pushing a balloon under the water, it will remain under the water. But once you take out your hand, this ball will come up, will pop up suddenly. So that is what is happening when you try to suppress your mind in that way. So they are using a certain method for that. What is that method? Making one perception more predominant intentionally. What they do is they intentionally try to make one perception more prominent. So how they do it? They may be starting this meditation by focusing on a certain kind of a light or certain spot or certain feel which comes through your body. From that they try to focus into one particular thought and keep the other thoughts suppressed. So, but they don't know, as long as they keep concentrating on that particular thought, the other thoughts will remain silent. But once your attention has been taken away from that particular thought, the rest of the thoughts will pop up as the balloon comes up from the water. So, Lord Buddha instructed in very few kind of people to do that. Because if your thoughts are, the flow of the thoughts are very rapid, so that will help you for some extent to neutralize your mind. But it won't help in any means to do this penetrative meditation or to achieve this penetrative insight. That's why Lord Buddha said the penetrative insight is the must in order to achieve whatsoever the liberation from the mind. So, if it is so, why are we keep wasting our time just doing this concentration meditation anymore? Obviously, you can achieve certain kind of uh, peaceful state, but for about transient time. So as long as you are in that particular thought or particular state, you will feel some kind of relaxation, but it won't be a permanent kind of liberation. So as long as you take out your thought, or as long as you uh, mm, um, mm, your thought get out of focus, the remaining, the rest of the other thoughts will be flooding to your mind as usual. But Lord Buddha said, what Lord Buddha said is totally different. It is a true kind of a liberation, and it will remain a stable or static state, static throughout your life, irrespective of your position, posture, activity, and whatsoever. So that means you can do whatever the thing you want, you are doing with that uh, stillness, and you can do your societal activities as usual, where one as you did previously with the stillness. You can do uh, any kind of businesses, so you can do your responsibilities. You can perform your day-to-day activities as usual with this static kind of stillness, internal stillness. But the dhyana states that you achieve through this concentration meditation won't remain like this. So, in order to keep it sustained, so you have to keep on meditating again and again and again. So that's why you have to leave your uh, hometown and leave your family members and go to some remote area to do meditation. That's why most of the um, people who doing this meditation, concentration meditation, they find the deep jungles or deep forest to do their meditations, because the distraction is very minimal. But if you look at the Buddha's character, Buddha's story, Buddha was living in the temple called Jetavanarama, about um, 15 to 20 years in his life. So Jetavanarama was situated in an urban area. So a lot of people came into the temple, and a lot of activities were going there, and so Lord Buddha visited certain places, including the castles of the uh, kings and the rich people, the mansions of the rich people. So Buddha peacefully lived within the society. But what most people nowadays tell is totally different from that. In order to achieve this stillness, they say you have to leave your leave the urban places, and you have to be in far away places like remote villages or in the forests or jungles, and you have to carry out your meditation activities there. So what nowadays practicing is totally different from what Lord Buddha practiced 2500 years back. So from those things, it is not very difficult for you to understand So we have something has gone wrong. Something has gone wrong nowadays. So we have mm, with the certain rituals, practices, and beliefs. So all these things, the society have missed the exact message that was revealed by Lord Buddha. So that is the chaotic situation that we are facing nowadays, especially the Buddhists, so-called Buddhists. So in my birth register, it, uh, it is my religion as mentioned. My religion was mentioned as Buddhist, but I don't know. I didn't know how to become a Buddhist. Being stated in the birth register, how can a person become a Buddhist? Never, never. And what we usually nowadays hear as Buddhism is not the true Buddhism either. One, I can't remember his exact name. A certain monk came and asked Lord Buddha, I live in a very remote place with absolute solitude. So I feel like I'm free. And so many things have been told by that particular monk to Lord Buddha. But Lord Buddha said, yes, there is a certain thing called solitude in this manner as well. But this absolute solitude that is achieved through realizing this Dhamma is different from that solitude. So those certain messages, those certain discussions are very important for us to understand that we have missed something very important by now. Through Buddothpado sermons, we are absolutely fortunate to hear this real message again. What is that message? There is no kind of living being here. If I express in few words the way I can express the entire Dhamma, is in that way. There is no so-called self here. In Pali terms, Nisatto, Nijivo, Sunyo. So Buddha was talking about an unsolved Dhamma. But nowadays, what we hear as the Buddhism is talking about a soul, an existing kind of a soul which migrate or which propagate from one birth to another. For most of the so-called Buddhists think that they will have certain soul within them, and this soul will be migrated to another kind of a life after death. How pathetic is that? The totally different message now we are accepting as the real Buddhism. We are hearing in 99% of the places, from 99% of the places, especially in countries like Sri Lanka, Burma, Thailand, Vietnam, and so on, they believe that after this birth, you will be gone to a certain, your soul will be gone to certain kind of good or bad realm. Maybe into Preta, maybe into heavenly soul. So, but yes, Lord Buddha discussed, Lord Buddha explained there are 31 realms. But he further explained you can be it those all the 31 realms can be found in one single thought. He didn't tell that you will be going after death to heavenly realm or Preta realm. No. What he explained is, in this very moment, in this very thought, you will be able to see all the 31 realms. In this moment, in this very thought. So he didn't talk about a soul that is migrating from one birth to another. So people are thinking, so we are going in this way, one soul to another, another to another, for such a long period, millions and trillions of years. But Buddha did talk about that thing as well. So you have been traveling in the samsaric journey for a million of trillion of years. That is true. It is said by Lord Buddha. That is true. But the meaning is different. What Lord Buddha said is, talked about this, a stream of thoughts. You have been dealing with perceptions for such a long period. Because of your ignorance, you took it as real. That is the reason for you to that is the reason that make you to travel for such a huge period in the samsaric cycle. As long as you take this very perception as real, or very thought as real, that is the reason why you were made to travel in this samsaric journey for such a long period. Again, Buddha talked about this very instance. He didn't talk about a life that is going one bird to another bird to another for millions of years or millions of kalpas. The millions of kalpa will be there for you if you take this moment as real. Because the other moment will also be real for you. The previous moment will also be real for you. So that is the way how you propagated, how you came all the way throughout your sansaric journey for millions and trillions of kalpas. So Buddha nicely showed how to see the truth in this very moment. Buddha didn't talk about a soul that is traveling from one birth to another. So it is another misconception that that is there in our society as Buddhism. So we have to now. So it is very clear now. We have to understand what the real Buddhism means. So I described in 3 words. There's no such a thing called soul here. That is the message. So, but it is very difficult for us to understand this message at once. Why? Because as we were feeling that self is there, so we haven't felt any moment without a self so far. That is the reason why it is very difficult for us to understand that there is no self here. We have been feeling a false kind of a self for such a long duration. So we can't easily take that message into our life. So it is an absolutely a feel. So Dhamma is something that pure truth is something that you should feel, not something you learn. Obviously, unless you learn first instance, so you won't be able to feel the absolute feel. Even though you feel the absolute feel, you don't know. You won't be knowing unless you do not. If you do not know, so first thing has to come first. First, you must learn how this Lord Buddha said there is no such a living being here. In order to understand this fact, you have to know how it is explained by Lord Buddha. So, Buddha utilized a certain kind of a structure to announce the world that there is that particular message. So the structure is known as this dependent origination Dhamma or the Paticcasamuppada. So it is a certain kind of a methodical way which will enable you to see or understand this particular truth. So unless you try to figure it out from that perspective, you will most probably miss this end result or miss this goal. For that's why Lord Buddha said, before you start this study, before you start studying or before you start acquiring the knowledge about this Paticcasamuppada, you have to choose the non-soul perspective. You have to look, you have to begin to see this Dhamma from that non-soul perspective. This perspective is very much important because we have been doing things always with the self. So, if you see something, you unknowingly think that I am the one who saw this. When you hear something, you invariably think I am the one who heard it. Likewise, in every instance, the ownership gets automatically assigned. Whatever the thought comes to your mind. But Lord Buddha said, when you start studying this way of formation of the self, you have to just set your that perspective aside for a short while. Then you be able to see this truth very easily. That is the non-soul angle or non-conscious angle. So, to begin with, so yesterday we talked about how we try to figure it out from the self perspective. Now today we can start talking how it is formed from the non-material thing from the material aspect. So to make it more simpler, I can start by saying I can start by giving certain kind of example. So if you see something, we'll say a flower. So how you recognize it as a flower? So you see a certain color or different shades of colors in this particular object, and so it will collectively create a certain kind of a perception within your mind, and also a previous kind of similar perception will come to that place and tries to compare it with previous kind of perception and try to understand what sort of a flower it is. So this entire process will happen automatically within a split second. So without your involvement, so you didn't involve in this process. It automatically comes as a flower, which is very known to me. It is a rose. It is a temple flower. It is a shoe flower. So after seeing as soon as you saw the color and the shape of it, how this word of shoe flower came into the mind? Did you involve in that particular process, in that particular thing, in this particular activity? No, it automatically came into your mind. So then also it reminded you the name of the flower as well. So from where that name came from? So were there any kind of involvement within that? No. But you might be thinking that it came from my past memory. So in that, so as you think it is, the memory is there in somewhere in my brain. Were there any flowers in this brain? No. The brain consists of so many neural connections, neurons and neural connections and neurotransmitters. So they are basically chemicals. So how chemicals make you to remind a certain kind of a name? So in English we call it as show flower. In some other language, in Sinhala, we call it Sapattumala or Parasatumal or whatsoever. In Tamil language, another kind of flower. So from, if you see the same thing, you should get the same signal. No. So they will tell different names. So if I remind the name show flower to someone who doesn't know the show flower or doesn't have an past experience with the shoe flower, he didn't remind any kind of thing. So, what is this? Absolutely, we are dealing with certain set of perceptions. These perceptions will be differ from one person to another, one community to another, one country to another, one culture to another. So just see, now it is not very difficult for you to understand these perceptions are a kind of melody. It's kind of a auditory signal. If one auditory signal comes into your mind, it enables to produce a certain kind of a perception. How does this happen? Does it control? Does it? Can it be controlled by you? No. The creation of the thought will automatically happen without engagement of anyone else. So that's why. So how does this happen? In order to understand that particular fact, you have to understand how this resonance and telepathization take place. If two similar kind of tuning forks with similar frequencies are kept in distance, if you give a punch to one tuning fork, the automatically the other tuning fork will start to vibrate. The same mechanism, more or less similar kind of a mechanism will happen in this particular within that thought as well. Whenever you see the shape of the flower, it will telepathize. It will be telepathized with similar kind of frequencies, with similar kind of frequencies. Thus, this similar kind of frequency would be the name of this particular flower. That's why you keep remembering, you keep on remembering this, the name of the flower. So as you can see, this happens everywhere without involvement of anyone else. So that is the mechanism, this underlying mechanism of formation of a thought. So as this formation happens in a very rapid phase, we don't feel that the formation of a thought happens separately. Due to the rapidity of the formation of the thoughts, we tend to feel that a kind of existing nature of a mind. So we tend to feel like our mind is something that is constant because it keeps coming thoughts very speedy manner. One thought after another, another thought after another one. So likewise, a stream of thought is known as the mind. Absolutely speaking, there is nothing so-called mind without a thought. We can't say a mind without a thought. We can't talk about it. So from that you can understand that this so-called mind does not belong to your brain, does not belong to your heart, does not belong to your body either. You think that the person who is thinking in this way, in this particular manner, is me. That is the problem. You think then, I am the one who is thinking this way, and my mind helps to think in this particular manner. Again, it comes as a thought. So it is not very difficult for you to understand now. You yourself, your mind, your existence, all these things are there in the form of thoughts. So you can't find an existing self without a thought. So even though you don't think it frequently, you hidden underneath within you, there is a thought that you are a male. You have been born in this world and you have certain kind of
එතන
responsibilities.
තමා පාලු නැති තැන ඔය අම්මා ඉතින් අර තනියම කියලා අපිට මෙහි හිටියත් හිතෙනවා. ඒ වුණාට ඉතින් අර හරි එළියයි යන්නේ මිනිස්සු යන වෙනවා පේනවා. ඔය ළමයිට ඉතින් ඔය මදුවට එහෙම ඇවිල්ලා මේ පාඩම් කරන්න තියෙන ළමයා දාලා හරි නිවාඩු කාලවලට.
අර මල් එහෙම කියන්නේ මේ ශිපිල තියෙනවා.
So it is not very difficult for us to understand that we think that we are living. We think that we are humans. We think that we have been born, and we think that we have certain responsibilities to conduct towards the society. Everything is there as thoughts. Other than these thoughts, you can't find a permanent thing called self here, permanent thing called mind here. That's why Lord Buddha said the mind is impermanent. So, for an instance, for an example, we can take a person who has gone to state of coma. For that particular person, after recovering from that coma state, he doesn't know that he is a living being either. He doesn't know that he's a male or female. He doesn't know his age even. So we have seen so many patients like that. In YouTube, if you search, if you Google, it's not very easy. It's not very difficult for you to find those things because it is like that. So everything has to be fed from the outside as a newborn. Why is that? If mind remain permanent with the self, so after recovering from coma, he should be able to remember everything. But it is not, as I said previously, the previous things were there as thoughts in the mind. Absolutely, the mind has been formed by those thoughts. So, from those things, it is not very difficult for us to understand this mind is not a permanent thing. And also, it is not very difficult for us to understand the me, my mind concept is there in our mind as another kind of a thought. So we are living, we are thinking that we are living. We are thinking, this is myself. I'm so and so. My profession is this. So my age is this. I'm a male. I'm a respectable person in this society. Likewise, so many things are there as thoughts in the mind. So if, as we said earlier, as we discussed earlier, if there is no kind of a permanent mind, would there be a permanent kind of a thought of a self? For can it be justified? No, it cannot be justified. If the thoughts are not permanent, how could it be? How could this notion of the self taken as true thing? No, it cannot be taken as true thing because it is again a thought. Thoughts are not permanent. Thoughts are not real either. So we are, because we didn't know the way how it has been formed, we took these thoughts as real. Lord Buddha said, just because you have such an ignorance with you, you used to take these particular thought as real. So to avoid, to get away from that ignorance, what you have to do is to see, to understand, to realize how this mind gets formed, how these thoughts get formed. So then you will be able to understand the impermanence nature of the mind. So it invariably helps you to understand that there is no self, absolutely existing kind of a self here. It's just a thought. So, my dear friend, now you will, it's not, it is very clear for you. It should be very clear for you that you have been living for such a long period within a thought. Back again, it is not a true thing. So, so this is the fact that you have to know as the knowledge. So it is a knowledge because you are logically thinking, logically figuring out there couldn't be a self here. You are logically figuring out it. So you are making some attempt to see it. You are making some effort to see this truth. So it is done intentionally. It is done utilizing your own mind. So invariably we can say it is done with another thought. So another stream of thoughts. So again you are using your mind to understand this truth first. You are utilizing your mind to understand this truth first. So what is the truth? The no self here. The fact that there is no self here. So now you logically figured out that there is no chance of a self existing kind of a self here. So now you are very clear that you have been living in a thought which is not permanent. But still, even though you acquire this knowledge from in a certain kind of a logical manner, you still feel that you are living. You are a living being. Now, for the knowledge you know, there is no, definitely that there is no such a living being here. But unfortunately, that understanding would not eradicate the self-feeling at once. So that this is one of the most important point that you have to focus on. Even though you understood that there shouldn't be a self here, the absolute feeling of the self won't dissolve or won't fade out as quickly as you think, because you have been feeling an existing kind of a self for such a long period. That's why you were traveling, as I said earlier, for millions and trillions of years throughout the kalpas in this samsaric journey. So that kind of a feel cannot be wiped out um, quickly as you understood this reality. So it will take some time, and you have to do something additional than that. What is that? That is the practical approach. Prior, you acquired the adequate knowledge about the Dhamma. Now you have to make it into practice. So what you knew, what you got to know, then you have to put it into practice. That is the second half of this Dhamma. So I think we are running out of time for today. So we can talk further on it, on that practical approach tomorrow as well. So until then, keep focusing and keep listening these Buddothpada's sermons. So it says, it announces through the Buddothpada's sermons, you will be able to listen to the exact message that was revealed by Lord Buddha about 2600 years back. So you are very fortunate to listen this Dhamma in this modern day, in this modern era. So don't miss out this golden opportunity. So I eagerly tell you to keep in touch with Buddothpada sermons. So good night and Therwan Saranai to all of you.